but all of those parents who are now rushing to that school to try and get any answers. Is my child okay? And how is the school communicating with them? Can they communicate with them? I got communication from my own children's school just about 10 minutes ago saying we're aware of the situation. We have our emergency protocols in place. We're waiting to learn back more from the Minneapolis Police Department.
That's one of the things that we have seen more and more, Heather, as the scene unfolds, is we have seen...
no. Right. I mean,
you see this right here because this hits home. These are people's families.
These are people's families.
And you are waiting, they are waiting to get information just like we are. They are thinking, you know, you send your child to school and you're hoping that your child is going to be safe. And you see these parents or people on the sidelines waiting to learn any information. Is my child okay? Is my child's teacher okay? Is the staff okay? Are people okay?
Are people still in danger?
And we just don't have that information right now.
All right.
Okay. We do have Caroline Cummings live via Zoom this morning who joins us. We're just going to hear her. But Caroline, let us know where you are and what you're seeing from your vantage point.
Can you guys hear me and see me okay?
We can hear you right now. So we can't see you, but just walk us through what you are seeing right now from your vantage point, Caroline.
Okay. I am directly in front of the entrance to the school on Garfield Avenue and West 54th, right off of Lindale. And I have seen children leave the school with bandages on their arm. One child left with a bandage on his arm, raced to his mother for an embrace. It's clearly a very serious situation. We will not speculate on any details. What we know now is what I'm seeing. And what I'm seeing is an active police scene outside of the school. And I've seen 2 children leave with bandages on their arm. There's tons of concerned neighbors over here. I talked to one woman whose children did not go to this school, but she has a child who goes to Holy Angels. She says that this school, a lot of children go to high school at Holy Angels. It's a feeder school, and that she is just overcome with emotion seeing this happen in her neighborhood, her community, people she knows. It's a really emotional scene here for people who are looking on. I've seen very distraught looking people, potentially parents whose children attend this school. And I have seen police go in and out of the school here, again, at the entrance at West 54th and Garfield Avenue. At least a dozen ambulances blocking off the entire road. And just a very active scene and an emotional one for the parents and the families and neighbors. You know, this is something that hits very close to home for a lot of people.
Caroline, you mentioned before that you saw some of the children walking out. Were those children accompanied by people, or did they walk out by themselves? What did that look like?
No, they were accompanied by people. One little girl was accompanied by what looked to be her mother, and another child who appeared that they did not have any injuries. They walked right out, and another child was accompanied by adults and met a family member, a friend, a relative, somebody, potentially his mother. At the bottom of the stairs, there's a staircase that enters into the school, and he just ran to his mom and cried. And that, as a person, strikes a chord with you, right? Because a desperate, scared child went to meet his mother. It was a very, very emotional thing to witness, and emotional for all the people who are out here looking on, because this is just the unthinkable that you pray that you don't have to report on days like today.
Law enforcement there, are they talking to you at all? What does the situation look like when it comes to law enforcement?
A lot of cops here. We've got streets blocked off. We have got, it looks like I just saw a priest or a deacon, potentially the priest, leave the school. He is wearing the garments he would wear if he were presiding over a mass. And and lots of cops, you know, in at least a dozen police cars here, ambulances, the sheriff's office, just an extremely large presence. You could see the blinking lights of the emergency response and police vehicles from, you know, half a mile away when I was driving down here this morning on West 54th.
Right. Caroline, you know, all these schools are communities here, and this school, especially, this is we can see it, Caroline, we got you right here, and you're back here with Maria, AJ, and me, Heather. Many of these schools are communities where we, as AJ mentioned, where we send our children to be safe. I will tell you from experience, I know this school quite well. It is a very tight-knit community that is surrounded by the church over there. It's a neighborhood school. I mean, there are people who are from South Minneapolis, who are from Richfield, that go to this school. Many of them, their parents went to this school, and now they go to this school here. It's you know, compared to some schools now, it's a smaller size school, but has quite a number of students who all gather in that church every Wednesday morning there. And I think a lot now, Caroline, I think you can understand this about this is the start of the school year and what this means for these kids who are starting this year. And it's, you know, looking into the future and what this will be like in the next day, in the next week, in the next month, in the rest of the school year here. Not just that fear, but the fear then of what these school shootings bring to us, not only here in South Minneapolis, in Minnesota, across the country. I've been getting text messages left and right. Are the kids okay? Are you okay? I mean, and this is from, one came from North Carolina, one came from California.
We do have an update for you. The shooter has been contained. Minneapolis police say the active police situation at the Annunciation Church, there's no active threat to the community at this time. The shooter is contained. The public is still advised to stay away from the area to allow emergency personnel to help the victims. Again, this is at the West 54th Street between Lyndale and Nicollet Avenue. The police say the families of children at the school can go to their reunification zone at the Annunciation School, which is at 525 West 54th Street.
So I'm guessing, Caroline, that's not far. That's where you are right now? Are you at the entrance to the school?
Right, and at the entrance of the school, right there behind me, is the entrance to the school. That is reassuring news, I'm sure, for a lot of the community members, potentially parents who are over to my left. You can see them right over here that have been watching this all unfold since we got here this morning. And yes, we are right at the entrance of the school. That is where, like I said earlier, I saw two young children leave the school accompanied by adults wearing bandages on their arm. That was an image that one man said, "Oh my God," when he saw that. And that is what I think everybody feels in this moment. Heather, you said so well that it is a tight-knit community, right? And this is hitting anybody, everybody, no matter if your child goes here or you just live down the block or you live, you know, 100 miles away in Minnesota. It's a very sad day.
Right, and again, reminder to people over in that area, they're asking the families to come and reunify at that location where Maria just mentioned, that 525 West 54th Street, but they are also asking everyone else to stay away for right now. So if you can stay away from that area, South Lyndale, right over 54th Street where Lyndale and Nicollet are. It's a busy area. You got grocery stores, you got gas stations, all kinds of things over there, but they're asking people for now, with this large presence, please stay away from that spot. Still quite active scene. And
at 9:37, I just want to reiterate the message that we just received from the city of Minneapolis. They are confirming, I'm going to read this to you, there is an active police situation at Annunciation Church. There is no active threat to the community at this time. The shooter is contained. And as Heather just alluded to, stay away from the area to allow emergency personnel to help victims, that area being West 54th Street between Lindale and Nicollet Avenue. We talked about this before, but the reunification zone, just for anyone who's just joining us, that is going to be at Annunciation School, so 525 West 54th Street.
The other thing I want to do is remind people here who might be going online frantically searching for information that it is still very early in what happened here. We're only talking just a little bit more than an hour. So information that you see online that perhaps hasn't been confirmed, just please be careful with how you consume your news today and every day, truly, but especially in situations like this morning, because as we know, with active shooters, with mass shootings, the information continually changes, and the very first information is often then revised or changed as we move throughout the day. So if you are online scrolling through, just be aware. We here make sure that we are vetting all the information before we tell it to you on air. All of the information that we have just shared with you came directly from the city of Minneapolis, that information that both AJ and Maria just shared. So a reminder again, as always in these situations, just be careful.
Well, a perfect example of that, initially, the initial address we got was on 53rd Street.
Right.
And that was actually on 54th Street. So again, very, very fluid situation, very, very active situation that we are continuing to follow. But again, the good news, if you want to call it, out of all of this, there is no longer an active shooting threat that is at Annunciation School. The reunification zone is going to be at Annunciation soon. Let's go and check back in with our Caroline Cummings. Your signal dropped out for a second, Caroline, but I love to see you. Unfortunate circumstances that we are seeing you. What are you seeing based on your vantage point? Because we can see it looks like the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office is there. It looks like we also see Park Police there. Big, very, very big law enforcement presence.
Yeah, that's right, AJ. And you lost me there because I switched from my Zoom camera on my phone, very active situation indeed, to reuniting here with our photojournalist to get better clarity of what we're seeing here. So I'm going to step out of the frame for a second. Joel is going to pan over. You've got some undercover cop cars, at least, blocking part of the entrance from Garfield and West 54th. If you're familiar with the area, that's right behind Kowalski's. This is the entrance to the school. There is at least a dozen cop cars, Park Police, Minneapolis Police, the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, and even more ambulances on standby here outside on West 54th Street. There's also a growing number of community members who are out here watching this all unfold. I've definitely seen people well with tears as they witnessed this, certainly as they witnessed, like I told you, 2 young children leave the school with bandages, it appeared, on their arm. One beautiful reunion with a child and a family member or someone whom they trust. So there's just a very active scene here. A lot of streets blocked off. Garfield here is blocked off. You cannot take your car down this street right to my left, and certainly not outside of West 54th Street, where officials say the shooter is contained, which is great news, and a sigh of relief for those people who were here, but still a lot yet to know about why this happened, who is a victim, how many victims they are here. So we'll be standing by to hopefully learn more information and see families be united with their children on this very dark day.
Yeah,
guys.
Caroline, you said something interesting here. We will ultimately find out how many people will hurt, and unfortunately we will find out if anyone has been killed, but I don't know that we'll ever find an answer to why. And I think about this a lot, and we always think, okay, well, what was the motive here? And in some ways it doesn't matter, right? And
it doesn't matter.
No, right? And it, you think about, well, eventually these things will come to light, but no matter what, when you have someone shooting inside of a church, inside of a school, I don't know that you ever find answers for anything like that.
It
takes me back.
Right. That's the process. I feel like as humans, we want to make sense of tragedy. We want an answer. We want somebody to say, this is why this happened. But you are so right that this is beyond comprehension. any act of violence is beyond comprehension. But,
Caroline, right now, I just want to interrupt you. We're looking at video that you shot of the first ambulances leaving the scene when they first pulled up and they first left the scene. We're looking at your video right now of that first law enforcement response.
Oh, you're seeing? Is it playing right now as I talk to you?
It's playing right now. The number of
we talk.
You mentioned before, but the number of ambulances we see. I mean, they just line that street. You talked about dozens of ambulances there. Case in point, we're seeing it right now.
Right. Right, yeah, it was really remarkable to see. And like I said, when I was driving to get to the scene, right, at so I was driving down West 54th, and as you were approaching on that street before you got to Lyndale, you could just see the sheer magnitude of lights blinking. I mean, I haven't ever seen anything quite like this in terms of a response, which, you know, speaks to the magnitude of what's going on here, and the, you know, law enforcement response that it warrants. And obviously, naturally, when you see that and you hear the sirens in your neighborhood, in your community, you rush to get us, you know, to see what's going on. A lot of neighbors have expressed that feeling, that they heard it and then they rushed down here. That woman I mentioned earlier that I spoke with, whose children did not go to this school, but has, you know, her daughter has many friends who did attend this school that now attend a high school. You know, she was overcome with emotion because she's like, you know, this doesn't even directly impact me. And I said, it does when it's in your neighborhood.
Yep.
It hits close to home. It hits close to home. And don't feel bad about the emotions you feel, because that is a real, raw human response, right? When you see something as devastating as this scene.
Yeah, Caroline, we just got word in, this is on Twitter, this is from DHS Secretary Kristi Noem. She says the Department of Homeland Security is monitoring this horrific shooting. She says at Annunciation Catholic School in Minneapolis, she says we are in communication with our interagency partners and we'll share more information just as soon as it becomes available. She says she's praying for the victims of this heinous attack. We also have Jennifer Mayerly here with us today. Jen, what can you share with us?
Well, I've been talking with sources about what happened this morning, and what we know is that the suspect Minneapolis police said is in custody. I am told that the shooter is down.
Okay.
We don't know exactly the circumstances surrounding that, but we know that what I'm being told is that this person is no longer a threat. Which is important. I am being told that this person acted alone, that it was one person that they were looking for, and that person is down.
Right.
Of course, this is a fluid situation where we are getting information as it comes in, a very serious situation, and this is the information that we are getting from people that we trust, that are giving us information about what's happened. We are working to learn more. We have other information that we are trying to get confirmed at this hour, so that we can pass it along to you as soon as we have that information confirmed. But we do know that the person who they believe is responsible.
And that's important that we have this new information that the shooter has been contained, because I know that other schools, other areas were in lockdown until there was that official information. I was telling AJ and Maria earlier, and all of you, Jen, that I got an email from my own children's school sharing with us that they were in lockdown. So this also frees up just the community as well, in terms of the fear that people might have being in that area or having their children in other schools that are nearby in that spot, or there's a library just down the street.
I was just going to say,
down the street.
There's a
from
library
the
over there. There's the Kowalskis that's down there, and you talk about a neighborhood. This is not like this was in an isolated area.
Right.
This was in South Minneapolis. I mean, this is a very busy area.
All of these families that are over in that neighborhood. So many people walking through that spot as well. It's a very busy area, as Caroline showed you. I go back to those ambulances that just showed up there, and you look at these ambulances from Hennepin Healthcare, from North Memorial. These are our trauma hospitals that were there waiting. Looks like we still have 2 North Memorial ambulances there on scene right now. You're taking a live look once again outside of Annunciation Catholic School. This is right over at 54th and Bryant. So it's a very busy section of South Minneapolis. It's that 54th Street right near Lyndale, right next to Bryant. You see, there you go. You see another person walking with a child. Not clear if that child goes to that school or not, but you just see those hugs. You see those hugs of those people. Whether you go to the school or not, you are hugging your child right now if they are home with you.
You know, I just spoke with someone who went to this school years ago, and her daughter goes to a Catholic school as well, and said, I just can't speak right now. Like, there's so much emotion from people who aren't, you know, directly impacted today.
I just got a message from one of my friends who's a parent at our school nearby, and she said, I don't know how you're up here because I'm sobbing right now. And so that is, I think, a feeling when parents are watching this, any parent watching this right now, hugging onto their children, crying because you could just, your worst nightmare.
It's universal.
What would happen.
There are things that are universal that, you know, a child's grief, that's one of those things that we all feel. You know, when you think about a family and what this does to a family, you know, that extra hug tonight, it takes on a different meaning if you're able to do that. So also just getting some updates. We're hearing from other representatives this morning. We just heard from Senator Tina Smith and Senator Amy Klobuchar. Senator Amy Klobuchar says, I am heartbroken by the horrific violence at Annunciation Catholic School in Minneapolis this morning. My prayers are with the students, teachers, and families. I am grateful for the first responders who are on the scene. And Senator Smith said, my staff and I are monitoring the situation at Annunciation Catholic School. I am grateful for the quick response of law enforcement as we continue to gather information.
All right, we do have some new information coming in from CBS that we can report here. What CBS has learned is they say as many as 20 people are injured. This coming from 2 federal law enforcement sources, both of them confirming 20 people injured. The sources did not want to speculate on any deaths, but they say it does sound like at least some of these injured are in critical condition. Both say that the shooter was wearing all black, was a male using a rifle, and was neutralized police. They are now confirming that the shooter is dead. No other weapons were mentioned, but they say the search continues. FBI, ATF are responding right now. So that is the newest information that we have from CBS News. 20 people injured. The shooter is dead. Some victims, we understand, are in critical condition. We do not have any information on any of the victims have passed.
That is that information mirrors what I've been being told from our sources this morning. As many as 20 people, but that the person was wearing all black. One person that they were looking for, and that person is down.
And we did want to mention that this happened just about a little over an hour ago is when we first began getting reports of this shooting, and our Caroline Cummings got to the scene very quickly after those first reports started coming in. She is still there. We have several crews on the scene right now, but we want to go back to Caroline to listen to more about what she has to say right there live on the scene. We're seeing so many law enforcement, and those ambulances just continue to, it looks like, show up.
Yeah, that's right. Maria, I believe we were just, you guys back in the studio were just talking about, you know, the reunification of families and children here at this school. I just saw walk past us a family with their 2 young boys, and the mother was just overcome with emotion, and I felt a pang in my heart seeing her like that, because she seemed to have her babies with her, but I'm sure her heart is with all of those parents who might not know where their children are, whose children are injured. Like we heard from our CBS News partners, 20 injured at this point. So it's a really emotional day out here. I'm right in front of the entrance to the school. There is people with looks of just shock and horror on their face, witnessing this unfold in real time and knowing it happened in their community, in their backyard. Literally, there are, you know, residential homes that are across the street from this school, down Garfield Avenue, where I'm standing right now. So it's been really remarkable to be here and see this all unfold, and still a very active scene and a lot of law enforcement here as well.
Yeah, we're actually hearing from President Trump this morning. He posted on Truth Social. He says, I've been fully briefed on the tragic shooting in Minneapolis. The FBI quickly responded. They are on the scene. The White House will continue to monitor this terrible situation. Please join me in praying for everyone involved. So that message coming from the president.
Caroline, I also want to remind people this happened during the morning mass. So Wednesday morning mass, many of these churches and schools have these early morning masses at the Catholic churches where when the school is connected to it, the kids will attend as well. There are entire school masses there. So you're talking about, you know, whether or not it's the full school or just part of the school, but you're talking about lots of community members, lots of kids just in one sanctuary there. And if one person coming in, I mean, that's why you can only imagine that you have 20 people now that have been confirmed shot in that spot. But it's not as if these kids would have been in their classrooms. You're talking about walking into a room where so many people were sitting there, an all-school mass. And again, this is their first week of school. This was their time to welcome back these children into what is supposed to be a safe place. Not only a school, in a church, in a school.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we've seen these sorts of shootings happen in schools, in places of worship. And in those moments, you think, if you're a person of faith, I'm Catholic who goes to Mass, right? You are in Mass and you feel like it's a safe place. Anybody of any faith can feel that sort of connection, right? Is that they go to a place, they're worshiping in their faith, and that should be a place that is safe. And to have that sense of safety shattered is devastating.
Yeah, Caroline, we see some people behind you. Can you tell us, are those community members? Are those parents? Do you know anything about that?
The people behind me on the steps you see into the school?
Well, we see the police officers, but in just the shot that you just had, we just had some people there, you know, and may just be in the community that are very concerned.
Yeah, there's. It's hard to know. There's been a lot of people here who just live in the area. Others who are parents. So I don't know their connection to this, but you know, there's tons of people out here from the community, whether they have children enrolled here or not. We've got a camera over here panning to Max Fish and Chips. There's kind of a little side parking lot. A lot of people have been gathering there. A lot of people on the phone, potentially communicating with loved ones, family members about what's going on here, or perhaps getting details about their children who are at this school. We just don't know. We've been trying to talk to some of them in an on-camera interview, but understandably, you know, people are very shaken up by this,
absolutely.
and so we as journalists have to be human first, and sometimes people's private moment to grieve is more important than getting them on camera. But we are talking to them, and we are, and you know, it's a very emotional day, and there are people who are talking with us off camera.
Okay, so that is the uniform that those students wear at that school, that green shirt. So those there are students being walked out by someone there. You can see whoever is walking at them out, whether it's their mom, whether it's their caregiver, is certainly holding on to them tightly this morning in that spot. Caroline, we did just get an update, and we want to share with everyone here an update from the mayor's office. There will be a briefing at 10:30 this morning. They will give us additional details. We, of course, will carry that live right here on WCCO. So that's just about 35 minutes from now. The mayor's office telling us a briefing at 10:30 there. So we know our Barrett Leone is also on scene there. Caroline, you've been busy talking with us, giving us the very latest about what's happening there, but I know Barrett's also been trying to people. So we're going to try and check in with her. Did she just have? So
Barrett actually said, a person off camera, she said they heard the shots at 8:45, and she said they sounded like a hammer. Another person waiting for a friend and their son. So again, as you alluded to, people are just waiting, trying to figure out, is my child safe?
Right.
Is my loved one safe?
All right.
This is a new look right now. Looks like it's some people.
More families walking out. Barrett telling us she's just seeing family after family walking out. So thankfully, some of these. Look at that. Look at that. Just, you know, and that right there is what any parent is feeling right now. You're not going to let go of your child this morning there, whoever you are, wherever you are this morning. And look at these, just little ones. You see the one behind her? You can see these are live pictures of people. So we now know, thankfully, that many of the families are starting to be reunited there. You can see that one right behind with the glasses there. That is certainly an Annunciation kid with their She's got her shirt on there too, but some grim faces, of course. And then, you know, and I look at this little boy too, who is, you know, in a way, like blissfully unaware of just the horror that's going on around him. But so many kids in that school are not. The school goes all the way up through 8th grade. There are many students there that know exactly what is going on. And I think about students at any school that has had a shooting there and the impact. You talk to kids about Sandy Hook, however many years later, and just the chilling and devastating impact that has had on them after all of those years. Another family here being reunited with their little one. Once again, this is a K-8 school, so you have kids as young as 5 going to this school here.
And a relatively small school too.
Yeah, and AJ, I don't know if you noticed this. I know that you do actually notice this. Every single family walking out, both parents are holding those hands, tightly.
You think about the kids, but you also think about the adults and how they have to be so brave in this moment too for their kids, to be able to talk to them about what's going on, but also to be able to be strong and not as scared for them in this moment and
being
what they
brave.
do. Being brave.
You have to show them what bravery looks like. That way they are not scared themselves. Again, these are live pictures that we are getting. We've seen, what, 3 or 4 families that have walked out now?
Yeah, and I have some additional information to what we just got, but we are getting this reportable, which is also what sources have been telling me this morning, is that the shooter died by suicide. We know that the shooter, Minneapolis police told us earlier that the shooter is contained, that there was no active threat anymore. And these are just some of the facts that we're getting. I know the emotion of the day is so heavy right now. But some of what we do want to share with people are what we know about the investigation and what's happening on scene with law enforcement. Trying to make sure people are currently safe. And we are learning now that from sources that the shooter did die by suicide. I'm being told that it was one person dressed in all black. They are not looking for anyone else. I also heard from the ATF, that's who investigates crimes involving guns. They are on scene along with the FBI. And the ATF told me that they will be putting an urgent trace on any weapon that was found at the scene. They don't have a count for me at this time. But what we know is we took people to the National Tracing Center in West Virginia last year to show people what that looks like, to find out where these guns came from. That's going to be for down the road. Right now in the moment is caring about these kids, these families, these people that were in there. But that's part of the investigation that will be coming later.
Another family coming through. You can see that green shirt once again. You see mom, you know, exactly how you would expect a parent to be. Dad holding on tightly there. I assume that's mom and dad. I could be wrong, but just remember, this was the very start of the school day. People probably dropped their children off and then made their own way into work, and then started hearing reports early on of a shooting at a church. And you can only imagine what is going through anyone's mind when they are hearing that, making their way back then. Again, more families making their way outside of the school right now. I don't know if we can somehow get a count, if someone maybe can help us look that up, a count of how many children go to the school. AJ, you have new information, I think, on this media availability, or this more detailed coming up from Minneapolis Police at 10:30.
So yeah, there's a news conference is scheduled for 10:30 this morning. City and public safety officials, they'll release information as soon as that information is confirmed. We talked about the staging area where people can go. If you're just now joining us, the reunification zone at Annunciation School, that is at 525 West 54th Street. That is in Minneapolis. But the public right now advised to stay away from this area to allow emergency personnel to help victims. So please stay away from 54th Street between Lyndale and Nicollet Avenue in Minneapolis right now, as they work to make sure that families are reunited with their loved ones right now.
Right. I'm just hearing word from some of the parents who I know who go to neighboring Catholic schools. A parent from Holy Angels just texted me. She said Holy Angels was on lockdown, but now the kids are headed into a prayer service there to pray for the children and the families and the staff and everyone who works over at Annunciation.
We know 20 people are injured here. We've seen a lot of kids coming out, and we don't know the extent of their injuries, but we know there might be some kids who had to come out a different way in an ambulance or something, you know,
Right.
and that's hard to wrap your head around as well.
Well, Jen, Marilyn,
friends.
you're just getting some new information, Jen?
We are, and I'm waiting to get just a little bit more before we report this, because all the information is sensitive, and we want to make sure we have this right, because this is all happening and unfolding, and but people, you know, our sources that we have good relationships with are sharing information from there about some of the victims. And that's what we are working to learn is how people are doing. That's the most important thing right now. And as soon as I have more, we'll be sure to bring it to everyone.
Let's get back now to our Caroline Cummings. She has been on the scene for the past hour or so. We know these first calls came in at 8:37. Caroline, you've been there right after that. What are you seeing now?
Well, as you saw from some of those images that you took live on our air, Heather, the unification process, children meeting up with their parents after all of this happened, is in progress. It's happening. A lot of children coming out of those front doors there. What has struck me so much is these kids are so young, right? Have to be, you know, 10 years old, 8 years old. I mean, these are little humans who have to grapple with this, and how does a child make sense of this tragedy? A lot of the looks on their faces, blank stares, distraught, because again, no child should be experiencing this, as you said so well, Heather, when they're supposed to have the excitement of the new school year, and a tragedy that nobody could have predicted or imagined happens right at their school during what should be an exciting time, and certainly a solemn time if we're talking about having a school mass, which, like you said so well, Heather, is a fixture of going to a Catholic school, having a weekly mass with students, and it's just really a lot of people still here watching, not taking their eyes off of what is behind me, which is the entrance to that school, as you see children leaving to meet their parents, who I'm sure are, like you said, Heather, holding their children so tight today. And I think any parent in Minnesota is thinking about that hug that they're going to give their child when it returns home from school.
Right, we understand now, just looked it up. Annunciation Catholic School, again, K through 8 school. It has 375 students there, and generally, you know, sometimes the little ones don't quite make it through the mass all the way there, but certainly, you know, hundreds of students. And this is also a community mass too, so I'm sure that there were members of the community that attend that early morning mass along with the students in there. We just got word also from the council member who is the council member for that ward in that spot, sending out her condolences and saying, as the day unfolds,
Katie
again,
Cashman.
yes, please stay out of that area at 50 Fail 4th and Lindale there.
You alluded to this before, Heather, but you know, we talk about this a lot. You know, school can produce anxiety. You know, school can be different for a lot of kids.
Especially at the beginning of the year.
At the beginning of the year. So you think about, you know, you've calmed your child down. Hey, you know, we're going to have a successful start to the school year. We're ready. You know, you get teachers on the same page, and then you go to school. Again, the spot where you're supposed to be safe, where you feel like you're going to be safe, and you have an unfortunate situation like this that happens.
This is also, remember, this is the beginning of the school year, so this is just day 3 for these students. These students might not fully know their teachers. They might not even fully know all the kids in their class there. I mean, a lot of them have gone to school together for many years through that, but they haven't made those full connections that you make in school quite yet in this first week. They probably even haven't started, you know, learning math yet. They're all just getting their supplies figured out and trying to learn where the school is in that spot. So for this, I mean, for this to happen at any time, any time is horrific. But to happen at the beginning of the day, at the beginning of the year, all of it's just heartbreaking.
Just want to reiterate right now, it's 10:06. We are expecting a news conference to take place with leaders at 10:30 this morning. That's at a staging area that's going to be just outside of Annunciation School. So make sure you stay with us. WCCO is going to be here with you through that time and moving forward as we get new information, because we are expected to get more information as far as everything that has unfolded, because little bits have come out through sources. Jen, you talked about before, you know, you've talked with your law enforcement sources that this sounds like this was a person who acted alone. in this shooting situation.
That's what they are telling us, that this one person was wearing all black, came in with a gun during Mass, and acted alone. That person, we are told, died by suicide and is no longer a threat to the community, but obviously was a very big threat this morning. Devastating what's happened this morning. And if you see me on my phone here, it's because people are sharing information that we're all trying to gather. And we did just receive some additional information. And I say this to share that, you know, this is all early information. This is the information that we are getting. That multiple kids have been hit, and we don't know their condition at this time, or the condition of the other victims. And it's so heavy when I say something like that. You can hear me get choked up because that's not ever something you want to report.
No.
This hits home because while we're up here, we are still human beings. This impacts all of us because we are a part of this community as well. So this is tough for us to report. We have families here. We are here. So this is very, very tough for us to digest with you. We're getting this information and passing along to you as soon as we have it confirmed.
Yeah, and we don't say this lightly because we know people are listening and are scared for people that they know that go to school there, that families that were there this morning. And that's the information we're getting at this hour. We are working to learn more about how many and confirming other victims as well and their conditions. That's who we care about right now, is how those people are doing.
You can see right here, we're taking live looks outside. You see FBI there, the K-9 unit outside of the school in that spot. As Jen mentioned, right now Richfield police are telling us that as up to 20 people have been confirmed shot here. We don't have word yet. We have no confirmation of anyone being killed other than the shooter, who police tell us died by suicide. As CBS News reporting that now. Jen, you also reporting that there as well. We do have a media staging area too, so that's where our crews will be headed over to. We have several crews on the scene there. That's over Diamond Lake and Grand Avenue. But once again, the city council people, the city, are asking people just to stay out of that area over 54th and Lyndale. We know it's a major thoroughfare for people who are driving through. So many, there's a grocery store, there's a gas station, there's a library, there's restaurants over in that spot. But asking people, please just stay away, as there's so many people trying to reunite there with their family.
We're also hearing this morning from the Archdiocese of St. Paul in Minneapolis. They just posted 4 minutes ago, just a simple post saying, please pray for all those affected by the shooting today at Annunciation in Minneapolis. I think that's an understatement to say that. Pray for them moving forward. All of our communities moving forward.
Right.
It hits home.
It sure does, and you know, this hits home for everybody. Just hearing now from the House Speaker, Lisa Demuth. She's asking people, please join me in praying for the children, the families, and the staff at Annunciation Catholic School, as many are responding now to this horrific event. Moms demand action. We've reported on them extensively in all of their work over at the state capitol. And they say while details are still unfolding, another school year has barely begun, and already it's being defined by gun violence. So again, looking live now here just outside of Annunciation School, you can see families are being reunited with their students. We've seen so many families come out with a man and a woman. I mean, we're making the assumption that this is a mom and a dad, but every single one, if they are not holding on to their kids tightly, they are holding their hands just as tight as they can as those kids come walking out of here. We did just see a live shot of an ambulance there from North Memorial. At this point, not clear if any of the children have been taken, or anyone who was inside that church, inside that school this morning, have been taken to the hospital. What we do know is we know 20 people, according to police, have been shot, but not clear the extent of their injuries.
Let's check in with our Caroline Cummings if we can. Is Caroline still there? Caroline, what are you seeing from your vantage point now? Because we've seen all of these families, or several families, it looks like families, who have been reunited with their children, their loved ones who are leaving. What are you seeing from your vantage point right now?
Well, just as you described, AJ, parents being reunited with their children, crossing the crime scene tape here on West 54th, walking, a lot of them are walking in this direction on Garfield Avenue. The school sits squarely at the corner of those two places. A lot of people looking on in the community, and parents are just slowly, steadily coming out the door, as well as the continued law enforcement presence, as you can see behind me here at that entrance. That's where all the children are coming out, and yeah, it doesn't get any easier when you see. We've now seen at least half a dozen families with their children be reunited, and seeing them leave on this really dark day is really devastating to see up close, guys.
In situations like this, we're seeing families come out. A lot of them are holding water bottles, and in horrible situations, I've always kind of remembered to think about, like, look for the helpers.
Yeah.
You know, look for the people who are helping. And even as simple as handing families a water bottle, or pointing people in the right direction, or just giving someone an update. Those helpers are there, and they're doing such great work. So we really want to commend law enforcement and everyone there who are helping people out today.
I'm getting some more information about some of the victims. We're being told that I'm being told that 10 people were transferred in critical condition.
Oh, okay.
So that's new information that we're learning. So up to 20 victims, and 10, I'm being told, in critical condition. So hard news to share this morning about their conditions, and we know that they've been transported by ambulance to hospital, area hospitals.
Heather, you alluded to this before, but you talked about the Trauma 1 centers that are here.
Yes.
HCMC, North Hennepin, I mean, those are Trauma
North
1.
Memorial over there. Yeah. And so regions, we saw the ambulances there, many ambulances that showed up as we've seen this far too many times in this country. Ambulances showing up to schools after mass shootings there. Jen, I'm just taking in the information that you just shared. Again, 20 people injured, as far as we understand from police, 10 of them transported to the hospital in critical condition. We don't have an update on where they are right now, but we do expect more information in just about 15 minutes. The Minneapolis Police Department has promised that they will give a briefing right around that time. We have several crews on scene there. They are getting ready, getting set up to hear more. We also have a crew over at HCMC to see the events that are holding on there. We know that they also, when situations like this happen, they also have their own drills for what happens in a mass shooting situation, and even in a school situation. I mean, these are children as well. So you'd have to think that the children's hospitals are on standby too.
Yeah, so we're expecting a briefing from HCMC, as well as that press conference that's expected to get underway outside of Annunciation Church at 10:30. That's at 10:30. But we're waiting for the briefing at HCMC. We're not sure when that is going to take place. But again, as Heather mentioned, we do have crews stationed throughout, both at the scene, at HCMC. So very, very active scenes unfolding as families are reunited with their children. But we're still waiting. We don't know. We heard before, but 10 people, 10 kids, it sounds like, that are in critical condition right now. So we're still waiting to get an update.
Not 10 kids in critical condition. 10 people.
Thank you.
So we don't know the ages of the people who are in critical condition, but we know 10 people are in critical condition from the information we've learned.
And remember, what we do know is that this happened at the Annunciation Church, which is connected to the Annunciation School during the morning mass. And generally, it's those students that attend the morning mass, but also it can be community members. This is their church as well. This is a community church there too. This is a parish for the Catholic Church, so many people who live in that area will come, especially on this welcoming mass, the first week of school for these kids. It's always sort of a joy for many people in that parish to come and celebrate with the children as they begin this new year. The mass started at 8:15 this morning. We understand the first calls from shots fired happened at 8:37.
So it looks like this is going to be the staging area where they're going to brief. I see the microphone, at least the pole for the microphone here. So we're still waiting to figure out, well, we're going to be briefed by law enforcement sources. We're not sure exactly who is going to be speaking there. Also seeing word right now, we're expecting that briefing from HCMC. That is expected right around now. So as soon as that starts, if they start, we will take you there and listen to what they say over at HCMC. Again, 10 victims listed in critical condition. Thank you for that update, Jen Merrily. We don't know if it's children. We don't know if it's adult. It could be a mix of both. So we're still waiting to get that information. We'll hear from leaders over at HCMC in just a little bit.
Now, Heather, you mentioned other school shootings such as Sandy Hook.
Right.
And we did get a statement from Sandy Hook Promise, which is a nonprofit working to reduce gun violence and create policy around guns. And they say, our hearts are broken. Our communities and children continue to be traumatized by this preventable epidemic. Our thoughts are with the Minneapolis community as this unfolds.
And once again, now 10:17, as we are here providing live coverage from South Minneapolis, there has been a shooting, a mass shooting at Annunciation Church over there at 54th and Bryant. This church connected to the Annunciation School. It's a K-8 school, has about 375 students. An update for you, we have 20 people that have been confirmed shot. Our Jennifer Merrily just confirming to us that 10 of those victims were taken to the hospital in critical condition. We do not know how they are doing right now. We have no confirmed people who are dead, and Step, the shooter. The Minneapolis police have confirmed to us that the shooter has died, and Jen here has confirmed through her sources that that shooter was killed by suicide.
Also seeing more responses coming in. We're hearing from the Lieutenant Governor, Peggy Flanagan, who says, my heart goes out to all those affected. So more and more statements are coming in. The Hennepin County Sheriff's Office releasing a statement saying they're assisting the Minneapolis Police Department. So all of these units coming in. And the thing that, you notice in a situation like this, that you hate to see it, is that it truly takes a team to work together in responses like this, and that's why you're seeing all the coordination from the FBI, from the ATF, Jen, as you mentioned before, from Minneapolis Police, from all these different units assisting here.
Right, and we know, Jen, as you mentioned, 10 people taken to the hospital in critical condition. We just confirmed with Children's that they have 5 patients there, 5 patients there. Jen, you have some new information for us here that you can share.
Yeah, we are learning from our sources that there are at least 2 people who've died from this situation this morning. I share that with a heavy heart in reading that. We are still working to learn more about who these victims are, about all of them who have been impacted by the violence of this morning. But we are being told at this time that 2 people did not survive their injuries.
The 2 people, that does not include the gunman, or that does include?
I'm told that does not include the gunman.
That does not include the gunman.
All right,
okay.
and of course this is very, very early. We do want to remind you the information that we are giving you has been carefully vetted. You're probably seeing a lot of information online about what has happened here, but so far what we have confirmed is that police are telling us 20 people, up to 20 people have been shot. What you're hearing, Jen, from your sources there that have been vetted is that 10 people were taken to the hospital in critical condition, and we now here at WCCO have confirmed that 2 people are dead in this shooting over at Annunciation Catholic Church.
Yeah, we do expect to learn much more in details about this during the press conferences that we are expecting here from Hennepin Healthcare and from the City of Minneapolis.
City of Minneapolis once again, and we'll expect to hear from them right around 10:30. Often, though, I do just want to warn you, if you're listening very closely, as information is changing, these press conferences don't happen right at 10:30, but we will be here giving you the information. We will be waiting for them as they come, and we will bring that directly to you on air as we hear from the city.
We're also seeing some more confirmed news. This is coming from Children's Hospital this morning, that they have 5 patients. So 5 patients are confirmed to be at Children's Hospital. So we're still working to get an update on their condition this morning. As soon as we get that information, we'll make sure to update you. But again, we're seeing footage this morning, scenes like this, parents fortunately being reunited with their children. You mentioned before 375?
375 students, and you know they're students when they come
green
out
shirts,
because they wear those green polo shirts and those navy shorts or the navy pants that are out there. Now this is a new view. We are just getting in a live view from behind the school. So this is the area where the families are coming in and reunifying with their family, with their students that are at this school. I think what also that this brings to me is, some people trying to just organize people, just
Chaos.
giving spontaneous hugs here and tears here. But you have some parents, and everyone reacts differently to this, right? You have some parents that say, no, I just need to get my child out of here. I just need to walk away. I need to hold their hand and hold them and walk away. And then you have other families that just feel the need to be together, to be supported by the community there. And that's what we're seeing there behind the school. People just coming together, giving those hugs, giving those tears. We're seeing a lot of law enforcement pile into that school continually. That was the front of the school you saw with the law enforcement. This is the back of the school. So plenty of people. I'm sure I'm getting it on my phone. I'm sure these parents are getting on this phone calls from across the country. Is your child okay? Is so-and-so's child okay? What do we know? I mean, just even if you look at these hands on people's faces, it's scary.
We've got a statement from Children's Minnesota. Children's Minnesota is aware of the recent tragic shooting in Minneapolis. Our teams are trained to respond in times of crisis and are fully prepared to care for impacted children. Currently, 5 children are admitted to our hospital for care. We will not share more details to respect the privacy of our patients and families.
Absolutely, and we know, unfortunately, the hospitals have to do this, but they go through drills to prepare for something exactly like this, whether it's a mass shooting, whether it's a school shooting. Children's Hospital knows exactly what they're doing because they've had to practice this before.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate part. They've had to practice for situations like this before. You can imagine the scene at the school right now. I can imagine, as a parent, I know what's going through my chest right now, but imagine being in that parking lot looking for your loved one, just trying to make sure that they are okay. We talk about, what families go through. This is what we're talking about, moments like that, just hoping that everyone's safe.
This is what everyone's going to be doing throughout the day, throughout the week, throughout the month. I mean, this is going to have an impact on these kids, on these teachers, on this staff forever. I mean, just look how young they are. Again, this is a K-8 school there. We just got an update from HCMC. We do expect to hear from them at 11 o'clock this morning. We are awaiting that press conference coming in from Minneapolis Police. That is scheduled for 10:30, but as I mentioned earlier, as this information is continuously changing, a lot of times those press conferences then get to be delayed, but we of course will be here for you. We have many live cameras out there this morning. Again, this is the back of the school in the area where families are being reunited. Remember, this was just the very start of the school day. Many parents or caregivers had probably dropped off their kids right around 8 o'clock this morning. The first shots fired, first reports of shots fired right at 8:37, so people had already on their way, had started their day. Then they get this message. There's been a shooting at your children's school. You need to get back there right now, and that's what's happening here.
We're seeing this just large group of people, all with so many questions and so much concern. Just hoping that they'll meet up with their child here at this reunification center, and I'm sure many sticking around to hear from law enforcement about what exactly happened. Just like we are right now, wondering what is happening here, what happened here this morning, why, which is maybe something that will never be answered.
When you look at the reunification site and you see those families being brought back together, I mean, it does something to you to see that. But what we know is that schools prepare for this, unfortunately, have to. And they already have decided ahead of time, if something were to happen, where do we put families? What is our plan? How do we activate this? We've reported on this in the past, and as you prepare for these things, you hope you never have to use it. But we know that, it becomes a faster process because they have prepared to get those families reunited, and we are worried, about the families that are maybe still waiting for that.
And until police had confirmed that the shooter was taken down, other schools in that area, all over that area, were in their own lockdown. These other schools,
I'm told, even to the suburbs.
Into the suburbs
you
too.
didn't know.
Places, because you take precautions.
And that's what you need to do. Unfortunately, in this day and age, that is what we need to do here. The schools have taken precautions, the hospitals are taking precautions, and they are prepared for when things like this happen. But I don't think anyone is ever prepared for anything like this.
No, you're not. Unfortunately, you're not. So We're still waiting for that press conference. Again, that is scheduled at 10:30 this morning from leaders in Minneapolis to brief us as far as what happened here. Hopefully we'll get a timeline of events and we'll be able to piece together the information. Again, that's at 10:30 this morning on this Wednesday. Now, we do have team coverage out at Annunciation School. If we can we check in with our Barrett Leone?
Or our Caroline Cummings. Both Barrett. Okay, we'll get them coming up in just a moment, but we just heard from Caroline. She and Barrett Leone are both out there. They are talking with families out there, talking with people out there, and they said they have just talked with someone. So we're going to get back to them coming up in just a minute. They are doing the hard work out there on the ground, because I will tell you, it is not easy to do that.
We do know also there are 10 kids at HCMC. We just got an alert from Bishop Kenny. Yes, 10 kids at HCMC.
Okay. All right. So we'll check in once again, as we said, with our Barrett Leone and our Caroline Cummings, who are both there on the ground at Annunciation this morning. We also have a crew that is over at HCMC there, because as Maria just mentioned, children have gone, or victims, I should say, have gone over to HCMC. Kids have gone over, 10 kids over at HCMC. We understand 5 children are over at Children's Minnesota, because as you would expect, depending on how old these kids are, as we mentioned, this school goes K through 8. We have young kids at this school, and sometimes it's children's hospitals that deal with these types of injuries in different ways than they would be at the normal trauma hospitals. Thankfully, we have 3 trauma hospitals that are here in our area as well. So we will continue to try and keep you updated just as soon as we get this. Is constantly coming in from us from the different hospitals, so we're trying to turn around the information as quickly as we can to you.
We're also seeing a statement this morning from Education Minnesota. You talked about, Heather, this being a brand new school year and gearing up for a brand new school year. We are heartbroken and horrified by today's mass shooting at Annunciation Catholic School. Back to school should be a time of joy, not fear and sorrow. Our hearts are with the educators, students, and families impacted by the senseless gun violence. Enough.
And I also think about all of the students that will be going back to school next week. So there are many students that started this week. Annunciation, for example, started there on Monday. So this is just the 3rd day of school, as people are starting to just gel together as a school, as a classroom. But there are so many students that start next Tuesday, and these parents are taking a look at this right now and thinking, oh my gosh, my kids are headed back to school. That is supposed to be the safe place for them.
Yeah. When you send your kids to school, you think you're sending your child to a safe place. That's the goal, right? Your child is safe in school. They are there to learn, to get an education. They are there to make friends. They're there to associate with other people. This isn't supposed to happen. This is never, should anyone ever have to go into a place where they worry that they are going to lose their life or something could happen like this. And you just hate to see this.
And even if you don't have a child at this school, even if you don't have a child in any school, I just got an email from just one of our viewers, and she said, we just want you to know that many of us are praying for Minneapolis and all that has transpired at Annunciation Catholic School today. Pray for the families, the responders, and everyone covering this horrific incident. Stay safe there. And that's just from someone who's just watching this. I mean, it affects everyone at a human level, no matter the situation that you are in, no matter your experience.
I think that's the hard part of all of it. I mean, it impacts us all.
You can't not feel.
You can't not feel it.
When you hear about this.
And not only that, but we're feeling it immediately, but this is going to reverberate in our community for weeks and months and years to come.
Right. Let's check in with our Caroline Cummings. She has been there on the scene throughout the morning. Caroline, we understand you've been talking with people there.
Yes, we just spoke with a woman who I met actually when I got here. What time is it? 10:30. I got here about an hour and 45 minutes ago. She lives in the neighborhood. She heard the police sirens and said something's going on. Walked down here and watched this all unfold. Basically, her sentiment was, this is your worst fear as a parent, and she has a child who's in her last year of school, in high school, and so from that perspective, as a parent, she just feels so deeply for the families and the shock and horror of the situation and what they must be feeling, but also too that, you know, this is a close-knit community, she says. So everybody who lives around here, whether they have a child who goes to this school, whether they attend this church or not, it's really hitting so close to home. I just turned the corner before I came back on camera here. The closest we can get to the church is just right around this corner behind me. And I could see a very large police presence and a group of people out there, looked like some family members as well as police outside of the church. And looks like we're seeing some people leave the church here too. A family just walked by, really young child there. I mean, looked as, and then the BCA just arrived on scene as well. You should be seeing that on your live picture right now. So still a very active situation here. More law enforcement coming. Some of the ambulances that I had told you about that lined the block have since left. But still a few of them, especially closer to the church, which is right next to the school on West 54th Street, guys.
Okay, Caroline, we do have new information coming in. This is a city council person from Minneapolis telling our Jonah Kaplan that 2 students have been confirmed dead and 7 are in critical condition. So that's new information just coming to us from one of the Minneapolis City Council people. We do expect to hear more from the city of Minneapolis coming up in just a bit. We understand that they are delayed in that press conference. This is normal. It was scheduled for 10:30. Yep. When this information is constantly changing, it's a normal thing for these briefings to be delayed there. But once again, new information coming in, just devastating information. 2 students dead. This is coming from a Minneapolis City Council member telling our Jonah Kaplan.
So that's the newest information, and we were waiting some of those results as some of that information did in fact come in. So the presser in Minneapolis, that was moved back a little bit. We understand that HCMC is also supposed to be hosting a presser. They pushed that back. That's scheduled at 11 o'clock. So a lot of information that we are still waiting to come in. We're still trying to piece all of this together ourselves because there's still so many things that we do not know right now. So as soon as we get that information, we will make sure to pass that along to you.
Yeah, the information we've also gotten, which I believe this is past this point, but that the bomb squad was called in. They were worried that there was an improvised device there on scene. Obviously, with people nearby now, we feel that that danger has passed. But there are so many different layers to this that have happened this morning, from the people impacted to people trying to investigate and make sure people are safe, to the information, the devastating information that we are now learning. And that we'll continue to learn throughout today. And Heather, as you mentioned, these briefings that they share with us, they can be pushed back because they want to get information to the community as soon as possible when there is a situation where people are in fear and it's a time like this. They also want to make sure that the information they have is accurate. And so they're doing what we're doing, similarly, getting information from all the hospitals where victims have been taken, from families.
Jen, I want to interrupt you real quick because we're going to go to Marielle Mose, who was able to talk with a witness who says that they escaped the gunman. Marielle, what can you tell us?
Yeah, good morning, Heather. So we're actually in downtown Minneapolis right now, where this witness works to catch up with him after he saw or he heard these gunshots ring out this morning on his way to work. He lives in the Armitage neighborhood, not many blocks from where this shooting took place at Annunciation School. Here's what he had to say of what he heard this morning around 8:20 this morning.
There was 2 cars in front of us that just stopped in front of the school. So we were like the 3rd car behind. And I saw a man running up the street the other way, and he was frantically running, like he was running for his life. And so that kind of alerted me that something was wrong. We heard probably about 15 to 20 gunshots in about 30 seconds. So we just booked it. We took a left. We jumped on Harriet. You know, we drove by and we said, "Are you okay? Do you want to come in the car with us?" And he said, "Yes, please." He's like, "Someone's shooting at me. Someone's shooting at me." And so we get in the car and we just ask him what's going on. He said that a man dressed in all black was firing shots, and he didn't see anything else besides what he was wearing, but he hit the ground. His hands were all beat up from hitting the ground so hard. Then he got up and he said, "I have to start running. I have to go."
So, learning more about what this person witnessed, he said that this runner got in his car and he brought him to safety to his home. He said that because the runner was running outside the school and saw this gunman, I asked him, well, was this shooting taking place outside? And the runner told this witness that the gunman was shooting in the parking lot near the school. Again, police will, I'm sure, confirm all of this later, but this is just what the runner told this witness who heard the gunshots. And another thing that this witness told us, he said that police arrived within seconds of these gunshots ringing out from all directions, and that was definitely the most comforting thing for him as someone who lives near the school. He was really proud to see how fast the first response was to this incident.
Right. And Marielle, we know that this school is right on the border of Richfield and Minneapolis, so it's in an area that would have a large police department nearby to be able to get there closely. So thank you for that information as we move forward here. Marielle Mose for us live in downtown Minneapolis. Once again, I do want to remind people that as this early information comes in, as these early witness reports come in, we really have to take a lot of this with a grain of salt. We are trying our very best here to vet the information as it comes in. So we do expect to hear more coming in from Minneapolis police in just a bit. But no matter what you heard from that man was just the fear that people had as they heard these gunshots outside of a church, outside of a school.
And that's going to be a really important part of the puzzle, Heather. It's talking with other witnesses, Minneapolis police, ATF, FBI. They're going to want to talk with everyone who may have left the scene to really paint the picture as far as what happened. So again, it's going to take some time before we kind of know everything that unfolded as police continue to talk to witnesses. But right now, the focus has got to be on those victims and everyone who is at that school or everyone who may be at the hospital who is hopefully going to be okay. We know that's not the case, unfortunately. Again, 2 people dead. We understand up to 20 victims in the shooting that took place at a Catholic school right here in Minneapolis, Annunciation School, the church in question, well, the school in question, I should say.
And according to that city council member, 2 dead, 7 critically injured at the hospitals right now.
And we know they're in a variety of different hospitals there. We have some victims that have been taken to HCMC, 10 victims, I believe there. Is that right, Maria?
That was 10 victims.
10 victims there,
yes.
5 victims who are over at Children's Hospital right now. We've heard from HCMC and Children's that they are taking care of those victims there. We don't know if they are students. We don't know if they are teachers or just members of the community that just happened to be at that church this morning at 8:37 when those first shots rang out. That was the report that came in initially. And as Marielle mentioned, you had police officers descend upon that scene immediately. And that is what you're going to have when you hear a report of a mass shooting at a school, at a church there. And again, it's in a heavily populated area. Annunciation Catholic School, Annunciation Church is right at the border of Richfield and Minneapolis there. So you have large police departments that are nearby that can get there right away, which we know is always an important response times in situations like this are critical.
Yeah, I mean, we know 30 seconds can save a life. We know that. Just to reiterate, we are waiting on a press conference from Minneapolis city leaders on everything that has unfolded. WCCO has crews throughout Minneapolis this morning. We've got our Barrett Leone, we've got our Caroline Cummings. They are at the school, Annunciation School. We also have our John Lordson. He is on his way to HCMC, where a press conference is now scheduled for 11 o'clock this morning. So we have crews spread out throughout. We also have our Jonah Kaplan. He is out and about, working to get more information on everything that has unfolded, and we are here to bring you the latest information. So make sure you stay with us, because as we mentioned, we're still waiting for that press conference to get underway.
We are. We also right now are just getting new sound in from a witness. Do we have that sound right now, Aaron?
Okay, sounds like we don't have it just yet.
Okay, so we'll get that for you just as soon as we can. As you might understand, things are happening very quickly here in the newsroom and behind the scenes here. We have many crews working very hard to get this most up-to-date, most accurate information there.
And some of the information that we expect to learn at this press conference is some of what we've shared with you already. Up to 20 victims. We were told that 10 victims were transported in critical condition 2 area hospitals, and we have learned that 2 people have died from their injuries.
2 students, 2
Two
children.
students have died from their injuries. So we expect to hear and learn more about what unfolded this morning and about those victims and potentially the condition of those other victims. We may also learn about the 2 students who died. But that is what we expect to hear from city leaders as soon as they are ready to go on air. We will take that live.
One thing that was really interesting that we noticed before, when we took those live looks before, we saw a drone sitting on the ground. And Jen, I'm glad you're here for part of this conversation, because we know technology is a really big part. They can use these drones when crews don't feel it's necessarily safe to go inside. They can use these drones to assess pictures from above, which really helps.
They can. In fact, we just reported, Barrett reported on Minnetonka Police launching their first program just this week to use that as first responders to get to scenes. But we do know that drones can help determine if there is someone in a building or what that looks like there. We don't know yet how or if that was used in this situation, but we do know that crews responded, or emergency responders responded very quickly to the
You can see
shots fired.
Live shots here from the scene there. And Jen, as we're waiting to see what happens here, I want to go back. You've done several stories about tracing guns. What happens now in terms of any guns that were used in this shooting here?
Right, we know that of at least 1 unknown, if there were any other guns beyond the 1, but we know that the ATF, the Alcohol, Tobacco and Firearms Agency, federal agency, will trace that gun. So here's what happens when you trace a gun. We took you to the National Tracing Center in West Virginia, but what they do, it's a process. They'll take a serial number, if there is one, off that gun. They will go to the manufacturer. That's the first step, to find out where that gun went. Then they'll go to what's called an FFL, a Federal Firearms Licensee. That's a gun store, a store where guns are sold. And they'll find out and have to pull physical paperwork. It's not in a computer system because it can't be tracked that way, but a physical paperwork of who purchased that gun and when. We'll be able to find out then if that gun was purchased by the shooter or if it was purchased by someone else. There are a lot of ways that guns can be transferred: by private sale, by selling it to back to a federal firearms licensee. But getting the information of who first bought a weapon can give investigators a place to start and to learn information.
Right, and we know in all kinds of school shootings, the people who have done the school shootings have gotten their guns in a variety of ways, sometimes legally, sometimes illegally.
Right. Sometimes they are of age and have been able to purchase one because they don't have a criminal history or anything from preventing them from buying a weapon. Sometimes it has been a family weapon or something that is in their house, and other times they're getting them illegally or off the street.
What you're looking at right here is video of first responders when the shooting was first reported. First responders running to the scene, rushing to the scene. You saw the line of ambulance and fire trucks rushing to the scene along with first responders. This is the moment that, again, looks like the bomb squad, SWAT team just arriving at the scene at Annunciation Church.
And this is earlier video?
This is earlier video. This is earlier video from this morning when law enforcement first got to the scene,
It has now been 2 hours since the incident, since first reports of gunfire.
Right. The first reports coming in this morning at 8:37, and as we heard from our Mario Mose, witnesses out there say officers were on scene almost immediately there in that spot. You just saw the video of all these ambulances coming. We know that at least 15 people are at the hospital. We know 20 people were shot. We also understand that 2 students, 2 children, have died here this morning over at Annunciation. This is a live picture here of the front of the school. All morning long, families have been coming in. They've been coming in towards the back of the school. So what we've been seeing here mostly at the front of the school is law enforcement. They're asking people, the community right now, to stay away from this area over at 54th and Lindale as they continue to make sure that the families are reunified, that make sure that everyone is safe and okay. They have confirmed to us that they believe now the shooter is dead, so they say there is no threat to anyone else right there. But still, as you can see, with all of these officers and all of these families coming in, it's helpful if people stay away from what we know is a very busy area. There's people that work over there, there's people that shop over there, that go to the library over there. There's drugstores, there's grocery stores. But just right now, for this morning, it's best to stay away from that spot right near 54th and Lindale.
Heather, you alluded to this before, but the Catholic community, it can be a very very small and uniting community.
Yes.
And one thing that you alluded to before is that other nearby schools, they also got lockdown alerts.
They did, and Jen mentioned this earlier. So all of these schools, no matter what kind of school you are, if you're a Catholic school, a private school, a public school, you have been through these drills. You have planned for this, you have prepared for this in the same ways that unfortunately the hospitals have had to plan and prepare for these things too. So until there was confirmation that this shooter was down, these schools in this area, I know Jen, you would talk to some schools even in the suburbs that were on lockdown as well.
Because you don't know where that threat is until you've learned that the threat is gone. And so schools, I'm being told across, in the metro, were on lockdown until we learned that the shooter was down. But what we also know is we've reported on emergency practices in hospitals, in schools, protocols that are in place so that we know that they are doing as much as they can if and when a situation like this happens, always preparing, hoping that they never have to use what's been prepared. I was inside Hennepin Healthcare just over a year ago, talking with them about how they plan for an emergency like this, how many people they call, and the text messages that go out.
Yeah.
I mean, they have folders of protocol and a binder that they open and they go through and exactly here are the steps that are supposed to happen. Literally textbook. But they've been preparing for this all the time. I mean, people are continually trained in what to do. But so much of training and preparation can only go so far, right, until the moment happens, because the variables, as they've told me, are who's coming in, what kind of condition, where is that wound, how do we treat them, and every person and every injury is different. And so the playbook gets you to how do we get all the staff in, how do we get all the people in, how do we scale up quickly so that we have the people here to treat as many victims are needed in a large-scale event.
So you're talking about gunshot wounds there. Those are not easy things to treat, especially if you have 10 people coming in critical condition.
And we've talked with surgeons there who treat these victims in the emergency room. And in fact, we talked with one who treated Jamal Mitchell, Minneapolis police officer, and the trauma that goes along with really serious situations like this when there is a police officer shot or now kids, and how they work through it. And what they tell me is that they just put their head down and they do what they were trained to do to save lives. That is the ultimate goal, to save lives.
And you think about it, because these doctors, these nurses, these technicians, they're all human. And you see a child come in with a gunshot, and you were grateful for their training, that they are able to put their head down and do what they need to do, because I think most humans would just crumple and break down if that's something that
they have a pediatric unit that treats. I mean, it comes in through the emergency room, and then there is a pediatric unit, say at Hennepin Healthcare, that continues to treat.
But you talk about community, Heather, and Jen, you just alluded to this too. Like, even though this incident happened in South Minneapolis, where they were treated at various hospitals. You think about all those hospital workers and what they are going through treating those patients. You think about all the law enforcement officers who are at the scene, what they are going through. Think of all the people at the school. Think of everyone who lived in the community. This reverberates, it impacts everyone. And I think everyone, like you alluded to, Heather, before, when it comes to a child starting school, again, it's supposed to be a celebratory time, something to celebrate going to school. Be excited about going to school. And something like this unfolds.
Let's go now. We do have that sound we had mentioned to you earlier. Caroline Cummings and Barrett Leone, both on the scene there. They've been talking to people there. Let's hear what they had to say.
We love our neighborhood. This is your typical caring neighborhood. To have this happen so close to home, it just is heartbreaking.
I mean, this neighbor doesn't have a child who goes to this school, but has a child that goes to Holy Angels, another Catholic school.
Right, Annunciation is a feeder school into Holy Angels there. So I'm sure this mother knows children, knows families that are at that school, and if they don't, their son or daughter who is at Holy Angels certainly knows these families. I mean, you are hitting, these are kids that play hockey, play basketball with kids from all over. It's not just the kids at these schools. These are other kids maybe I mean, I hope young children aren't watching this right now, but that are watching right now, their parents watching this right now and thinking, is this person okay? I play, you know, basketball with them. I play volleyball with them. Is this family okay?
You alluded to something before, Heather,
Yeah.
because you said, you know, even though this was a school, this was also a place where people go to church. This was daily mass.
Yeah.
People come to daily mass on Wednesdays at 8:15. So this is anyone can come to this community church.
Right.
So this was not only members of the community, could be members of the community, but it was also the school population who was in there as well.
We heard from Marielle Mose, who talked to a runner outside the school. You know, this is impacting everyone. We're not even exactly sure where the shooting actually took place. We're hoping to hear that shortly from Minneapolis police as they're going to be giving us a press conference.
Yeah, we are still waiting for them to share more information. We had originally heard 10:30. We know that that time can fluctuate as they are gathering more details to be prepared to share the very latest and confirmed information with us and with the community.
They want to make sure they get it right. They want to make sure they've got everything buttoned up before they present that information out there, for sure.
Absolutely. And we too here want to make sure that we give everything right. We know people are listening closely today, not only here in Minneapolis, in Minnesota, but all over the country. I mean, when a school shooting happens, and it happens far too often here in our country, you know, I think all the way back to Columbine there. And you know, it just how many school shootings have happened since then, and it still hits so hard every time.
Let's check in with our Jason Rantala. He continues our team coverage. He's on the south side of the school. Jason, what are you seeing from your vantage point?
AJ, we're just about a block south of Annunciation Catholic School. Right behind me, you can see it is taped off. You see some squad cars and authorities over there. We were just about a block west of here when we saw family after family streaming out of here with their kids. Tears, emotions, just a devastating sight to see here. Some anger from some parents about preventing something like this in the first place, but emotions understandably running high, just a devastating, heart-wrenching, really, really hard to see. I stopped over at F45. There's a fitness center just about a kitty corner from the block over here, and they said that they've canceled classes for the day at the fitness center. They actually had some families gather in the parking lot right after this happened, so it was a gathering space for them. They too are heartbroken. It was just a month ago that, if you remember, DJ Juice, we covered that on our news, was shot and killed. They're still looking for the suspect. Just more gun violence. They have a memorial for DJ Juice over there, and now this just adds on, and they're just wondering when the gun violence is going to stop. But amidst all of this trauma, all this tragedy, a neighbor here in southwest Minneapolis, Leslie, actually brought her dog over here, her golden retriever, a therapy dog, to help comfort some of the kids and families coming out of the building. So amidst all of this darkness, amidst all of this sadness, we've got neighbors coming in looking to support the families here that have just been impacted by the absolute unthinkable here in southwest Minneapolis. You guys, back to you.
Right. And Jason, you're absolutely right. I mean, this is truly, it is a Catholic school, but it is truly a community Catholic school. So many kids from the neighborhood are there, and they are friends with kids, other kids in the neighborhood that might not go there, that are probably thinking, oh my gosh, like, is my friend okay? Is this person okay? Is this family okay? It's in a very populated area right there on Jason Rantala, again, live for us this morning from Annunciation. Thank you. We have a live video here now of Mayor Jacob Fry. He's standing right next there, walking up with Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara. Behind them is the Hennepin County Sheriff Dewana Witt there in that spot. So we do expect the mayor to give us a briefing now. This briefing scheduled to happen.
There are no words
Here we go.
that can capture the horror and the evil of this unspeakable act. Children are dead. There are families that have a deceased child. You cannot put into words the gravity, the tragedy, or the absolute pain of this situation. We are a Minneapolis family. But to everybody out there, do not think of these as just somebody else's kids. Those families are suffering immense pain right now. Think of this as if it were your own. Every one of us needs to be wrapping our arms around these families, giving them every ounce that we can muster. These were Minneapolis families. These were American families. And the amount of pain that they are suffering right now is extraordinary. And don't just say this is about thoughts and prayers right now. These kids were literally praying. It was the first week of school. They were in a church. These are kids that should be learning with their friends. They should be playing on the playground. They should be able to go to school or church in peace without the fear or risk of violence, and their parents should have the same kind of assurance. These are the sort of basic assurances that every family should have, every step of the day, regardless of where they are in our country. I'm so deeply saddened, and I'm so sorry to the families that I know are suffering right now. My ask is to everyone, stand by them, love them. These families have forever been changed, and we've all been changed with them. We need to do everything possible to support them through this time. We have a family resource center that has been set up. I'm grateful for all of the law enforcement agencies from a number of different jurisdictions and all the different departmental support that we've received. They're going to be working tirelessly. There's also a family resource center that is being set up as we speak to make sure that we're there for everybody. Again, to the families that are suffering, to those that have experienced loss, I'm so deeply sorry. We're going to be with you every step of the way. We love you. This kind of act of evil should never happen, and it happens far too often. The chief will provide additional details.
My name is Brian O'Hara, B-R-I-A-N-O''H-A-R-A. I am the Minneapolis Police Chief. Earlier today, just before 8:30 a.m., our city experienced an unthinkable tragedy. Minneapolis police officers responded to a report of a shooting at a mass that was happening at the Annunciation Roman Catholic Church on the block behind me. This worship service was marking the first week of school for children that are attending the Annunciation Catholic School. During the Mass, a gunman approached on the outside on the side of the building and began firing a rifle through the church windows towards the children sitting in the pews at the Mass. Shooting through the windows, he struck children and worshipers that were inside the building. The shooter was armed with a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol. This was a deliberate act of violence against innocent children and other people worshiping. The sheer cruelty and cowardice of firing into a church full of children is absolutely incomprehensible. Police officers from the Minneapolis Police Department immediately responded, entered the church, and attempted to provide first aid and rescue some of the children that were hiding throughout the building, while other first responders came and EMS responded to rush victims to nearby hospitals. 2 young children, ages 8 and 10, were killed where they sat in the pews. Their parents have been notified. 17 other people were injured, 14 of them being children. 2 of those children are in critical condition. The coward who fired these shots ultimately took his own life in the rear of the church. Our hearts are broken for the families who have lost their children, for these young lives that are now fighting to recover, and for our entire community that has been so deeply traumatized by this senseless attack. We will stand together to protect our children, our schools, and our houses of worship. This deliberate act of violence is just a sign of cruelty that is beyond comprehension. Our hearts are broken for everyone that's been affected by this tragedy. As we begin the difficult path of healing, I want the community to know this, that even in the face of such evil, the Minneapolis Police Department and all of our law enforcement partners stand with our community. We stand with these families and with this parish. We will continue to be here for you. With that, the investigation is obviously in its preliminary stages, and I will attempt to take some questions to provide further information.
Chief, what can you tell us about the suspect in this case? How old was he? Any kind of motivation? Any notes or any other information that were left behind?
So we were looking, the question was what can be said about the shooter. We believe it is one suspect, a sole shooter. We believe he is deceased. He is in his early 20s, does not have an extensive known criminal history, and we are looking through information left behind to try and determine some type of motive. Yeah.
How many kids attend the school? How many kids at the school?
How many children? I don't have an exact, the question was how many children at the school. There were dozens of children inside the mass at the time. I don't have an exact count. The children have been relocated into the school, which is where their families are reunifying with them.
Other than the weapons,
Reg.
Other than the weapons, was the shooter a student, former student? Was he a former employee? Do we know that?
The question was, do we know if the shooter was a former school employee or a former student? We don't have that information.
Did he leave anything behind other than the weapon?
There's a vehicle. The question was anything left behind? There's a vehicle that we believe that the suspect used that is being searched, and we will be conducting other searches related to this.
Where was it parked?
Inside the parking lot here.
Yep. There was some neighbors who said that the door to the church had been barricaded.
Yep.
Is that correct?
So the question was, neighbors had said that the door to the church had been barricaded. The shooter approached on one side of the church building, and on that side, at least two doors, it appears there had been like a 2x4 placed. So not all of the doors around the building, but on the side where the shooter did fire.
And on the outside?
On the outside, yes.
Were there any explosives that were found?
The question was there any explosives? There were reports of that. There were no explosives or improvised devices that we found. I do believe there was one, I guess you would call it a smoke bomb, like not an explosive, but a sort of a firework that would release smoke.
And which side of the building? North, south?
The side that is closest to us, here, on this side, yep.
Was this incident related also at these nearby homes?
I don't have specific information on that I can release.
Gunshot wound, the suspect?
The question was, is he dead from a gunshot wound? The answer is yes. We believe he took his own life in the parking lot.
Was this outside or both inside that he was shooting?
The question was he shooting outside and inside? He was absolutely shooting outside of the building on the side of the church, inside through the windows. It appears he may have gone inside, but I don't believe we've located any casings inside the building. So I'm not certain if he fired also while inside. It appears, if not all, most of the shooting happened outside the building.
Chief, is this shooting related to any other shootings that happened in the last 24 hours?
Yeah, Taylor's asking, is this related to any of the other shootings? This does not appear to be related to any other shooting in the city.
Do you know approximately how many rounds were fired?
The question was how many rounds? I would say it's in the dozens. We don't have an exact count. There's a sidewalk on the outside as well as a grassy area, so obviously we are going through and taking our time to process the scene.
Was he firing just one weapon, like the rifle?
The question was he firing one weapon? We believe he had fired all three. He had a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol.
Chief, was this individual licensed to conceal and carry? Did he have any?
Were the weapons, was he lawfully carrying the weapons? I don't have that information, and I don't have any information on any significant criminal history either.
Was he dressed at all in any tactical type of gear or anything?
It appeared he had some black clothing on, this cargo-type pants. I guess you could interpret that as, you know, however you like.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for helping us to get the information out today. We have a lot more work
questions
that needs to be done. We will return back later today to provide more details as they become available, and we'll let you know how you can know about that in the moments to come. Thank you.
Okay.
How can the public help?
All right, we just heard from Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara and Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry there. Chief O'Hara telling us that 2 children, ages 8 and 10, were killed this morning at Annunciation Church, just near Annunciation School. 17 people injured, 14 of them children. 2 are still in critical condition. The chief saying that the gunman was on the outside of the school, had parked in the school parking lot and was firing a rifle through the church windows. That's how those 17 people there were shot.
What was really disturbing is, outside of firing outside the church windows, is the fact that the gunman apparently had a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol at this location, which alludes to what you were saying before, Jen, as far as they're going to have to go through those guns to figure out and trace those guns, how that person in fact got those guns.
That will be part of the investigation.
That'll be part of the investigation,
but it's not the immediate. It's the immediate for the ATF. But
right. And Maria, he talked more about the shooter there too.
Yeah, he did. He said that the shooter was outside the church, as AJ said, shooting through the windows inside the church.
Right.
At the people and children in the pews, and police said that 2 children, like you said, 8 and 10 years old, were killed in their pews as they sat there.
We understand, according to the chief, that the sole shooter, in their early 20s. Now, he was asked, our Reg Chapman did ask him, is this a former student? Is this a former staff member? The chief said that he did not know, did not have that information, so we don't know if there was any connection to the Annunciation School or to the Annunciation Church there. But they say this happened just before 8:30 this morning. We know the Mass there at Annunciation started right around 8:15. We also learned that 2 of the doors were barricaded there. Now, it's not clear right now how those were barricaded. If they were barricaded by the gunman, if they were barricaded for some other reason.
Right.
But I think what really struck me most is the chief said that officers arrived on scene right away and tried to help many of the students and the people that were there
to get them out
in the church that were injured. But they also, people went hiding into the school. And that really is what you can just gets right at you, is the fear that people had. There was not a person inside that church. They had no idea where any of this was coming from. I'm sure you had people hiding under the pews, people trying to get out of the sanctuary there, going into the classrooms. So it takes time then for the police to go and search every single classroom, every single closet for students, little students, who may not have known what to do.
And they have to let these students know, we are the police, you are safe now. This is not someone who is coming to harm them, so that they will come out of those hiding places. And so when you hear that it does take, it makes you just go, okay.
A question was asked if the gunman left anything behind, and the police chief said no, but they are going to be searching his vehicle, looking for clues to piece this together. They also mentioned, the chief also mentioned that a smoke bomb or a smoke bomb-like device.
Because we had heard reports of explosives early on.
Right. So
like
that
bomb
alluded.
squad coming in and wondering, but no apparent bomb, just a smoke bomb. Yeah. You talked about the door being barricaded, and the police chief did say that the shooter approached just one side of the church. That door was barricaded by a 2x4 on the outside of the door.
So preventing people from getting outside of the church. We want to go now to our Derek James. He has more information just about Annunciation Catholic School, Annunciation Church. Derek, what can you tell us?
Well, some of these are some items you've mentioned earlier, but first let's start with the size of the school. There are about 430 students, pre-K through 8th grade, and U.S. News & World reports that based on class size, there's anywhere from 20 to 40 kids per grade. So there's a basically 1 to 12 ratio of teacher to student at this school. About 24 teachers and staff at Annunciation. A post that came out yesterday on the school's Facebook page for the first week of school showed about 20 kids in the 3rd grade, all smiling in their uniforms in a picture. And the school uses a motto, a future filled with hope. You see that in all of their social media. It's a hashtag that they use throughout. Also noticed in looking at some of the photos, a number of the kids that attend this school are bike riders. There were some pictures shared online of the kids locking up their bikes for this first week of school as they went back to class Monday morning at 8 a.m. The school was established in 1923. It has an IB program, the International Baccalaureate program. That's, of course, high academic standards. It's really college preparatory. They really look to prepare those young people not only for college, but then just also to be good human beings. I can tell you that the pastor at Annunciation is Father Dennis Zarin. He was newly installed just in the month of July, and I know that because we said goodbye to him at the church that my family currently attends, which is St. Vincent de Paul in Brooklyn Park, and he is obviously very missed there. We did see about 20 or 30 minutes ago, St. Vincent de Paul did share a message saying that they are grateful to share that Father Zarin, known to many there as Father Z, was not injured, and just asking everyone in the community to pray. And I have to tell you, when you sit and you listen to sermons every week, I can now very, easily remember Father Zarin talking about how as Catholics, we should not fear death, and that we should be called to hope, knowing that through faith and good works,
all right,
that can bring comfort and
I'm
peace.
sorry, Derek, we do need to interrupt you here. We are getting a briefing now from HCMC.
That was delivered here at Hennepin Healthcare related to this tragic event that occurred this morning. We first received a page that we were going to have a mass casualty incident at 8:46 a.m. this morning. That gave us time to mobilize our resources and prepare our teams. We are a level 1 trauma center, and we prepare and we train for this. Having said that these incidents are never easy. We've had 2 in the last 24 hours that have occurred, these mass casualty incidents. The one today, we received a total of 11 patients from this incident. 2 of them were adult patients, 9 pediatric patients. 4 of them required the operating room. And up to this point in time, there have been no fatalities related to any of those patients that were brought to our organization. I want to take a moment to tell you how proud I am to work for this organization and the teams that were involved, the resources, again, that were mobilized, our surgical colleagues, our medicine colleagues, our amazing nursing staff, our psychologists that help process these events for us, environmental services, all those involved. Hennepin EMS brought in all the critical patients seen to our organization, and we're very lucky to have 2 emergency medicine, emergency medical services directors that were on scene and able to provide us with really important information that, again, helped us to prepare for this event. So I don't have any individual or specific information about the patients at this time for you, so that's all I can share. Thank you for being here. Any questions?
You said they were in critical condition?
7 were brought in as critical patients, and at this time, I don't know the updates on what the conditions are of many of them. 4 of them required the operating room, as I said.
There was a baby.
There were, again, 9 of the 11 patients were pediatric ages. I can't remember the exact name, the exact ages. I believe it's 6 all the way up to 14. That's the range.
Can you tell us a little bit about what types of teams you had working this morning, how many people it takes to treat a scene like that?
Yeah, whenever that type of a page goes out, again, it really puts into motion a lot of big response from all of the teams. And so because we're a level 1 trauma center, we have to, mobilize certain types of resources like, operating rooms and the surgical services. We have to have emergency providers and nurses. We have to, mobilize things like the laboratory and the blood bank. So there's a lot of planning, and again, a lot of exercises we do throughout the year to prepare for these events. And unfortunately, we respond to many of them throughout the year.
Can you talk about the injuries at all, or any type of what you're seeing here with some of these patients?
I can't get into specifics, but we are dealing with gunshot wound injuries from apparently a high-velocity weapon. And, gunshot wounds can be very problematic because they can involve multiple body systems. And again, they require a lot of resources to manage. But again, We see a lot of gunshot wounds here at Hennepin Healthcare, and we're among the best in the nation every year at managing penetrating trauma. So we are used to seeing them.
Can you tell us where the status of the 11? Are any of them still in surgery?
I don't know the status of that. I can't share that with you at this time.
Was anyone shot more than once?
I can't share that information with you at this time.
Can you confirm the families of some of the victims that made their way here?
Yeah, we've had quite a bit of effort to stand up a reunification center across the street here at our clinical specialty care building. And so to my knowledge, I believe all or almost all of the families and loved ones have been reunited with patients and know their status.
Do you know if anyone is being treated at any other locations?
My understanding was we had a lot of the non-critical patients that went to Children's Hospital, and I believe one went to Masonic Children's Hospital as well. I don't know the status of any of those patients.
Can you speak to the toll it takes on physicians here who have to handle these types of cases and mass casualty cases within hours?
Yeah, it does take a toll. Thank you for asking that. Asking that question. I think. Again, we have psychologists that we have dedicated to our emergency department to help with our providers and our nurses and other workers that manage these types of events. Again, we've had 2 mass casualty events happen in the last 24 hours. I mean, that does take a toll. But we also have to recognize that we are here as a critical resource for our community, and we have to take time to process, these the care that we deliver in these situations, and we have to be able to move forward because we are obviously needed.
And none of those patients have been discharged?
Not to my knowledge.
You said there were 11 total, and 9 of them were pediatrics ages 6 to 14, but 7 were in critical condition. Are all of those that are pediatric, those 6 to 14, are all of those in critical condition, or are the ones that are older also in critical condition?
I don't want to misspeak here. I believe that all of the pediatric patients were the ones that were in a critical condition. Yes.
Did I get my numbers right?
You did. You did.
Can you give us your specific title one more time, Doctor?
It's Thomas Wyatt. Yeah, Chair of Emergency Medicine at Hennepin Healthcare.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hearing from the Chair of Emergency Medicine over at Hennepin Healthcare. So there with HCMC, they took in 11 patients, 9 of them were children. 4 of them required surgery. Their ages between 6 and 14 years old.
The good thing he said is there are no fatalities. No one no one has died there at HCMC. Thank you for clarifying that. The one thing that the doctor said too is he said this takes a toll. We talked about before as far as how this impacts you even if you don't necessarily live in South Minneapolis. Well, it impacts them because they have to operate on these patients. And he said this is 2 cases in the last 24 hours where we've had these mass shooting events that have happened. We had shootings overnight last night in Minneapolis, and now this day at Annunciation School. So talking about the toll that it takes, but their hands are certainly full over at HCMC right now.
He did say that gunshot wounds, they are
they require extra resources.
They're common, but they do require extra resources.
And that's some of what we were talking about, that preparation, and they have that plan in place of how do we get enough staff here quickly to be able to respond to something like this. They prepare for this and have plans in place with like a mass message that goes out to get everyone in, and then once they do that, then they scale back. But they scale up until they know what they're working with and then scale back. And as of right now, they have a number of patients who came in there and a few of them requiring surgery.
Now, this hospital, HCMC, this is what they are trained to do. They are a trauma hospital, so they are among the best in the country at handling trauma. So we know that more of the critical cases ended up going to HCMC. The doctor also confirming for us that the 5 children sent to Children's Hospital were more of the non-critical cases there. But again, 9 pediatric patients there, 4 of them requiring surgery. None of them have been discharged as of yet right now.
He also said, and this was really important, he said, we got the page at 8:46. And Jen, to your point, he said, that gave us time to prepare. That gave us time to make the preparations. That way we knew what we could assess when those kids came into the ER we knew we would have a handle on the situation.
Yeah, I've been in that room. They've shown it to us, to our cameras, to show what that looks like in these bays where everyone is working. And, you know, to me, it looks like a big room with a lot of machines. But what I know is that those are all working and tools that they use to save lives.
Yeah.
And they start in that first emergency room before moving them somewhere else to another floor, potentially for surgery.
Right.
But you need to stabilize that patient first at Hennepin Healthcare in that ER room, and then move on from there. They've taken us through this to show like what they do in a situation like this, and certainly they needed to use that yesterday and again today.
Once again, to update everyone here, there was a mass shooting this morning at Annunciation Catholic Church in South Minneapolis. That is connected to the Annunciation School there. It's a K-8 school, has about 400 students there. And from what police tell us this morning, just before 8:30, a gunman came into the parking lot there, parked his car there, and then began shooting through the windows at the mass that began there, the welcoming mass on this very first week of school for those students, shooting into the windows. 2 children were killed, 8 and 10 years old. We now have 17 other children at the hospitals there. We understand that 11 of them went to HCMC. 9 of those 11 at HCMC were students there at Annunciation Catholic School. 4 of them required surgery in that spot. We know 5 children were sent over to Children's Hospital. So it's horrifying. Truly.
One person we heard from as well is the mayor. We heard from the mayor. He was the first person we heard from, and you could hear the emotion in his voice. Take a listen.
There are no words that can capture the horror and the evil of this unspeakable act. Children are dead. There are families that have a deceased child. You cannot put into words the gravity, the tragedy, or the absolute pain of this situation. We are a Minneapolis family. But to everybody out there, do not think of these as just somebody else's kids. Those families are suffering immense pain right now. Think of this as if it were your own. Every one of us needs to be wrapping our arms around these families, giving them every ounce that we can muster. These were Minneapolis families. These were American families. And the amount of pain that they are suffering right now is extraordinary. And don't just say this is about thoughts and prayers right now. These kids were literally praying. It was the first week of school. They were in a church. These are kids that should be learning with their friends. They should be playing on the playground. They should be able to go to school or church in peace without the fear or risk of violence, and their parents should have the same kind of assurance.
Right, again, that's Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry, and as he said, these kids were in church. They were praying. This was the opening mass for Annunciation Catholic School. They started school there on Monday, and so every Wednesday morning, the whole school comes together. They do a mass. This was their first one of the year, and someone came into there and shot through the windows, killing 2 of the students, an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old. At this school here, and it's just hard to fathom. I think what the police chief said, he just said again, an unthinkable tragedy here.
Yeah.
And every time someone on the set says these kids that were not only shot but 2 that were killed, I still have to think, is that real?
Yeah.
Because you just don't want to believe that this is what unfolded this morning.
It's unthinkable.
Right. It is.
It's unfathomable that this happened again.
It really doesn't make any sense, and we still have so many questions about who this shooter was, because we know the shooter took his own life in the parking lot of the church and the school after committing these horrible acts, allegedly.
I guess the good news out of all of this is there is no longer a threat. The threat is over. That's the good news in this situation. And now it turns to survival and making sure that the people who are injured, they hopefully can make it out alive in this situation. We know those doctors and nurses, they are doing yeoman's work to make sure that people are safe in just an unthinkable situation right now.
Absolutely, and those first responders who went into that church this morning at 8:30 and what they saw in there, because the shooter there had a rifle, had a shotgun,
and a
pistol there, but you know, when you shoot with that kind of weapon, it's just devastating. The doctor had mentioned it there as well. The kinds of wounds that you see from that, and then to walk into a church and see children there, this also has to have an impact on those first responders. But as Jen mentioned, they go through this training, and I have to think, you know, if that was me, I would just crumple on sight, but they are well trained, so they're able to get there and really just change and help as many people as possible as quickly as they can.
Let's check in with our Caroline Cummings, who's live outside of Annunciation Church. Caroline, I understand you got some new information?
Well, hi there, AJ. So we were just told about 15-20 minutes ago, as you saw all morning, we were down at the corner of Garfield and West 54th Street, right outside of that school. Law enforcement moved us. Now we're on Garfield, right behind that Kowalski's. But I just tried to get over to the other street that's parallel to the one I am right now, and that's Harriet Avenue. It goes right up to that church. They've blocked that off. So we're looking at a perimeter where, you know, multiple streets off of Lyndale surrounding this school and church are blocked off, and we were here as, you know, the mayor and the police chief, who of course we heard from, were briefing the press, and I'm sure you guys heard it, but that moment where the church bells rang out as they were speaking was a really solemn moment that took a lot of people over here. It just really struck a chord and was so emotional. Me and Barrett hugged each other in that moment because, you know, we're journalists who have to do this for our job, but we're also humans who live in the Twin Cities and are feeling deeply for everybody who's here. And that's really the sentiment from anybody we've spoken with, whether their child attended here or not. If they lived down the block, lived around town, live in this state, they are deeply mourning the loss of those two young children, and certainly feeling deeply what these families and this parish and this Catholic school, this broader Minneapolis community are feeling right now. It was a really powerful moment to hear that as they talked.
We made note of that too, Caroline. I turned to Heather, like the church bells ringing. It definitely struck a tone, for sure.
Absolutely. Yeah, another reminder that these kids were just in their church praying and were shot from the windows outside there. I want to go back to something that Derek James said as he was giving us some information on this school and on this church, and he talked about Father Zaran, who is the priest over there at the school. I just actually come from Derek's church up in Brooklyn Park, but he will be needed now more than ever as this community, as all of our communities move forward with lives that are now forever changed.
Let's listen again to Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara as he walks us through everything, or at least part of the things that unfolded.
This worship service was marking the first week of school for children that are attending the Annunciation Catholic School. During the Mass, a gunman approached on the outside, on the side of the building, and began firing a rifle through the church windows towards the children sitting in the pews at the Mass. Shooting through the windows, he struck children and worshipers that were inside the building. The shooter was armed with a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol. This was a deliberate act of violence against innocent children and other people worshiping. The sheer cruelty and cowardice of firing into a church full of children is absolutely incomprehensible.
Absolutely.
That was the moment that really just, you know, and then his next words were, an 8 and 10-year-old were killed where they sat in their pews.
Right, from someone who had shot through the windows of the church outside there. We understand that 11 people went to HCMC, 5 people, and these were more of the non-critical cases, ended up going to Children's Hospital. That's where our Susan Elizabeth Littlefield is. And Susan Elizabeth, we understand you talked with a family member there?
I did, Heather. Actually, an updated number for you. There are 6 patients that have been admitted here at Children's. And to be clear, it is a level 1 trauma center. So much like HCMC, this is something they train for. I actually talked to the staff this morning. They said, yes, we do these mass casualty situation drills, and today is something they never wanted to put into practice. You can see over my shoulder right there, the emergency room. This is where they were taken this morning, a little bit earlier. Family and friends surrounding those patients right now. In fact, we were outside when we saw one of the grandfathers of one of the patients come up. He has an 8-year-old daughter who was in the hospital. He told us that he got word about this morning. The important piece of information here is that she is okay. I want to let you hear a little bit of what he had to say.
It's very sad. It should not be this way. People should not have guns. That's the way I look at it.
What are you going to say to her when you see her?
Give her a hug, that's all.
Now, Children's Minnesota is actually asking people to try and avoid the emergency room. Of course, an emergency is an emergency. So if you or someone you know has to come in today, they understand. But they are incredibly busy right now, and they're asking that if possible, people go to the St. Paul campus today. It's all hands on deck here. And again, we know there are 6 patients here. I did talk to the staff. I talked to them about 3 times this morning, checking in. I could not get a status on their condition. Now, we do know that that man we talked with, his 8-year-old daughter, who was there at the time, is safe. He told me a little bit more of context, too. He said he got the call this morning, and of course, he said the first thing, is she okay? And in his case, she is okay, but he aches over the fact that knowing not everyone got that confirmation on this day.
Yeah.
Right.
I think that's the toughest part of it all.
That's the hard thing. His 8-year-old granddaughter is okay, but we know there is an 8-year-old child out there that is not.
And okay is such a relative term on a day like today.
Absolutely.
Because physically okay is something different than
They'll never be
emotionally,
okay.
mentally okay, and having witnessed and gone through what all of those kids and adults there went through this morning.
Because as you alluded to, and as we said before, this is a school that it goes from kindergarten all the way up to 8th grade.
Right, and the doctor at HCMC said they had patients come in between the ages of 6 and 14 years old, 6-year-olds coming in there.
And you're talking about a trauma 1 hospital. And when you're talking about gunshot injuries and what that can do, unfortunately, I think we all have covered these enough where we know that. But we are talking about some of the worst situations that these doctors have to come in and try to remedy a situation. So it's the worst of the worst we're talking here now.
These are the people that you want working on you if you have an injury like this. They are highly trained. They also, you know, in talking with them in the past, they take the emotion out of it. This is why they do what they do. I could not do that. I'm not the type of person that could, but they are. And they are the people that you want treating your loved one in a situation like this. They go in and they said everything that they do is to save a life. That is the goal of every single step that they take from the moment they get the patient. But it starts with those emergency responders, with the ambulance, because that part is so critical. And today we learned it started with police officers who responded to that scene. They started caring for those patients. It goes then to the next step of these emergency responders, then to the hospital. And each step is so critical in keeping someone alive.
So there are a couple different scenes going on here. We were at HCMC before. We had a press conference there. We were just at Children's. This is a look at the active crime scene just outside of the church here. It's still a very, very active investigation that continues, Heather.
Absolutely, and you can see this is over at the school all morning long. Families have been reunified there. We've seen so many families come out of the school just clutching their children. If you've seen the families, and we assume that these are the moms and the dads there, but just holding tight, both parents holding those children as they come out. Look at that. I mean, just hold, you can see that is the green uniform. That green polo shirt of that little one right there, that is the Annunciation Catholic School uniform. You see that parent holding, you see one behind holding them there. What I thought was interesting is that there are some parents that say, no, look, we just need to hold hands. We need to get out of here. We need to get home. And then you had other parents who were continuing to gather there, felt that they needed more of that community there, that they needed to talk with each other, that they needed to lean on one another in that spot. So you could see, I mean, she is just holding those kids so tightly there. This is much earlier this morning. I would say this video came in probably about an hour and a half ago. As you see, these children are being reunited with their families. You remember this happened just before 8:30 this morning. Many of these kids have been dropped off at 8 o'clock there. That's when the mass started, the welcoming mass to their school there in that spot. So this is when parents were already on their way to work, perhaps on their way to back home. The school bus had just gotten there, and they get the call that there's been a shooting at your school, so they're all rushing in that spot. Again, police are asking you, please stay clear of that area over there at 54th and Lyndale Avenue South over in South Minneapolis. We know it is a busy area, but there's still a lot of activity happening in that spot. Yeah, there's a huge investigation that still has to get underway right now. Very active crime scene. You got to think inside the church, outside the church where the suspected shooter was shooting. Again, outside the church and firing inside and going through the church windows. So you think about it, if you are inside that church and you are sitting inside, you have no idea where this gunfire is coming from. So of course you're going to shelter in place, and you shelter in place until you feel it is safe. And Jen, as you alluded to, you're waiting for, this is the police. It is safe for you to come out. Think about how long it took, even if it's just a couple of minutes. How long that must have felt like for students and staff who are in that church. It must have felt like an eternity, waiting to know it is safe for them to actually come out of the building.
You want to hear that word, I'm here to help you.
Yes.
That message, and getting those kids out and to safety. But so many we know now were impacted by the gunfire that was shot through the window inside the church, and many didn't have the chance to run and hide.
No, and you can only imagine, you're in that church there, you're 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years old, and you hear what probably sounds like firecrackers. You have no idea what is going on. Perhaps a teacher is telling you to get down, get down. What the police chief said is the officers, once they went in there and really tried to help any people and any victims in there that they could, the officers then had to fan out through the school because children had ran out trying to find places to hide. You can only imagine that some may have been hiding in the bathroom or hiding in closets. That takes time to go then find these children, make sure that they understand that they are now safe, but scared to death.
And that's a process. That's a process to go from room to room to make sure every room is clear, and then you go to the next room and do the same thing over and over. So that's a process that takes time. It's a process that takes a long time, sure.
And we don't know how many people were in the mass. In the mass, right? Exactly. But we do know there are about 375 students in this school, all ages, grades ranging from K through 8.
Right. This is a weekly mass, so the students go to the mass every Wednesday morning. These students here at Annunciation had just started on Monday, so this was their welcome back mass to the school. Remember, these are students that are new to the school. They may not know their teacher very well. They may, some of these are kindergartners. They're starting school perhaps for the first time there, and so it should never happen at any time, in any school, in anywhere. But this is the case where it happens at the beginning of school to very young children who probably had no idea what was going on.
No, so many of them probably until it was too late, because you hear something like that, you don't realize or would ever think that you're going to hear a sound like that. No. And for some, it was probably too late to run and hide.
One of the things we know is that firsthand accounts help to tell the story as far as what unfolded. And we're starting to get more of those accounts that are starting to come into our newsroom right now. Let's listen to one person who describes what unfolded.
all I can say is I'm sorry. I'm sorry that we have to live in this type of world. I don't understand. And no one should be fearful of sending their child to school.
So that's a neighbor who is reacting, and you can understand, at a loss for words. Just trying to make sense of what unfolded in a
Make
neighborhood.
sense of someone going to a school and shooting children.
It just, I'm angry. You know, this makes me so, I'm shaken up, I'm unsettled, and I'm sure I'm not the only one, because this happens too many times for anyone to make sense of why.
I don't think you ever can make sense of something like this. There is nothing that can. And even just seeing the video that we're looking at, so many first responders, so many police cars from different agencies, ambulances right there. I mean, that's something most people, when they hear an ambulance go by, they go, gosh, I hope someone's okay. It's going by my place. And to see all of that huge concentration in that neighborhood, even that is triggering for so many people. And then you learn the details of what happened. And there's so many layers to this.
Think about the first responders who heard those shots and then went into the church to look for those children.
Right.
To look, to be the helpers, to go in there, not knowing if they could take fire themselves, but then went in there to find those children.
In a matter of minutes after shots were fired.
I mean, those are heroes.
That's
They're
what
walking
heroes.
in there who are going in to help kids and to help whoever else is in there.
That's what it is,
And we know that you know, police officers are trained to administer some first aid until other first responders can arrive.
Until
And
EMTs.
the chief said that that is what happened today.
Right, and they have some level of training to be able to do that, but those two are also humans there. These are police officers that walked into something no one should ever have to see there. We know 2 children were killed this morning, an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old. Several other children are in critical condition throughout hospitals here in the Twin Cities. We did hear from HCMC. They tell us they have 9 kids there, 2 adults. 4 of the people that came there to HCMC did need surgery at that spot, at that point. Right now, police presence expected to be significant over there at the church and at the school. From what we understand, the shooter parked in the school or the church parking lot there, so they are doing searches of what was found in that car. And I'm sure at this point, Jen, you know, the next steps and what happens in this kind of investigation, looking into where is this person from?
Yeah, this is twofold, right? We're focused on the victims, getting them the help that they need and the care that they need, and then there's this whole other side, and this is the law enforcement side, right? They are investigating who this shooter was, where their weapons came from, making sure, double checking that they acted alone. Just because this person was alone today, making sure that they acted alone, that they didn't have any help, or if they did have any help. So right now, that is what is going on behind the scenes while we talk about these victims and this terrible tragedy, as law enforcement is trying to piece together how, why this happened, and who is responsible. Learn more about this person. Were there warning signs? What did we know about them? How did they have access to guns? And I am hearing from people who are on that side of the investigation right now, and it is very active, I can tell you at this point, of determining more about the person who did this.
And by the way, just to reiterate the weapons that were in question here, we're talking about, this is confirmed from the Minneapolis Police Chief, Brian O'Hara. The shooter had a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol. So 3 different weapons there.
And Jen, as I hear you talking, I think, well, this is of little solace at all, this investigation into why, to the people in this school, to any of the victims, of any of the families. But these investigations are important. This is information that we can learn to hopefully, maybe just even one, but prevent these tragedies from continuing to happen.
You know, we talk about what are the warning signs, and the people in schools are trained to learn, but sometimes it's not a student. Sometimes it's someone who's older, like this person we know is in their 20s. And people don't want to be hearing about the person responsible right now. We want the focus to be on these victims, on these families. I mean, this is only a couple hours ago. And law enforcement does their job at the same time. They have different roles in something like this, and it is to learn more about this. And as you mentioned, we have databases learning about school shootings and to try to prevent other school shootings. I hate to even say that this will be added to that we have one now that will be added to that to learn more information.
And even over at Hamline University, I know they have this mass database of mass shootings there. And when you talk to the people that are compiling this data, it's hard data to compile there. Once again, this is video from earlier today as those families were being reunited there. But it's important information for people to have, to be able to try and spot these things before they ever happen.
Yep, and we've talked with them for our stories about how important that information is. And today, again, we will learn, more about who this person was. And we don't want to focus too much on that while we are in the midst of grief, and this community is in the midst of grieving. And we know an investigation like this must take place, and that there are people on the law enforcement side, from the FBI to the BCA to police to the ATF, all working to learn more and to bring us that information.
Well, we know a lot of the focus is also on the victims, and hopefully they will continue to recover. We want to check in now with our John Lauritsen. He joins us live from outside HCMC with the very latest. John?
Hey guys, we just got an update here just after 11 o'clock from Dr. Thomas Wyatt. He is the chair of emergency medicine here at Hennepin Healthcare behind me. He said they actually had 11 patients brought in this morning, a mass shooting, mass casualty event. Obviously, some good news here, though. Of the 11 patients, all have made it through operations. They have all survived at this point. So we have 9 children and 2 adults that were taken here, and no casualties, no fatalities to report here at Hennepin Healthcare at this time. Just to kind of give you a rough estimate of the ages that were brought in, we're hearing from Dr. Wyatt that they were anywhere from about 6 to 14 years old. 7 of them were brought in critical condition. Of course, this was all hands on deck for Hennepin Healthcare. They train for these kind of things. He talked a lot about that, about going through drills and things of that nature, just sadly preparing for situations like this, hoping they don't occur, but obviously this morning one unfortunately did. So he talked a lot about, too, the psychology of this. A lot of these nurses and doctors that work with these kids and try and help them also need to talk to somebody when all of this is over, a therapist, a psychologist. So it's a very tense process, obviously. Again, 9 children were taken here this morning, 2 adults. But no fatalities at this point. There's also right to my left here a unification center, they're calling it, where you have family members of those shot that were going through surgery this morning. Those are family members that are able to go across the street. They've given all those families updates at this point too, letting them know how their loved ones are doing after surgery. So again, guys, that's the latest update right now. 11 of the people shot taken here behind me to Hennepin Healthcare, 9 children, 2 adults, and no fatalities at this point here at Hennepin Healthcare.
John Lauritsen updating us from HCMC. We appreciate that update, John. And the one thing that John said, and we've talked about this before, is that the crews at the hospital were ready. And they were ready because they were alerted ahead of time, one, but they go through drills. Unfortunately, they go through drills, so they are prepared for the worst case scenarios. And unfortunately, one of those played out this morning.
And you talk about being prepared. They really only had minutes.
Yeah.
And in those minutes, a lot happens in notifying people and getting staffing. And they scale up, as what they've told me in the past. They scale up to make sure they have enough staff. And then if they need to, then they can go back down. But they want everyone there, all hands on deck, is the motto, until they know what's coming in and what they are working with. And it sounds like that worked this morning, the plan that they have in place to provide help to these victims. And
it's a lot of victims. And remember, these victims, many of them, most of them are children, right? And so gunshot wounds, it's a smaller area in their body there, so it'd have a larger impact for them. I'm thinking today of what conversations families are having right now. I think back, I have children who are in this age, who are these elementary school kids here, middle school kids here. And I remember a couple years back, my one daughter, it was after a school shooting, and I remember her asking me, why? Mommy, why would someone do this? And I remember at the time thinking, Connie, I don't know. I don't have the right answer for you. And in that time, in these past couple of years, I still don't have the right answer for you. But this is a time now where whether or not you have any connection to this school, whether or not you've started school or you haven't started school, these are conversations all across Minnesota that we're going to be having today with our families. I mean, there's kids, kids are so anxious about going, many kids, I should say, not all kids, but many kids are anxious about starting the school year. Maybe you have a new kindergartner, maybe you have a 4th grader that's really anxious. They hear something like this, it's hard to escape the news these days. And these are the conversations that parents are going to be having. As some kids have already gone back to school, as you can see here, but many kids headed back to school next Tuesday.
It's just not, it's not the way to start the school year.
No.
It's an awful way to start the school year for families to have these real conversations. And tonight's going to be tough.
Well, you think about the families who sent their kid off to school today and who aren't coming home. And
you think about those communities. You think about this community and the conversation about what they're going to have today. And what you do will you ever feel whole? Like, I just can't I don't think anyone can wrap their heads around it. It's still.
No, I'm just thinking about all these families who are there, and the families of the 8-year-old and the 10-year-old who didn't make it out of Mass today, and what that is doing to their families.
Yeah.
The chief said that their families have been notified, and I'm hearing about the parents who were there, with their kids, with one of those kids, and how. I don't even have the words to describe what that must have been like. You can't even fathom it, imagine it for that family. No. And it's that's what I'm thinking about as we're learning all of this is how do you move forward? Do this?
How do you navigate?
I don't know that you do.
Yeah, you don't. And then the conversation that expands beyond this community of what this looks like and what does school safety look like as you go as other kids start school and go back to school.
That's where the immediate thought probably needs to be. It's with those families, how they are doing, and with those families whose loved ones are in surgery right now.
Right, Mayor Fry said it too. He said this is the time where we need to come together and wrap our arms around these families here. These are Minnesota children here. These are Minnesota families. Right. And this is when we need to come together and just let them know that they are loved.
Stand by them, love
supported.
Them, support them. That's what he said, and I think that's
do right now, right?
That's what
There's so many people are feeling so hopeless and helpless, and wondering why. I mean, I know, just as a journalist, I've dreaded having to cover a story like this.
Right.
But
it's tough. It's tough. It's a collective toll, but you think about those families that are directly involved in South Minneapolis right now.
Right.
Yeah.
We've been showing you some live pictures of the scene over at the Annunciation Catholic Church, the Annunciation School there. We've been showing you these live pictures. We have reporters on scene there, and they've told us that police have actually expanded the perimeter there. We know they actually are doing searches in the area. We understand that the shooter parked in the parking lot over at the school. They had dogs out, sniffing out in that area, and so they've expanded that perimeter there. And I have to think probably some of it is to give some of those families who were reuniting now a little bit more space for them to be able to leave in peace as they head out from that school this morning. But so they are continuing to be there on scene to talk to people. I know they've talked to several witnesses there, so we'll continue to give you that information just as soon as it becomes available to us there.
We have crews across the metro as we are covering this, from at the hospitals to the scene to other locations, and it's all to bring you the latest information on this terrible tragedy that has happened in our community. I think has impacted all of us. I'm sure you all have been getting messages as we've been sitting here from people just saying, my gosh, and I don't have words, and whatever it is, but just checking in to see, to learn more, just to check in, is because you care about people in this moment, and you realize who's important and what's important.
Right. And I also want you all to be aware, to pull the curtain back just a little bit on how we operate here, is that the information that we give you has been fully sourced, has been fully vetted. I'm sure, as anyone would do, you're going online, you're looking for as much information as you can get. So understand that the information that we are giving from you is coming in from official sources, coming in from the hospitals, coming in from the doctors there. And also want you to understand that we too, as journalists, are people out there. So our reporters out there on scene who are seeing these families who are perhaps hugging or crying, we are judicial in what we choose to show, because this is the worst day of their lives for many people right now out there in that church, in that school in South Minneapolis.
So we try to be sensitive to that and understand that this is much bigger than just a story, if you will.
While at the same time trying to cover this story for all of you who want to know and want to learn more information about what is happening here. It is a balancing act.
I want to let you know that we do have crews throughout the metro. We checked in with Susan Elizabeth Littlefield. She was at Children's Hospital. We checked in with John Lordson. He was at HCMC. We also checked in with Caroline Cummings, Barrett Leone. They are live at the scene. Jason Rantala live at the scene as well. So what they're doing is also giving us those first-hand accounts. They've been able to speak with people who witnessed it, maybe someone who was there.
Right here.
Here's HCMC here. So we're getting those first-hand accounts because we know that those really help to tell the story, to paint the picture as far as what unfolded from their perspective. So those are continuing to come in to tell the story as far as what unfolded in South Minneapolis.
And just to once again, we're now at 11:56, so just about 3 hours here into this, to give you a reminder. A recap of what we have learned this morning. 2 students at Annunciation Catholic School have been killed. An 8-year-old and a 10-year-old. 17 others are hurt, some of them in critical condition. 4 of them required surgery. Most of the victims in this case, all but 2, from what we understand, are children, are students at this school. This school, again, a K-8 school. We understand that the victims range between the ages of 6 and 14 years old. Right now, crews still there on scene. They're searching the car of the suspected shooter in this situation. That shooter, police telling us, died by suicide right there at the school. Whether or not it was in the park, we've heard differing accounts, in the parking lot or in the sanctuary there. We'll get more information about that. But neutralizing the threat in that spot there. And we know many schools in that area and across Minnesota were on lockdown until they were clear that this person was no longer a threat there. And Jen, you have some information. We now know the age of who this shooter, or we know of an age range, or at least of that shooter.
Yes, and this is the hard part to hear today, right? As we're in the midst of all of this, is to hear who the person was that was responsible, that police are now looking into. You heard the Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara mention that this person is in their early 20s. I've been gathering more information about this person, and we will be sharing more of that with you later, but it sounds like we have someone else that has some information for us right now. Esme Murphy.
Yeah, let's check in with Esme Murphy. I understand, Esme, you are with Senator Amy Klobuchar?
Yes, Senator Amy Klobuchar, kind enough to come in here and talk about this situation. Senator Klobuchar,
thanks, Esme.
I know that you have a former staffer whose child was actually in the Mass.
Yes.
Tell me about that, because I know you've spoken to the mom.
I have. Kate Nyland and her daughter Cora and 2 other children were in there. There were so many families. The kids were packed into the church because it's the beginning of school. It's the all-school Mass. It's little kids. Imagine, preschool to 8th grade. Her daughter was one of the older ones, literally witnessed several of her friends shot in the stomach, in the neck. Once they got out, she personally told one of the dads of one of the friends that had been shot that her friend had been shot. You think about
this 12-year-old child.
Yes, and you think about them in there scrambling to hide literally under the pews, having just been praying, and then the next thing you know, shots are coming through these windows. They're stuck inside. I know we're going to hear heroic stories of some of the adults in the room. Several of them were shot. We know that. We know of the 2 8- and 10-year-old killed right now. We know there's 14 kids injured, several seriously, but we also know there were at least 3 adults that were shot as well and have survived. And so we don't know if they were part of the service, if they were teachers, but I'm sure we're going to hear the stories of how lives were saved.
Did Kate give any more details that her daughter shared with her?
Just that the massive horror of watching these kids get shot and then laying down underneath these pews trying to save yourself. That's what they had been instructed to do, which was the right thing. And I don't know the details about, as the chief shared, about the doors being barricaded and how many tried to get out and where they were shot. But I do think the fact that we have such great hospitals like Minneapolis Children's nearby is going to save lives. You think about these parents whose kids are right now on the operating table. They dropped them off at school like so many parents do. I remember dropping my daughter off on her first day of school, bringing her to the bus, bringing her to the school.
Was this their first day?
I'm not sure about that. I bet it was in the middle of the week, but it's that feeling of that first week of school where they're going back and they're excited and they have their new teachers, and to have this happen to such a beloved school. And as you and I were talking about, this isn't some isolated school. It's in a neighborhood with other schools around and high schools and
Washburn
parents
High School
walking.
is right there. There are little businesses there. I mean, it's a wonderful community, where everybody kind of walks around and knows each other. One of the things, obviously, that people are going to focus on is that now it was here. Now it was Minneapolis.
Yeah.
Now it was South Minneapolis. Obviously, this has happened so many times before.
You think about so many, and by the way, so many of these shooters kind of fit this profile of a person. It's in Uvalde, Texas, all those kids gunned down in the classroom, and in Buffalo, while the facts are different, the guns may be different, they were young guys that maybe shouldn't have had access to those guns. And I'm not here talking about hunters in Minnesota and parents hunting with their kids. I'm saying there must be some way, with all of the resources available to our country, that we're able to figure out on the automatics, which may not have been used here, but clearly those should not be in the hands of kids. And even some of our more conservative Democratic centers at least supported some age limit on, say, 21 of getting those guns. Then you have doing something about just mental health checks and more on background checks. We just don't know the details of who this person was. I don't. But it's never one size fits all with these shootings. So I can't help but lead to, as you first instinct, of course, is we've got to do everything we can to support these doctors and nurses saving the lives and support law enforcement and do everything we can to support this community. But there's got to be another piece of this. And the other piece of this is what we have to do about stopping these mass shootings. Because Nashville, Tennessee, and a school there, as I mentioned, Buffalo, Uvalde, or what we saw at the Pulse nightclub in Florida, or the school in Connecticut. Minnesota is not alone here. This is not about one state. This is about states across the nation that have seen this, and in other countries, when they put certain laws in place, they've actually had better results.
I know that you have been expressed concern about the kind of rhetoric that is out there. And obviously, we're not going to get ahead of ourselves here, but the rhetoric is pretty heated right now. What are your thoughts about that?
I believe that this rhetoric is contributing to, I'm not going to say this specific thing because you never can tie it in until you know the facts. I think back to some of these things like when Speaker Pelosi's husband was hammered, and that there was a clear
there was an attacker
through line.
Who literally came in the house and attacked him with a
there was a
hammer.
clear through line to what that person was reading on the internet. I think about some of the shooters in Buffalo, Uvalde. There was a clear through line to them engaging in sites where they were trying to get these guns purchased that were automatic and were marketed to them and the like. Clearly, the internet has made things available to people and information available, and people who already may be off balance, but they see this and then they keep fomenting in it. And so the anger and the hate, some of which is constitutionally allowed, that is for certain, but that anger and that hate is part of the issue here, because people just need to tone down their rhetoric. They need to look at actual solutions across the aisle, Democrats and Republicans, when it comes to guns, and acknowledge that this is not going to hurt hunting, it's not going to hurt lawful gun owners if we have better background checks, or if we do something about who gets assault weapons, or if we do something about ghost guns, which are common right now. We don't know how he got the shotgun, the rifle, and the pistol. We don't know if he purchased them himself or he just took them from somewhere. Sometimes it's lock boxes. The fact that we don't know now actually gives you a chance to step back and say, we know in every case the facts are different, but can't we agree that we can do some things that aren't going to hurt lawful gun owners, that could actually prevent some of these things from happening?
What stings and is so horrible and haunting about this one is Mayor Jacob Fry said, you know, we're beyond thoughts and prayers. I'm paraphrasing now. These children were literally praying. And that, to think of them in their pews for a mass celebrating start of school. But it's...
Well, one of the most frustrating things is everyone, when things happen, they say, what can we do? And they immediately help those involved, obviously. Yeah. But repeatedly, that's where it ends. Yeah. And I just believe that there's more we can do. And I'm not just talking about our state. I really am talking about nationally, because so many of this things could be better handled if we had some national rules in place. That's what he's saying there. The other thing he said was, which I thought was so moving, was when he said these are everybody's kids. They could be your kids. And so I think the tendency sometimes is for people to say, well, you know, anyone would have this reaction. Well, I'm so glad my kid wasn't in that school. I feel bad for these parents, but I'm so glad. But then you have to start thinking, but my kid could be next if we don't do something better. I've led the school violence funding bill with former Senator Hatch that actually passed in the wake of the some of the other shootings years ago. And we got that done. We have a very robust grant program to help schools with better security. I know there's going to be a talk about this, but when there are so many guns out there and we're not doing anything to try to rein in who gets them, you're going to keep having these shootings regardless of that. I am more than happy to continue to work on school security, to continue to work on mental health and all the things that matter, but I'm telling you, you cannot protect against every single thing that a madman might do, as we learned from the deaths of Melissa and her husband. But at some point you have to look at, well, let's see what other countries have done on guns that haven't interfered with hunting, and let's see if we can be better.
Senator Klobuchar, thank you so much for joining us to address this horrible tragedy. Yes. I want to send it back to the desk here. I understand they've got more information.
All right, Esme, thank you. Let's check out our Caroline Cummings. She has been live there at the scene at the Annunciation Catholic Church throughout the morning. Caroline?
Oh, hi there, Heather. I lost you there for a second, but yes, you are correct. We're right outside of the scene here at Annunciation Catholic School and Church. Earlier, just moments ago, really, actually, we spoke with a 5th grader who was in Mass at the time that those shots rang out. He said he was right next to the windows, the stained glass windows you heard Police Chief Brian O'Hara describe as the way in which this gunman opened fire through those stained glass windows. And he talked about how they prepare for active shooter drills in school, but that it was never at church, which to me just struck me as just the innocence of this young boy, saying we practiced this, but we didn't practice it for this moment. And he also talked about how his friend dove over him, and he was hiding under a pew, and his friend was shot in the back. And he said his friend is so brave for doing that and protecting him. It was really so powerful to hear, and we want you to hear directly from this young, brave boy.
It was like shots fired, and then we kind of like got under the pews. It kind of, they shot through the stained glass windows, I think, and it was really scary.
What did you do after that?
Well, we waited like 10 to 5 minutes, I don't really know, and then we went to the gym, and then the door's locked just to make sure he didn't come. And we waited in the gym for more news, and everyone was okay. Or most people were okay.
Who are your friend, Wes?
My friend got hit in the back.
Did he go to the hospital?
Yeah, he went to the hospital.
What went through your mind when you saw that?
I was super scared for him, but I think now he's okay.
So you heard it there from Wes, that really brave 5th grade boy who was in the church at the time this happened. He described seeing his mom when he could finally be reunited with her, and he said that he was relieved because he didn't know if he would see her again, what was going to happen in that moment. But yeah, just a harrowing tale of what happened inside the church this morning when Wes and so many other school children at Annunciation School were kicking off the school year, going to Mass in the middle of prayers. He said it happened really soon after Mass began, and it was just the unthinkable that unfolded thereafter, guys.
So scary and so brave at the same time. Jumping in to shield his friend.
10 years old.
10 years old.
5th grader there.
Caroline Cummings, we appreciate that that update. We talked about before that sometimes the first-hand accounts really help to tell the story,
right.
And we're getting more and more of those coming into the newsroom. So we want to continue our coverage this morning. Jonah Kaplan, he joins us now from South Minneapolis. Jonah, I understand you had a chance to speak with a priest.
You know, AJ, when we think about the many layers of this tragedy, whenever there's tragedy, people turn to their faith. They turn to their congregations, whether it's a church, a mosque, a synagogue. And here the very shooting took place at that house of worship where people come to find their sanctuary. And we were speaking with a pastor who was here with the children as they were awaiting their parents, and he shared an anecdote with me that how were they able to keep the kids calm? They were singing. And what was the song they were singing? Lord, prepare me to be a sanctuary, pure and holy, tried and true. With thanksgiving, I want to be a living sanctuary for you. And that was just on repeat. And that struck me on a number of levels, because that is a song that I sing with my own children at night. It is a song that can be ecumenical. It is one that can be sung in a home of any faith. And it is one that truly can ground all of us when we think of how to find the light amidst this darkness. And AJ, I know you and Heather, young kids like me, I just took my daughter to 2nd grade, her first day yesterday. Coming up later this week, we're going to have the opening ceremony. Today was a Mass, a Wednesday Mass, which is of course common in the Catholic Church, but it was one of kind of the welcoming ceremony for this community and this school. There were multiple generations of people. We spoke with one man, his wife and their grandchildren were in the church together. They were in the pews and they were praying for a wonderful new year, a year of success, a year of growth. This is the time of renewal. And this, in some traditions, is really a new birthday of the world because of the kind of renewal we have. Yes, there's spring, yes, there's January 1st, but in the fall, a new school year, a whole new year of growth ahead of us. And it just so hits home on so many layers. But to hear the pastor talk about that song, that hymn that the kids were speaking, it truly just touches the heart.
It sure does, Jonah, because you think the challenge now that these pastors, that these clergy people, that the support system in the school will have over the next day, week, months, years, that these children will need, that these families will need, that the staff will need there. But the fact that someone was there at that moment to try to keep these kids calm in a situation that is just unimaginable.
Well, this goes back to something that we heard Mayor Fry say. He was very, very passionate about this. He says, don't think of these as your kids. He said, think of these as your kids.
Yeah.
He said, make sure you stand by these families. Even though it's not your family, stand by these families. Love these families, because it's going to take all of us collectively to support our community moving forward.
Absolutely. You can see Shayla Reeves now joining us here. Maria just went to take a bit of a break. Shayla, give us your thoughts.
I've been at my desk following this throughout the day, and the thing that I continue to think about is just for these families, the ones that were rushing to the school this morning, just wanting to put eyes on their kids, and just the embrace, the intensity of that embrace when they saw them for the first time, and just the challenges of knowing that two families of an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old, imagining that they could be there and they weren't getting that hug, or they weren't getting that chance to see them at the end of the school day, and not knowing that when you take them to school in the morning, just a routine day, that would be the last time. And so just seeing these families experiencing this level of grief, the families that are walking down the sidewalk, that kiss on the hand, just how lucky they are to be able to be doing that, because there are families right now that have children in the hospital, families that have children that they won't get to hug again.
Yeah, there's several kids that are still in critical condition right now.
Processing everything they've experienced, something that not only the school but this community is going to be grappling with for some time.
And I think back to something Caroline just said, is that if you have a child in school, or if you just know a child, you know that they do those school shooter drills all the time in schools now. But I will tell you something. They don't do those school shooter drills in the church for the Mass. They do it in the classrooms. You're supposed to lock your door in the classroom. You're supposed to hide. This was a wide open space. This is not something that anyone would have ever thought was possible. Someone shooting through the church windows into a church full of school children.
Let's listen to a 5th grader who says his friend saved him. Listen to this.
It was like right beside me. I was like 2 seats away from the stained glass windows. So they were like, the shots were like right next to me.
That's scary.
Yeah.
You went under the pew after that happened?
Yeah. And
Is
then
that what everyone tried to do?
I think I got like gunpowder on my neck. Yeah.
When you heard the shots, what went through your head?
I was like, the first one, I was like, what is that? I thought it was just something. Then when I heard it again, I just ran under the pew. And then I covered my head. My friend Victor like saved me though, because he laid on top of me, but he got hit.
Your friend laid on top of you?
Yeah, and he got hit.
Gosh, when you hear that about the bravery of that child to help his friend, and just a child describing that moment when he heard the gunshot and then realized that it was something more than just a noise he was hearing.
9 and 10-year-olds shouldn't have to save their classmates.
No, no. And you can imagine that the teachers, I'm sure, were doing the same thing in there. The adults that were in the room were doing the same thing there. I'm sure that is not the only story that we will hear of some bravery like that happened this morning in that church right there. Let's take a live look here in South Minneapolis. You can see the scene still quite active in this spot. We know families are still being reunified here, parents still coming in to pick up their kids. Again, this was started, what, 15 minutes after school had started there in that spot. So people were already on their way with their day, whether they're heading back home or the kids were dropped off on the bus, then to be called back then there. There's a school shooting at your children's schools.
Imagine too, so you find out there's a school shooting that happens, you return to school, but you don't know anything else. You just know you need to get to school, but you can't. Crime scene tape is up, and now you are waiting, just like everyone else, to find out, is my child okay? Is my family member okay? Is my spouse okay if they're teaching at the school? And you have to wait, just like everyone else, to find that out. And
I think we have some sound from a grandfather who went through one of those scary moments.
Inexplainable, and it happens way too much. And when it happens to your own children, then you're going to think very differently about this. And there's only one way to think about it. And there's nothing this precious little boy ever did to deserve this. To go through it. It's just heartbreaking.
All right, again, a grandfather of one of the students there at that school. So you know that this is a school, it is a true community school. It is a private school. It is a Catholic school there, but these are kids that come right from that neighborhood. It's right on the border of Richfield and Minneapolis. You got a lot of Minneapolis kids there. You got a lot of Richfield kids coming in there. A lot of these kids, their own parents went to that own school. So I have no doubt that as parents rush to that school, grandparents rush to that school, friends rush down there to that school.
I just want to add perspective and context. So the grandfather that we just heard from, that was the grandfather of the 9-year-old. That's his granddad. So he's talking about, look, when this happens to your grandchild or someone, it hits differently, and you take it differently. So that's the perspective that he is coming from it now. He is experiencing this firsthand, saying, my grandson dealt with this, and maybe now he's saying, I have a different mindset with this as well. So just the context there.
It's something that you can't say, well, this is over there, or this happened to someone else. He now has this real in-person experience. And I think, as you mentioned, AJ, earlier, they were talking about wrap your arms around everyone and think of all of these as our kids.
Yeah. Let's go back to the sound from that little one there that we had talked with earlier, talking about the drills that they do at school.
We practice it like every month, or I don't know, but yeah, we've never practiced it in the church though. Only in school, so it was way different.
And that is something that's different, because we know that since Columbine, kids have done school drills. And Heather, as
he
you
said,
mentioned,
every month, and they are doing these drills. These drills are very specific. They are told that they need to close the classroom door, that they need to hide there. No one prepares for someone to shoot into the windows of a church sanctuary where you have hundreds of children and community members sitting in there. Yes, they did these drills, but they did not do the drill in the church.
And they're all sitting there open, vulnerable, in these pews next to each other.
Why should they think they would ever need to?
Right.
And you think of church, too, as a place, come as you are, a place that's welcoming, and you don't imagine it being a place where you have to experience something like this. But when you think back to 2015 at Mother Emanuel Church in Charleston, just the impact, people worshiping and their life literally turned upside down. Kids today experiencing their lives turned upside down in a place that anyone would feel they should be safe.
And one of the more troubling details that we heard from the police chief, Brian O'Hara, was, and we need more context around this, but it sounds like at least some of the doors outside, they were barricaded.
Outside of the church?
Outside of the church were barricaded with these 2x4s. So it's disturbing to think that this could have been planned when we don't want to speculate because we do not have that information yet.
We don't know how those barricades got up there, but we do know that it could have meant exit was blocked.
Exactly. So that's the other part. As this investigation unfolds, that part of the puzzle will still have to be told, because we know, Jen, as you talked about before, even though we are focused on the victims, as well we should be, there's a law enforcement side of this that is being put together as we speak right now.
Right. There's the one side that we have our focus on, which are these victims, these families, the community, all of us who have been impacted by this. And at the same time, law enforcement is doing their job. The Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, the FBI, the ATF, police, any resources they are pulling in right now to try to get more information about the suspected shooter, who we know died by suicide this morning. And if there was any notes, clues left behind, if there was any warning signs that were seen or missed. There's so many questions that they are working on right now to unravel. And in a time like this where there is such deep grief, it's hard to think about the person responsible, because we don't want, it doesn't change the grief and the pain that families and everyone is feeling. And there's a job that law enforcement needs to do to hold this person accountable and to find out information about them. And so that's part of what I've been tracking today to learn information. We know that this person is in their early 20s. And I do have additional information that we've been learning from law enforcement. And we will share, we believe we'll share that with folks later today.
When it's appropriate.
But also when the information is confirmed. And so that's another thing that we're working really hard right here on this desk and behind the scenes to make sure that the information that we give you is correct, is factual. We know a lot of people are watching very closely, just looking for any snippet of information that they can find right now. So we just want to make sure that what we tell you is the real deal.
Yeah, and we've been talking about that this morning because we heard from officials with the city and we heard from the hospital, but before that we were sharing information, and these are from people that we trust who are working on this case, who have been at the scene or other places, and that is the only information that we are sharing with folks, is things that we know to be true.
Credible sources. That's what we're doing here. So again, you're looking at some of the video of some of the reunification that was happening just outside of the church, outside of the school, I should say. And one of the things that we know, so this is a school, it goes K through 8. And Heather, you alluded to this before, but the students at the school, you can tell who they are because they have those green shirts that they wear. Those green polos that they wear.
That's the uniform that they wear over at Annunciation. This was their first week of school. They had just started there on Monday. Every Wednesday morning they have a mass. The community is also invited to the mass. I think we heard one story of one of the students' grandparents were there celebrating at the mass this morning. So this is the first mass of the year, so it's always the welcome back, the celebratory mass, and this just ended in unthinkable tragedy here this morning. We have an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old who are no longer with us, no longer with these students, that these students will eventually have to go back to their classrooms. It's hard to even think about what that looks like.
Without their classmates.
Without their classmates.
And we know that there are other kids who were injured, 14 other kids, 2 in critical condition. And other children survived, were able to get to a safe place. And let's listen to one of those kids now.
It was like shots fired, and then we kind of like got under the pews. It kind of, they shot through the stained glass windows, I think. And it was really scary.
What did you do after that?
Well, we waited like 10 to 5 minutes, I don't really know. And then we went to the gym, and then the doors locked just to make sure he didn't come. And we waited in the gym for more news, and everyone was okay. Or most people were okay.
Who are your friend, Wes?
My friend got hit in the back.
Did he go to the hospital?
Yeah, he went to the hospital.
What went through your mind when you saw that?
I was super scared for him, but I think now he's okay.
Okay. All right, we have new information. This just in this morning from CBS News, just in right now from CBS News, 3 law enforcement sources telling us that the shooter was Robin Westman, age 23, from suburban Minneapolis.
And this is the name that I have been getting this morning from our sources, and working with CBS News to confirm this information. This is Robin Westman, as you mentioned. We are also working to learn more information about any connection to the school or to the church. But we do know that law enforcement is checking out this person, where this person frequents, their home, and we are learning more information about this suspected shooter beyond the name. And we, of course, will continue to follow information that we can share with folks.
One of the things we did know is that they were looking at a vehicle nearby. We knew that. They were looking at a vehicle nearby. So this would be the vehicle that they would be looking at nearby. So still a very, very active investigation. But
Jen, you mentioned that they're still working on if there was any connection to the school. During that press conference with Police Chief O'Hara this morning, our Reg Chapman actually asked, is this person a former student? Does this person have some sort of connection to the school? And the police chief at this point, this is about, what would you say, 2 hours ago? The police chief said, no, we don't know right now, but this is certainly something that they will be looking at and investigating.
That's always part of an investigation, is why this location, why now? Did they choose it randomly? Was it a place that they knew of? Were they familiar with the location? So we are looking at a location where the suspected shooter lived. We know that law enforcement has been at this location. Once we learned the name of the person, the suspected person, we sent a crew there. and they have been witnessing law enforcement going in and out of this building. We expect what they would be doing in a situation like this is they would be collecting evidence. They would be collecting anything like a computer, a phone, any writings. And you can see this is, we're being told, in Richfield. And this is where law enforcement have put their efforts. As we've been talking about, you know, there are two things happening at the same time. Working on the victims and talking through all of that, as well as law enforcement doing their role in all of this. An investigation like this is hard. We know the ATF, the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms Agency, they're looking at the 3 guns that were recovered from the scene. How did now Robin Westman get these guns? Was this person able to buy them legally? Did they get them from someone else? That's all part of this investigation. And right now, this is part of the collection of evidence that we are seeing unfold right now here today, as we now have a name of the person who police believe and who are investigating carried out this horrific attack.
And when the chief spoke earlier, he was saying that he believed he acted alone, and he also added that he did not have an extensive known criminal history, so I'm sure they'll be looking further into that to see how any of these pieces connect.
Reminder here, this apartment is in Richfield. We know that the church, that the school is right on that border of Richfield and South Minneapolis, so not clear. We'll find more information in just a bit about exactly where this would be over here, but not far from where the school would be. Richfield's not a huge city down there.
So a couple of different scenes. So you've got the scene in Richfield. You also have the scene of the church and the school. That's in South Minneapolis. We also have cameras over at HCMC. We have cameras over at Children's Hospital,
where they have victims there at both of those hospitals. So we have 7 victims now. An update from Children's just in the past minute or so. 7 patients there they are treating. We understand 17 patients were over at HCMC. Now, most of these patients, some adults were some of these victims, but most of these patients are children between the ages of 6 and 14 years old.
Yeah, at last check, they said they were actually operating on 4 people right now. There are no fatalities. That was at HCMC, but you just alluded to 6 to 14 years old. So very, very young patients who are being operated on right now.
And we did get that information earlier from Jonah, from one of the council members, that one of these students, again shot in the back, as we heard from one of the students who said he was actually shielded by his friend. And then we also heard from that same council member that there was an 11-year-old who was shot in the head. So just serious, extensive injuries that the medical teams are navigating.
We're coming up on 12:32, and if you're just now joining us, maybe this is a good point to do a reset as far as what we've learned so far this morning, because this has been a very, very active scene. Unfortunately, we have 2 children who are 8 and 10 years old who are dead after a shooting that took place inside a church. The shooter apparently outside, we heard from the police chief, fired shots outside the church, into the church, and this was during Mass today, Heather.
It was during a Mass for the school, in fact. Annunciation School is connected there to that church in that parish, and the students would go to that Mass. It was a welcome back to school Mass. The students had just started there on Monday, so this was their celebratory Wednesday morning Catholic school Mass. That if you've gone to Catholic school, you know that the kids all join in there. So they were in the sanctuary. And one thing that really got me is we did talk to a boy who was in the church at the time. He was right near the stained glass windows where the shooter had been standing, shooting in from the outside. And he said, "We do these drills all the time. We do these drills at least once a month, but we never did these drills inside the church." And all I can think of is, why would you think that you would ever have to do these drills inside that church there?
So first responders, the shooting takes place, first responders respond, and the thing that really stuck out to me is the first responders who go in there, and they have to look in the classrooms. They have to look through the church and go room by room.
Right, the kids were in the church, and then many of them, you can only imagine here what had happened. The shooter, according to police, was shooting from outside into the church sanctuary. So you have to think that people had no idea what was happening, what it sounded like. Did it sound like firecrackers? Was something crumbling? And they didn't realize right away what was happening. And then they were told by the teachers, by other students, to hide there under the pew. So we understand from the chief that when officers went in there, they first went into the sanctuary to try to help those students and those staff that were injured there in that spot, but then they also fanned out through the school because people had run out of that sanctuary looking for places to hide in there, and I suspect that they were looking for closets or bathrooms and going to try and find some of these children, some of them as young as just 6 years old there. This is a K-8 school.
Let's listen to the mayor and his reaction to everything that unfolded. Mayor Jacob Fry.
The horror and the evil of this unspeakable act. Children are dead. There are families that have a deceased child. You cannot put into words the gravity, the tragedy, or the absolute pain of this situation. We are a Minneapolis family. But to everybody out there, do not think of these as just somebody else's kids. Those families are suffering immense pain right now. Think of this as if it were your own. Every one of us needs to be wrapping our arms around these families, giving them every ounce that we can muster. These were Minneapolis families. These were American families. And the amount of pain that they are suffering right now is extraordinary. And don't just say this is about thoughts and prayers right now. These kids were literally praying. It was the first week of school. They were in a church. These are kids that should be learning with their friends. They should be playing on the playground. They should be able to go to school or church in peace without the fear or risk of violence, and their parents should have the same kind of assurance.
We're also hearing from the president this morning, who says that he posted on Truth Social, I should say, "I've been fully briefed on the tragic shooting in Minneapolis, Minnesota. The FBI quickly responded and they are on the scene. The White House will continue to monitor this terrible situation. Please join me in praying for everyone involved." Again, that's coming from the President of the United States.
Right, and let's head back outside, take a live look at Annunciation Catholic School, Annunciation Catholic Church there over in South Minneapolis, right near the border of Richfield in that area, over in a busy spot, 54th and Lindale. And as we've been mentioning all morning long, police asking right now people to just stay away from that area as families are being unified as they continue the investigation into what happened here just before 8:30 this morning.
Yeah. And kind of speaking to how this is really a community of family in this neighborhood, Caroline Cummings just sent a message saying she received a text from a state lawmaker who saw one of the earlier interviews and breathed a sigh of relief because he coaches someone and a bunch of the kids from the school who play sports in Richfield. And you know, everyone's so connected here, and it doesn't just impact the people that we've seen on the screen holding hands and reuniting, but there are people we don't see who are feeling the impact of this too, and still trying to make sense of this tragedy.
And Sheila, we've talked a lot about this morning, is that these students started school this week. There are so many students that start school on Tuesday. We already know that for many students it comes with anxiety of heading back to school there, and the conversations that families are having today and over the next week are really challenging. I don't know. Truly, I've been thinking about this throughout the morning as I go home, what you say to your kids about this.
Right, because some of them are just, they may be starting a new school, or they're just worried about the school year in general, and then you layer on top of it a tragedy of this magnitude, and it adds just another anxiety and more questions that parents are going to be trying to find answers to, and maybe leaning on some of those professionals that work in the mental health space for guidance on how do I reassure my child they're going to be okay, and that, you know, when you go to school, there are people that love and care about you that are going to make sure that you're safe, and finding the language around that to help them navigate a moment like this. Even if this wasn't their school, they still have to go to school.
Well, this goes to it takes a village, right? It takes a village. It's going to take a village for us to heal. Let's check in with our Caroline Cummings, because Caroline, Shayla just mentioned what you mentioned before. A huge sigh of relief, I'm sure, but then also heartache at the same time.
Are we having a problem with Caroline's microphone there?
10-year-old.
There we go.
Oh,
There we go.
we're losing microphones here. Oh, can you hear me, guys? Okay. Yes, I got a text message from Representative Mike Howard. He lives in Richfield. He's a state representative, and he saw on TV as we took that interview with Weston, that really brave fifth grader you heard from earlier, and he says, I've been worried about him and was so happy to see him. He coached basketball for Weston and several other 10-year-olds, he tells me, who attend this school. And he said something that I feel like really speaks to what you heard if you were watching Weston. He was so brave, sharing what it was like to be inside that church when those shots rang out. And he says, quote, it tracks that he would be brave. He was our most fearless and rowdy player. And he says there's a lot of anxious Richfield families trying to find out the status of the children and students here at Annunciation Catholic School, because a lot of them played sports in Richfield. And so it just kind of speaks to that kind of reverberation beyond just the four walls of that church and this school. This is a tragedy that touches so many in our community, and so many people have a connection to this school. And even if you don't, you are just waiting to hear good news about the condition of those children who are currently in the hospital, guys.
Yes, and Caroline, I'll say the same thing. My kids play hockey with a lot of the kids that go to Annunciation. So these kids know kids from all over. So as Shayla was mentioning, it's not just affecting the people in this school, it's all of their friends that are in all the other schools and those families as well there too.
You think about Weston in the 5th grade and him being so brave.
And his friend.
And his friend being so brave to shield him. Let's listen to Weston right now.
My mom was waiting outside of the church when it happened.
Yeah. And what was it like seeing her?
I was super happy because, like, I was scared that I wasn't going to see her because I didn't know what was happening.
So brave.
Right, again, little Weston there, 5th grade there. Caroline Cummings, as she mentioned, has been talking to him throughout the morning there. Let's take you back out live to Richfield. This is where we understand there's a large law enforcement presence. This is at the home or one of the residences of the suspected shooter there. Jen, what can you tell us here?
Yeah, so what we know is that law enforcement had this name early on. So right away, they get to work when a situation like this happens. And they go to, the places that they go is look at the car, right? Look at what they had with them. But they also go to where they live, and they try to contact anyone else who knows this person. And so this is one of the locations where we know that they've been there for at least an hour, possibly longer, and they're going through this apartment where the suspected shooter apparently lived. And they're looking for evidence, anything that would give them a clue, anything they can take back and look at electronically, maybe in a notebook, anything like that that they can take that could give them a clue as to why. Why?
Would the natural conclusion be to assume that wherever he worked, that would be a place that they would go next to speak with possible co-workers, et cetera, et cetera?
Yes, if this person did have a job, they would go and try to connect with family, with coworkers, anyone that knew this person. They're likely combing social media, right? I mean, these are all things that are done in an investigation like this, and this is all happening simultaneously with, everyone at the hospital who's working on these patients and doing everything. But this is a piece that happens when something as horrific as this does. And what we know is that this is a location where this suspected shooter, Robin Westman, 23, is known to live, and they are looking for any evidence and will be collecting anything that can help them in this investigation. We know this person came in with 3 guns, as we've heard, a shotgun, a rifle, a pistol, and was wearing all black. That's what we know about what this person, how this person appeared on the scene this morning when they opened fire into that church where they were holding mass.
Now, again, this apartment is in Richfield, and that school there, the church there, is right on the border of Minneapolis and Richfield in that spot. We did ask the police chief this morning if they understood that this person, the suspected shooter, had any connection to the school, and this was probably about 2 hours ago. The chief saying at the time that he wasn't sure, but this of course is something that they will be looking closely at as well.
Absolutely, that is one of the questions. Why this location? Why today? And did they have a connection to this school? Had they been seen there before? Did they, had people recognized this person on campus previously, this week or prior? And so those are all questions that they will be looking into and hoping to get answers on.
Well, you know, we know this is a very active scene. We know that police and law enforcement telling people to avoid the area right here around the church. This is 54th, is it 54th?
54th and Lindale.
54th
so it's
and
right
Lindale.
on 54th Street, but we understand that right now you can see it's a very busy area. They have a Kowalski's right there at the corner. They have restaurants, a gas station, several shops. The library's right just down the street on Lindale. They're asking people to stay out of that area, and we know our Barrett Leone and our Caroline Cummings and their photojournalists that they're working with have been on the scene all throughout the morning, and they have expanded that perimeter. You'd have to think part of it is part of the investigation, another part of it may just be that the families are reunifying there and just to give them a little space as they come and reconnect with their children in that spot.
Yeah. So again, very active scene. You know, the great images that we did see today are those reunification scenes where families were coming out. We saw it looked like mothers or fathers with loved ones in arm. And you know that tonight, this is a video. Tonight there's going to be some very, very tough conversations, but also lots of hugs tonight, making sure you hold on to those loved ones dearly. Just a tough day all around.
The other thing, too, is we just want to remind people right now, as you are all hungry, all of us are, for information about what is happening, what is going on. There's a lot of chatter online out there, so we ask that you just be careful with what you are able to discern and what you are able to read. We here are trying to give you the most accurate, most up-to-date information we have, with information that has been vetted or information that's coming from officials here, but we know plenty of chatter coming online, and just be careful as you continue to navigate this. It's not an easy thing.
Right, and we are making sure that we are confirming with authority, or confirming with our sources, that we have the right information that we're sharing with the community. And one thing I just looked at is just how close that location where agents are right now on scene, and it's less than a mile if you were to walk, and just over a mile if you were to drive. And so it's a close location. So that's something that they'll be looking at too, and that might be why they were able to get to this location in Richfield so quickly, because they did learn the name of the suspected shooter very quickly, Robin Westman, at 23 years old, and were able to find that information and start that process of the investigation.
We know this is a really busy area, again, right on the border of Richfield and Minneapolis, so we know officers were able to arrive on scene very quickly. They have 2 large police departments down there, and what the chief told us and what one of the witnesses told us is that within minutes, they had several officers there that were getting inside, trying to help some of the victims. And we know in these situations, every second counts.
Well, the other thing is that, you know, they didn't necessarily know what they were walking into.
Absolutely.
You know, initially they had the bomb squad called in because there was threat of a smoke bomb that was there too. So law enforcement, not necessarily knowing what they're walking into in that situation, they have to do their part. And they have to assess the situation, that they make sure that they themselves are safe too.
Right. We want to check back in with our Caroline Cummings, who has been there throughout the morning in South Minneapolis, right outside the church. Caroline?
Well, hi there, Heather. So I am right at the corner of West 54th Street in Lindale. This is about as far as you can go when we're talking about the scene here. They have blocked off all of the streets surrounding the school. And so you can see blocked off here, I just saw Congresswoman Ilhan Omar. She represents Minneapolis. Of course, they allowed her to go through the police tape here. She really wanted to, as I tried to get her to share a few words with us, she said she really wanted to get to the families first. There's obviously a large media presence here, but there's also people who have just come as far as they can go to see what's going on. So many people overwhelmed with emotion and grief, whether you are a member of this parish and school community, or you are a member of Minneapolis, the Twin Cities, the state of Minnesota. Everybody is grieving for these families who have experienced truly an unthinkable tragedy. You can see, perhaps with Joel Cam here, our fearless photojournalist, that there is still police presence near the entrance of the school. That's where we saw children and their families leave earlier this morning. It's where I saw 2 young children with slings on their arm in the immediate aftermath of this. That was truly a hard thing to see. These little arms in slings, having been in mass and experiencing this really devastating tragedy. But yeah, still a lot going on here in Minneapolis as now investigators are kind of combing through the details of what happened here and learning more about that gunman too, guys.
And Caroline, we know that it certainly takes a village even in these investigations. We just got a statement in from the special agent in charge of Minneapolis Division of the FBI saying they are assisting their local partners. Their hearts go out to the victims, their families, and the Minneapolis community as we face this senseless act of violence against innocent children. They say the FBI will devote every available resource to support this ongoing investigative effort.
Yeah. Again, this is an investigation that is only in the infancy stages. But right now the focus needs to be, at least we try to make the focus on the victims right now and everything that's unfolded right now. So we still have 2 people who are dead, but we still have a number of people who are in critical condition at hospitals throughout the metro area right now, at Children's and then also at HCMC.
And absolutely. And what we also have are these families that have been reunified and now go home and have just some really difficult conversations.
Oh, absolutely. You know, it's the rush of what today has been for them. You just imagine, okay, they just started school a couple of days ago. They went through their morning routine today. They dropped their kids off at school. And you don't imagine, in some cases, for at least the parents of an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old, that when you took them to school, you said goodbye, that it would be the last time.
You know, that's the thing. Like, you think about, and Heather, we've talked about this, getting kids ready for the school year. Anxiety, whatever it may be, you know, they're excited, getting them ready. So you've got all that figured out. There's no playbook for something like this. There's no playbook for a grandfather to now coach his son as far as what happens next and how do we move forward. Listen to this grandfather.
Inexplainable, and it happens way too much. And when it happens to your own children, then you're going to think very differently about this. And there's only one way to think about it, and there's nothing this precious little boy ever did to deserve this. To go through it, it's just heartbreaking.
Yeah. You know, we talk about preparation with this, and you can't prepare. We know that the hospitals have been prepared, law enforcement, the kids do the drills, but until that moment happens, there's nothing that fully prepares you for when that moment happens.
And when you think about it too, parents think, I've got to prepare my kids for what to do with a stranger. I have to prepare my kid for what to do in all types of dangerous situations. And then life happens, it unfolds in unexpected ways, and it's like, I didn't think to prepare them for this. And it's probably a challenging tug of war, I would imagine, with, you know, wanting to feel like you've done all you can and knowing that there's something else that you couldn't do.
Right, exactly. And we heard from little Weston there, one of the boys that was in the church at the time. Let's hear from him again.
It was like shots fired, and then we kind of like got under the pews. It kind of, they shot through the the stained glass windows, I think, and it was really scary.
What did you do after that?
Well, we waited like 10 to 5 minutes, I don't really know, and then we went to the gym, and then the doors locked just to make sure he didn't come, and we waited in the gym for more news, and everyone was okay, or most people were okay.
Who are your friend, Wes?
My friend got hit in the back.
Did he go to the hospital?
Yeah, he went to the hospital.
What went through your mind when you saw that?
I was super scared for him, but I think now he's okay.
Again, Caroline Cummings talking to Weston there, a student who was in that church this morning right near the stained glass windows where the shots were coming through. And I think one of the things that Weston said that was just really hit home most for me is he said, we have these drills all the time. We have these drills every month, these shooter drills, but we've never had them in the church because you wouldn't think you would ever need to.
I was really struck by his composure when you really take in the magnitude of what they've experienced today and just how he was able to share and put together what he went through. I'm sure it's going to be an ongoing process of really, understanding what this moment was, but just
this
the composure.
This is only the beginning of that, right?
But but the composure that he showed and just expressing that was remarkable.
The composure that he showed at the same time, he still has that little kid voice, right? And then just a reminder that he's 9, 10
There are too many
years
kids
old.
who are going through something right now, who are just trying to wrap their minds around what happened and what they saw.
And what does school mean for them now?
Yep.
That's the hard part too. What happens next week? A conversation for later, but that's something that we will continue to focus on because again, it's going to take all of us. All of us here at CCO, all of us here in Minneapolis and St. Paul, throughout Minnesota, throughout the U.S., to put our arms around these people who are suffering right now, because it really takes a village. You talk about taking a village, and that is what it's going to take because. This one's hard.
It is, and we just saw the video right there. That was video that Caroline Cummings took when she first got on the scene. That was this happened about 8:30. Caroline was there by 9:15, and what you saw were just lines of ambulances
First
there.
responders going through.
Because we know that they had 17 people were hurt, most of them children, many of them went over to the hospital. 4 of them needed surgery there in that spot. Some of those children in critical condition. Now, we, of course, will continue to follow all of their conditions right now, but a lot of families over there at HCMC, at Children's Hospital right now, just wondering, is my child going to be okay? And then, of course, those 2 families with an 8 and the 10-year-old who were killed this morning at Annunciation Catholic School.
We're taking a live look right now from HCMC. That's where we heard from John Lauritsen earlier, who updated us. We heard actually from Thomas Wyatt. He is the chair of emergency services over at HCMC, and he talked about it takes a toll on them too. It takes a toll on them,
Even though they train for it.
Even though they train for this, they are ready for these situations. They are able to put everything else aside, and they train for this, but it takes a toll on them too. And they talked about, hey, we've had 2 mass events in the last 24 hours.
Yes.
And
Right. And this was a rifle that was used here in this situation. And some of these children coming in there, 6 years old. These are little bodies here.
Yeah, and I've talked with the healthcare workers there, before, the emergency responders who take in these patients into the ER. I've talked with the surgeons there for other stories about what they do to prepare and the toll it takes. That was the story that we were talking about. But what they always told me is it's always about saving a life. Everything they do is to save a life. And it sounds kind of dramatic, but that's what they do. That's what they're trained to do. And in a situation like this, they scale up to get the right staff there so they can do that. When they get that alert that they have a potential mass casualty event, they scale up until they find out how many people they need, what they need to do to get the right people in place to be able to perform those surgeries, to treat those victims in the emergency room before they can get to that surgery. And it takes everyone from those first police officers on scene who started to treat patients right then before the ambulances could get there, and then the next layer of you know, the EMTs and coming in to treat them before they get to the hospital. But it takes all of them to save lives in a situation like this.
We heard from Chief O'Hara earlier. He said within minutes there's officers were there on the scene. We heard from a witness who said it felt like 1 minute that they were there, and they were in there. These officers, they do have some training. They're not EMTs, most of them, but they do have some sort of training that can get in there and at least be that first response in this church with these children. As you've mentioned throughout the morning, AJ, you can only imagine what they were walking into. You can't prepare yourself. With all the training in the world, you can't prepare yourself to walk into a situation where you have children who have been shot. Let's hear more from the mayor and from the police chief here in Minneapolis.
This worship service was marking the first week of school for children that are attending the Annunciation Catholic School. During the Mass, a gunman approached on the outside, on the side of the building, and began firing a rifle through the church windows towards the children sitting in the pews at the Mass. Shooting through the windows, he struck children and worshipers that were inside the building. The shooter was armed with a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol. This was a deliberate act of violence against innocent children and other people worshiping. The sheer cruelty and cowardice of firing into a church full of children is absolutely incomprehensible.
There are no words that can capture the horror and the evil of this unspeakable act. Children are dead. There are families that have a deceased child. You cannot put into words the gravity, the tragedy, or the absolute pain of this situation. We are a Minneapolis family. But to everybody out there, do not think of these as just somebody else's kids. Those families are suffering immense pain right now. Think of this as if it were your own. Every one of us needs to be wrapping our arms around these families, giving them every ounce that we can muster. These were Minneapolis families. These were American families. And the amount of pain that they are suffering right now is extraordinary. And don't just say this is about thoughts and prayers right now. These kids were literally praying. It was the first week of school. They were in a church. These are kids that should be learning with their friends. They should be playing on the playground. They should be able to go to school or church in peace without the fear or risk of violence, and their parents should have the same kind of assurance.
Well, that certainly is a sentiment a lot of people are feeling. We're going to pick up our afternoon coverage. Frank, Amelia, we appreciate Shayla and Jennifer staying with us, and we'll try to go ahead and get you up to speed on everything that we know, and then as we kind of look forward, certainly focus on the victims, many of them who are still being treated today, and also a look as well at the shooter as we get more information and go to the possibilities of how and why something like this would happen to disrupt an otherwise absolutely peaceful Wednesday morning with children going back to school. And probably say this on behalf of Amelia, and I maybe beg for a little forgiveness if we get a little emotional at times. We have a number of connections personally to Annunciation. Our children have played in that gym many a time, and they've played with kids from Annunciation and against them, and we know a lot of families there. And I can tell you, ladies, every conversation that I've had today has begun with these, and it's you can't even get out hello before there's crying and there's sobbing and there's you know, some people just wailing on the phone, just trying to understand and figure out, you know, what's happening on a day like that. So we'll try to keep it together as much as we can and get you good information. But if we get a little upset at times, it's because it kind of hits home to us. It's not far from our neighborhood.
Absolutely. So we should recap a little bit if you're just joining or if you've been watching all morning. You know, 2 children are dead and 17 other people are injured after a suspected shooter shot through the windows of the Church of Annunciation. That, of course, is a church that borders right there on Minneapolis and Ridgefield. And police say that an 8-year-old and 10-year-old died. Initial reports indicate 17 other people are injured. Now, 14 of those 17 are children. And I know I was talking to one of our friends from over at Annunciation. She has a connection there, and she was talking about how in the church there was actually one kid, and you really don't think of this, who was in a wheelchair. And can you imagine the panic and sitting in a wheelchair and these shots are being fired and you can't run? And she said that one of the teachers grabbed the kid up and then, you know, threw him down and threw herself over it.
Yeah, we're going to hear a lot of stories like that. You know, the other thing, ladies, that we found out, to give some context, you know, so school started on Monday. And today's Wednesday, and it's the first back-to-school Mass. Now, the back-to-school Mass is held weekly at Annunciation, and we, you know, with a K-8 school with almost 400 kids there, I'm told it is just densely packed. Yes. You know, it's kid next to kid in the pew, and of course, you know, beginning of the year, you get a lot of grandparents who go. Parents who might work from home or not have to be at work at 8:15 in the morning when this happened. Were there. So there, you know, it's a multi-generational, kids, families, all kinds of folks, you know, in the church.
Celebrating, really, the beginning of the school year.
Optimism, a new year, everything's great, it's fresh, you get to see your friends, and then this happens. Jen, I know you know from your police sources more about the actual shooting itself.
Yeah, well, what we've learned from police, the police chief, I can tell you, though, is that the shooter stood outside and shot through the windows. He had a shotgun, a rifle, and a pistol that were all on him at the time, and shot through those windows, you know, to these unsuspecting kids who were just sitting in Mass. We know that the 2 kids, the 8 and the 10-year-old, who lost their lives this morning, were in Mass. They were in the pews, and that, I think, is what is so troubling.
Yes, because this is a school that's kindergarten through 8th graders.
Right.
Yeah, it's a middle-class neighborhood. It's literally 1 block away. That's Lindale right there. There's an auto zone. There's a Kowalski's to the right. That's the church.
Washburn is right down the street.
Right there. Washburn went into lockdown. Holy Angels went into lockdown.
Right.
People were freaking out this morning, not know what was going on. You know, to that shooting, I mean, the amount of callousness and anger that someone has to have, because you're literally blindly shooting right through a stained glass window into a church you know is full of people.
Yeah, and we've been talking about, okay, where, you know, there's this deep grief, and we're worrying about the victims and how they're doing, and then there's also this police investigation that has to happen at the same time, that these other folks have to do their job to find out more about this person who we now have named, a 23-year-old Robin Westman. And one of the things that they will look to find out is there a connection to this school or to this church? This is an apartment nearby, less than a mile if you were walking from the school, where we believe this person lived, and they are collecting evidence. You know, they're combing through it and trying to find people that knew this person, and to discover anything that they can, but they'll be collecting evidence just to answer any questions that could give a reason why. Were there warning signs? Was there anything that could have been caught or that was overlooked? And that's the hard part to even talk about right now, because we are still in the midst of so much pain, and yet this is happening, you know, simultaneously. And so we are continuing to try to learn more and to get information about this person. You know, we know this person was wearing all black and went with these guns, and shot. And
it's heartbreaking, because we heard earlier from one of the young students who was talking about, you know, since these school shootings that have been happening over the last several decades or more, how they went and they had to have these drills. Right. If there's an active shooter, the drills that they went through, but he said that they didn't practice in church, which is just, you know.
And why would you?
Exactly.
Right? And you can run as many drills, but this is just someone like coming to an office building, shooting randomly into like an office cafeteria from outside the window. Did you mention, I'm sorry, Jen, about Robin Westman taking his own life according to police?
I have not yet.
Okay.
We're talking with you, but Robin Westman did take his own life, died by suicide. They said at the rear of the church, we're not sure if it was outside in the parking lot or where exactly that was, but it was mentioned the rear of the church. And that was one of the things that I think helped the other communities who were on lockdown, because we heard even just well past Annunciation into the suburbs that schools were on lockdown as a precaution.
Yeah. Well, Washburn and Holy Angels, which are really close.
Sure.
Kenny Elementary, I don't know if they went in, but it's possible. I mean, there's so many schools in that area.
Right.
You know, also
and
too.
so that's when they came off the lockdown, I think, is when they learned that the threat was no longer.
Yeah, when you look at the school, you know, the school is right on 54th. There's very few places to park in front, but if you go in the back, there's a huge parking lot. And that's where the shots were being fired, was from that back parking lot into the church.
We've talked to school experts over the years about what they teach kids to do, the kind of drills that they go through. And you're right, that it is just chilling to think that they happen in the classroom. They happen, they teach them about what, if they're in the hallway, what to do, where to go.
Right.
But this was, according to this one student, something that was not done in the church. And I think, you know, we're getting ahead of ourselves a little bit, but to say that this will change and people will look at what happened today and how to do drills going forward.
We're going to listen to, I talked about that little boy who, you know, so bravely discussed what happened in that church, and we're going to hear him again. Weston, I think is his name.
It was like shots fired, and then we kind of like got under the pews. It kind of, they shot through the stained glass windows, I think, and it was really scary.
What did you do after that?
Well, we waited like 10 to 5 minutes, I don't really know. And then we went to the gym, and then the doors locked just to make sure he didn't come. And we waited in the gym for more news, and everyone was okay. Or most people were okay.
Who are your friend, Wes?
My friend got hit in the back.
Did he go to the hospital?
Yeah, he went to the hospital.
What went through your mind when you saw that?
I was super scared for him, but I think now he's okay.
That's the innocence of a fifth grader having to describe that. So we know that there are 2 victims. We also know that there's a number of kids still in surgery, possibly some adults too. I'm not sure about that.
Right.
But talking to these people, I know there are people actively on group chats right now trying to figure out who's okay, who is going to make it, who's in surgery, and you know, and people are continuing to play this out in real time, concerned about their community and their friends. When you know, we've talked to some of these people, and it is heartbreaking.
It is. I know that John Lordson, I think he was talking, and he was saying that they set up an area outside of HCMC where the families could go and they can find out and get the latest information. The hospital was keeping them posted, so that's good. But as far as knowing the rest of the community, knowing who was involved in this, I'm sure the word is getting around.
Right, and that's one of the things that we've also been talking about is there's so much speculation and there's so many things flying and even names that we are being very careful about what we are reporting. We want to make sure that we are being respectful of the families who are impacted and only releasing information that a family has or that the authorities release to us about about these victims. As this is happening, because you know, we have 2 families right now of an 8- and a 10-year-old who their child's not coming home. Who
devastating.
Yeah, it's
yeah, staggering to think about that. Speaking of victims and recovery and all the work going in to help people, let's go to Susan Elizabeth Littlefield now. She's outside of children's hospitals, one of the hospitals that a number of these victims were rushed to. Susan, can you tell us what's happening?
Hey, Frank. Yes, I just got an update from the staff here. There are 7 patients inside of Children's. I'm going to let you take a look at the hospital right now. It's been pretty busy inside today. They have treated several patients in there. This is a level 1 trauma center. Now, I am told that they have been briefed on this kind of stuff. You know, you train for mass casualties. These are the things you do drills for. These are not the things you ever want to put into practice. Today is a day they put those drills into practice here with 7 patients inside. Now, I do have some hopeful news. I spoke with a grandfather, his granddaughter, 8 years old, one of the patients inside today. She is doing fine. In fact, she was just released. I talked to him when he walked into the door today. I want you to hear what he had to say.
It's very sad. It should not be this way. People should not have guns. That's the way I look at it.
What are you going to say to her when you see her?
Give her a hug, that's all.
Talked to him when he came out, and he said that he hugged her so tight, and she's okay. She's okay. In fact, a few of the patients who were here did seem to be okay. We saw about 3 of them get discharged. Looked like they just kind of had bumps and bruises, and we all know the pain that they really have is deep and will probably be with them for the rest of their lives. But again, 7 people being treated right here. I'm about to be briefed by one of the providers because, you know, we always talk about mental health providers and emergencies. They are coming in, they are calling them in today. I mean, this is all hands on deck, even at a children's hospital. A trauma level 1 hospital. They are built for this. Today, though, even here is as big as it gets. It's as heavy as it gets, and they are working hard.
Yeah, well, we're encouraged to hear that 3 have been released. So 4 people still there, kids getting treatment at Children's, right, Susan Elizabeth?
Yeah, it was really good. Well, there's 7 still inside, but we saw 3 earlier before they gave us that latest number.
Okay,
so I think the numbers were a little higher than we had at first. But I did want to tell you, too, a few of them just gave us kind of the most subtle wave and got in the car and went on their way. So at least a few of them do appear to be okay.
Well, that's encouraging. Yeah, thank you. Any good aspect, not that there are any good aspects, but
right.
You know, the fact that you could get on an ambulance could get on 35E. You know, Annunciation is right between Lindale and 35, and you could get to Hennepin Healthcare in minutes. You could get to Children's Hospital in minutes. It wouldn't take that long to even get to Regions or North Memorial as well. And I know all those folks were fully staffed. We're grateful to kind of have the medical community we have here now.
Absolutely.
We know the response was swift from everyone, from
the cops were there right away, right?
Who went in and who administered first aid as they could to victims while they were waiting on the paramedics and the ambulances to arrive. They take over, and then they go to Hennepin Healthcare, and we've been talking about the head trauma. You know, the person in charge there said, "We got this heads up," and a heads up can only be minutes, but that gives them enough time to staff up, to put the call out, to say, "All hands on deck. You need to get here." We have talked with Hennepin Healthcare for stories before about a situation like this, how they plan and prepare for this, and they hope they never have to use it. And in this case, they said they used it yesterday for a mass casualty situation.
Sure.
And again today. But these emergency workers are prepared. They are good. They are the best at what they do. And the surgeons are incredibly talented at saving lives.
You've done many stories, and you've gone behind the scenes with them too, and you talked about all their training and what goes into it.
Yeah, we've met with the paramedics who are literally handing off the patient in this hallway that I've been into the ER, and seen the room where they work on the patients, where they get them stable enough where they can move to another location for surgery. But I've talked to these people and have heard from them, and in their heart how dedicated they are. It's a job that is so challenging and difficult, but what they do is they work to save lives. We've been saying that over and over again, and that means a lot of different things in a lot of different scenarios, but it's all about that end.
And I know you talked to them about it, the mental weight, though, of going through this, and I can't even imagine having these young children brought in, what that does. Even though they're doing their job, I think afterwards, how do they go?
It impacts them. I mean, I know I've talked to the person who's the head of the pediatric unit there, who said she goes home to her own kids, and how hard that is when you think about the patients that you're treating. And that's certainly the case today, but we know that there are still, I believe, 2 in critical condition of those children, and you know,
at Hennepin Healthcare?
At Hennepin Healthcare that were brought there. And so, you know, obviously they're doing their work right there on them, and we hope to get an update on those conditions. But we know that they have literally a playbook for something like this. But as the surgeons have told me in the past, that you don't know exactly, you can't fully prepare because you don't know what kind of wound, where, and then each case is obviously individualized, but they do the work that they're trained for to save lives.
And you think about also the mental impact for the parents of these kids. I mean, they had the fear of, I dropped my kid off at school this morning, and some of them are dealing with the reality that I'm not going to get to do that again. And so it's the mental impact of, we just went through this, but then you have really small kids that you have to try to find words around this to help them get through this too.
Resonate through the whole community for a very, very long time.
Well, it is today. I drove in. I didn't want to drive by Annunciation because I knew it would be crowded and they want people to stay away. But I drove around Lake Harriet Parkway. Saw a couple of people I knew, stopped, and immediately that conversation is tears and disbelief. But I can't believe how many people I saw who are usually walking around with a big smile, trying to keep their pace. People are on their phones. People are talking on their phones. People are looking on their phones. You can just tell by body language. I saw a woman walking down the street going like this, with her hand on her head while on her phone. And this is obviously the topic of the neighborhood. It's the topic of the day. It's the topic of the state. It might become a national topic as we, move forward. But,
well, it already is a national topic.
It is. Yeah. It's overwhelming. Yeah, Senator Klobuchar was here earlier today.
I have friends from across the country that were texting me this morning that they heard about this and were just beside themselves.
Yeah, and I do want to update the numbers I just gave because it was 4 kids that needed the operating room at Hennepin Healthcare. I had said 2 that were in critical condition, but they had 11 patients there, 2 adults, 9 pediatric patients, and of those 4 we're going into an operating room earlier this morning. So we hope to have, an update on their condition when the hospital is able to provide one for us. We know that communities around now the country are watching and are also thinking about those patients and hoping for the best for them. But 4 young kids, we know, needed surgery today.
Do we know if the 2 children who are deceased, do they know, were they able to contact the family?
When the chief released that information earlier, he said the families have been notified. I'm told that the parent was with one of their children as they died, and it gets you. But the kids that are at Hennepin Healthcare, they said they range from age from 6 to 14.
Yeah, that's a K-8 school, so that makes sense.
We want to go back to Susan Elizabeth Littlefield, who is outside of Children's Hospital. We just spoke with her, but she joins us now with, I think, somebody that she's been talking to. Susan Elizabeth?
Yes, I wanted to come back to you guys. I mean, the details that Jennifer just told us, that kind of stuff that we are hearing all day. I mean, mental health is such a theme of this day. So right now I have joining with me the head of mental health services, Dr. Sarah Jurstad, here at Children's Minnesota. And I just want to ask you, first of all, Doctor, how in this moment you start conversations with everybody?
These are never easy conversations to have. There's no good news in this conversation. And for families who have kids, this is a really difficult conversation because kids are just getting ready to go back to school. They're scared, they're terrified. So the first conversation a parent should have with their kid is to say, how are you doing? And to listen and to be there. The second thing is to understand what kids are fearful of right now. What are they afraid of? Parents and adults are the source of comfort and support for these kids. So to really be there for them. And third, just to listen to what questions they have. Kids are going to wonder what's going on.
Yeah, and on that note too, some kids are already in school today, and they're going to get home from school. They might not know what's going on. What's your thought on, should you loop your kids in on this?
This depends on the age of the kid. For really young kids, they may not be aware and may not understand, but even kids in elementary school are probably going to hear about it. So it is best to start that conversation because as the parent, you want to be the one having that dialogue with the kids. Kids are going to probably wonder, are they safe to go to school tomorrow? Are they okay? And that's going to feel scary to both. And even when we look at data and say, yeah, you're most likely safe, the feeling of fear is there. So it's a real good opportunity to listen to their fears and to start to put a plan together for the coming week.
And speaking of plans, Dr. Durstad, I mean, I know that Children's has told me that y'all prepare for mass casualties. I mean, what's it like in your head right now knowing you have a plan and you got to enact it?
This is something no one ever wants to actually put forward, but we have to plan for it. So the main things that we think about, of course, our medical providers are here on site doing everything they can to help kids. We are available for mental health support. We know that families who are affected just simply because they're fearful, they've watched it, maybe calling in, seeking support, seeking extra appointments, we're available to provide that support. And then if families who are affected need extra help, we're going to open up for that help. We're there to provide guidance and provide the most support possible in a difficult situation like this.
And you bring up the medical providers. I know their mental health is incredibly important. All the first responders today, and this is the first time we've seen something of this size here. What about, you told us about the children. What about the parents? I mean, they're having to have these conversations, and you saw the faces. I mean, the biggest feeling of just grab my chickens and hold them close to me tonight. So many parents just going to be hugging. What can they do for their mental health in this moment of crisis?
Yeah, parents are absolutely affected, and teachers and caregivers, everyone is affected. And not only do they feel like they need to hold their kids and support them, but parents and adults are going to need their own support. And it's easy for parents in this situation to think the only thing I'm going to focus on is taking care of my kid. But to do that well, those adults and those parents need to take care of themselves. Many adults out there have their own therapists or mental health providers, and so I would encourage them to access those folks for extra support, and certainly seek support from friends, family members. People come together in these kind of situations and create community together, and that's one of the biggest kind of healing components there is.
Yeah, community is going to be huge. What about, do you think, just for today? As far as conversations, as far as breathing, what should we all remember?
Something for today is simply to be close, be together, and recognize what each person needs. Each kid and each parent is not the same. Some kids might need to go in their backyard and play. Some kids might need to do something for distraction, and that's going to be really helpful too. Some kids may need to sit and talk about it and express their feelings and ask and get a plan for what would I do if something like this happens. So I think parents need to take that cue from their kids in terms of what's needed today.
And then also, as far as what's needed, I know there's so much information out there, and a lot of people just kind of compulsively checking and reading and looking at the images. What's your advice on how we absorb this?
We can only absorb so much. So when we get a lot of negative information, it sends our kind of anxiety into overdrive. So I would say stay informed, keep up on what's happening. But again, give yourselves a break, give yourself an opportunity to get support from others and talk to others, and model that for kids too.
Model that. Well, we thank you for the care you provide here and all these medical providers. I'm sure you guys are going to have support for them as well.
Absolutely. That is something that we never forget, is that our caregivers here are humans too, and they're going to need support, and we will absolutely be on top of that.
We know this is a long game. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Appreciate it. Yes. So you heard those powerful words here of people just holding their kids tight and just listening to them tonight. I think it was excellent words of wisdom on a day that's hard to quantify.
Absolutely, Susan Elizabeth. Definitely helpful information from Dr. Durstad about how to talk with your kids, and that you really need to take care of yourself as a parent too, to be able to help them.
And listening might be all that some parents have capacity for, because they're still in this moment trying to process everything they've gone through, and just the panic and the fear of going to school today and not knowing, and trying to reconnect with your child. There's just a lot that they're navigating as well.
Absolutely.
And the majority of them are not even back. They'll be back Tuesday after Labor Day. So they've got another 6 days to have to process and talk about this, and I'm sure there's some anxiety that goes along with this. A couple updates for you. President Donald Trump has acknowledged and mentioned the shooting and asked for flags across the country to be flown at half staff in memory of what's going on at Annunciation School here in Minneapolis. And also we understand that at 2:30 the governor is going to hold a press conference, and we'd imagine there'll be many more people there besides the governor, and try to get the latest information from him.
Absolutely. You just heard Dr. Durstad talking with Susan Elizabeth, and she was talking about the importance of community support from the community. And I know that Barrett Leone is out on the scene, and somebody had just stopped by Barrett, I understand, to just lay down some flowers there.
Yeah, that's right, Amelia. It's just such a heavy day here for every Minnesotan, especially folks who live in this community. We spoke with a gentleman who just lives a few blocks away, AJ, and he came to lay down flowers. Obviously, this perimeter has expanded as this morning has played out here, so he wasn't able to get too close to lay those down, but he felt called to come here and just pay his respects, be with community. He told us that his dad is an emergency physician at Children's, and AJ was awoken by his dad shaking him awake, saying, "Hey, I need you to take care of Grandma, the dog. I have to go into work, duty calls." And so his dad rushed into work at Children's to care for the kiddos that were sent there after this tragic event. Here's a little from what AJ had to say.
Just woke me up, said I needed to take care of my grandma and the dogs, and just left without a moment's notice. You know, my dad's my hero. Just going into the line of fire without hesitation. So
yeah. What kind of doctor is he at Children's?
He's an emergency pediatrician.
So he just got a call. He didn't say anything other than, "I gotta be there."
Yep.
When you realized why he may have been called in when the news reports came out, what went through your head?
Just didn't even want to think about it, honestly. You know, my dad's such a solidified man, has a fortitude of none other like I've seen, and I've never seen him like that before. Just determined to help people, and just really sad.
Yeah. And you said you grew up close by to here?
Yeah, I live on DuPont, just like 3 or 4 blocks up there.
So how are you feeling as a person who is living in this community and this happened in your community?
Devastated. You know, I didn't go here for elementary school, but I would probably say half the kids on my block did. Went to a graduation party like last summer about them graduating 8th grade, and it's just crazy to think about.
Yeah. I see you have flowers here. Why did you bring flowers, and I guess what brought you to the scene today?
Just felt like the right thing to do. You know, I called my mom the first thing when I heard what happened, just both crying. Like I knew what she would want, you know.
You can take the time you need. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's hard.
Yeah. I just like think about the families, you know.
Yeah.
I just give them a hug.
We all do.
Yeah. We all are thinking about the families during this tragedy. AJ said it best, his dad is his hero. These first responders, these doctors stepping into action here this morning. It's a heavy day, and we thank them all for doing their job.
Yeah, we get it, Barrett.
Yeah.
And thank you, Barrett.
Yeah.
Appreciate
it. Those are I've had so many conversations like that, the one that Barrett had with a stranger, with people today, and keep getting text messages, and it's just so terribly heartbreaking and sad. For everyone involved, especially when you realize what a great community that was of this school that's on the kind of the Richfield, Minneapolis border near Lindale on 54th Street, and how long it's been there, and the history. And I spoke to a woman, her son just left for college. He's an alumnus, graduated from Annunciation, and he told his mom, "I need to come home."
Oh yeah, he wanted to be there. I also spoke to too.
Yeah,
he
wants to be there for his community and for the people as well. So we know that there is a connection between. Well, we can tell you that right now police are at the residence of the shooter. It is in Richfield. They are searching that residence. We know some information about the shooter. We want to make sure that we have everything. This is the residence in Richfield. We want to make sure that we have everything vetted and correct before we share more information about that, and then the possible connections to Annunciation School as well. So we are actively working on all that.
Reg Chapman is out there. Maybe he has more information. He joins us. I think he's out on the scene too. Reg, are you there?
Amelia and Frank, I tell you, there's a very large police presence still existing here. The perimeter that's set up is still blocks in either direction. There are police officers, other law enforcement agencies all here. And like you talked about this neighborhood and the resiliency of this neighborhood and just closeness of this neighborhood, people here are in shock. This has not happened here. But yet people are meeting on the front porches. They're talking to each other. They're bringing water and snacks out to first responders, telling them thank you for being here and for taking care of us. That just shows how tight-knit this community is. It shows how they care about the first responders that have been here and that they are sticking together through all of this tragedy. We got here a little after 9 o'clock, and when we pulled up, we did see some families being reunified with their children. There were some emotional gatherings there. We didn't put that on camera because we didn't feel that that was necessary for everybody to see. It was a private moment. But there was one moment when one little boy ran into his mom's arms, and photographer Chris Cruz and I were there, and he was talking to his mom, and he was telling us how one of his friends, when they were in the chapel, when they were praying and they heard the gunshots, that he got under the pews and he put his head down and he covered his head. But when he looked up, he saw a friend of his on top of his other friends, protecting them, covering them. These young people, we're sure going to hear these stories later. Remarkable stories of what they were doing to take care of each other. They practiced these things in school. They hadn't practiced it in church, but yet they knew what to do to protect each other and to look out for each other. And those stories will surely come out later on as this investigation goes forward. We also spoke to a nanny. She was pulling up to go to work and was surrounded by cop cars. She said she sat there and watched as kids came out of the school running, as parents ran to them screaming, as officers went in heavily armed, looking to see who the shooter was to defuse the situation. So she sat there. She had been in her car since 8:40 when we talked to her a little while ago, and she's still shaken. Her mom came, brought her a dog to comfort her, and she said her heart goes out to all of the families, to all of the staff, to all of the teachers, to everyone is associated with the school and this church. And it's a dark day for people in this neighborhood, Frank and Amelia.
Reg, I guess there is some, while it is so dark, I love some of the parts of light that you shared. You know, sometimes the police have just, for the last 5 years, getting beat up left and right on so many issues, but to see people go, boy, you're needed today, and to see people come and support them, I'd imagine that's a little heartening for them as well.
It is, and I spoke to quite a few officers because when I see them pass by me, I remind them to take care of themselves. They're the first ones on the scene. They see the horror behind the tragedy that we hear about. Not only were they doing all this today, but then yesterday in the same area, the same precinct, so to speak, these same officers were dealing with another mass shooting not far from here. So these guys are heroes. These guys and gals are laying it on the line. They ran into that church, into that school, not knowing what to expect, heavily armed, but they see the worst of what happens here. And so we're just glad that the city recognizes that, the police chief recognizes that. There's help for those officers as well, but right now they are busy investigating. We still see officers moving around here door to door. What they're doing is they're going around. We see canine officers with them. They're not telling us what they're looking for, but they are checking on people, making sure everything is sound here. We see that a lot, and this is hours after the event, and they're still out here on the scene doing what they can to make sure people in this area feel safe, guys.
Stay there, Reg, because I have a couple. I want to share some new information, and I have some related questions. So, the suspect, the shooter, according to police, is Robin Westman, age 23, who used to be known as Robert Westman. And Robert Westman changed his name to Robin Westman in 2020. Reg, do you know any idea how long that person has lived at that apartment, or if it is their apartment, or were they just staying there? Have you been able to find out any of that information as they look through the Westman residence?
No, we're still waiting on that information to come to us. We are told that there's going to be another update they're going to give to the media here at 2:30. We're expecting Governor Walz to be here at that press conference where he will update us on what they know about this suspect. You know, we're hearing a lot of things, and we don't want to report what we're just hearing. We want to make sure that we bring our viewers the facts. We don't know if he's associated to the school, if he's a former student, if he was a former employee. We're not quite sure what ties, if any, he has to the school. All we know now is that there's an active search going on where he was allegedly staying. They're trying to look for answers. The car that he was driving, that he drove up here to the school to do this horrific thing he did today, is still in the parking lot. They're still processing that as well. So there's a lot of moving parts to this investigation, and right now we just need to be patient to make sure we get the most accurate information to our viewers, Frank.
We're on the same page, Reg.
Thank you, Reg. We're talking about community and what a close community is over there at Annunciation. They have all these other schools around them, and I know Holy Angels talked about that.
Annunciation is a big feeder school.
It is
for
a
Holy
huge
Angels.
feeder school, Holy Angels, and I'm being told that Holy Angels will be holding a vigil tonight at 7 o'clock for, members of the community to come together, support each other, and I'm sure there'll probably be many others, because St. Joe's, all the way out in St. Paul, they went on lockdown when they heard this because they thought maybe it was these Catholic schools that were being targeted. So I'm sure that a lot of schools did that, right?
Yeah, well, there's St. Richard's, and there's Nativity, and there's Annunciation and Carondelet, and all these kids play in the same Catholic league, whether it's volleyball or baseball or softball, and I have absolutely no doubt they're all feeling it. And a lot of Annunciation kids go to Washburn, or they go to Southwest, or they, some go to St. Thomas Academy. They go everywhere around. So these kids are close, and they're well known, and
a far reach,
and
definitely.
they're really going to need each other the next couple days.
And what's really sticking with me, and what we heard from Reg, also what we heard from Barrett, are these stories of selflessness and just the law enforcement officers running into danger, the kids and what they were doing to protect their friends.
Yes.
Just the way in which people who say, I don't know anything else to do other than show up with these flowers and just be here. The medical professionals that are saying, hey, I have to be here, watch your grandmother, I'm just gonna go. Just everyone who said, my community needs me in this moment, and I'm gonna be there. So many stories that we've heard, and I'm sure many that we haven't heard, and will continue to learn as more details come out throughout the afternoon.
Yeah, it's been quite a rough day, I think. It's really sad. I was just looking up, you and I were looking up just a list of school shootings in the United States, 2,000. This is just from 2000 to the present. There have been 574. And I just remember going to school. That was not, you were protecting from earthquakes or whatever. Those were the drills that we had when we were going to school. So it just really just breaks my heart.
Yeah, well, Columbine was 1999, so that's 26 years ago, and that's what kind of put them on the map. We had Red Lake here in Minnesota. That was in 2005. 9 people died there, and people are like, gosh, when's this going to end? And then we went to Sandy Hook in 2012, which was horrendous, and that was an elementary school as well, and 26 people died there. There was Parkland in Florida with a number of deaths, and then we see these groundswells for people saying we need change, things need to happen.
It's staggering.
And it becomes really polarizing. In this situation, these poor folks were literally defenseless. If you're just tuning in, you may have heard this. If you hadn't, the shooter approached the back of Annunciation Church while an all-school mass was going on. The kids started school. It's a K-8 school. They started school on Monday. This is Wednesday. They have their first all-school mass. All-school masses, if you're not familiar with the Catholic school tradition, is something where all the kids come together. It's a celebratory mass. Some schools hold them once a week, some just at the beginning of the year. But that's the church and school. They're connected to one another right near 54th and Lyndale. And grandparents come, and moms and dads come, and there's optimism, and kids are in their school uniform, and they're sitting by class. And I talk to people who have gone to that mass over and over again, the all-school mass with the kids, and it is packed, and it is pew to pew. And the police say,
celebration.
It is a celebration, which makes it more tragic. And this shooter literally came behind and is firing blindly through a stained, well, maybe not blindly, maybe it was intentionally, I don't know, but blindly through a stained glass window at children and defenseless adults and teachers, and shooting the place. And it's a 23-year-old that did this, according to police, named Robin Westman, who we're working to get a lot more information on. Not that we want to glorify or celebrate that, but I know people are interested in what kind of connection there may be to the school, and we're putting all that together, and we're also really trying to focus on 17 people that are still in the hospital.
And what we keep hearing over and over again, both from some of the youngest survivors and adults, is you prepare for these types of situations in schools, but you don't expect to deal with this in a church.
Right.
And you think of
Absolutely.
church also as come as you are, and it's a place that's
safety.
open and safe for everyone.
And it's celebration.
Yeah, and moments like this make me think back to, it was 2015, Mother Emanuel in Charleston, people worshiping
Sure, in a church.
in a church, and a place that you feel, just as schools should feel, you would think it would be safe, and then unspeakable tragedy happens in those spaces.
It is heartbreaking.
And now
you were
we'll
talking
kind
about
of be added to that list of all the other places now. This will go down as one because of the number of people who are hurt and killed.
Yeah, you were talking about the 17 people who are injured, and we do have, we spoke to a doctor who was treating some of those kids, I think at Hennepin Healthcare, so we have an interview that was done with him.
Whenever that type of a page goes out, again, it really puts into motion a lot of a big response from all of the teams. And so we are, because we're a level 1 trauma center, we have to, mobilize certain types of resources like, operating rooms and the surgical services. We have to have emergency providers and nurses. We have to, mobilize things like the laboratory and the blood bank. So there's a lot of planning, and again, a lot of exercises we do throughout the year to prepare for these events, and unfortunately, we respond to many of them throughout the year. These incidents are never easy. We've had 2 in the last 24 hours that have occurred, these mass casualty incidents. I want to take a moment to tell you how proud I am to work for this organization and the teams that were involved, the resources, again, that were mobilized.
And that's, of course, the doctor from Hennepin Healthcare. I know earlier we heard that there were 11 patients, 9 were pediatric, 4 kids were still in the operating room, and we just heard that from Jennifer Merely from her sources there. And so we have not heard what condition they're in yet. So
all hands on deck. And I know just from looking at my phone and some other sources, there's people still wondering and praying for some folks that are still literally in surgery right now. And gosh, this is 6 hours after the event.
We have been cleared to use a photo of the shooter. Is that what I'm told right now, Scott? Talking to her.
Okay. Well, as soon as we do, we'll
put it up
and get some more information.
But what makes it interesting is it's saying that this is a photo shooter from a yearbook at Annunciation from the class of 2017.
Yeah. Well, before we report any of this, we'll just make sure that we bring it to you in a way that makes sense and that we know how to do it. Okay. So we can show it to you. So this is the Annunciation yearbook, ladies and gentlemen. This is class of 2017. This is a photo of Robert Westman. Police have identified Robin Westman as the person who did the shooting. Robert Westman legally changed his name to Robin Westman in 2020. So what I was struck by is when I read this is the optimism of the quote at the bottom. Talking, they talk to seniors and say, and the quote is, "If smart people could fly, this place would be an airport." Implying you're with a lot of smart, interesting people, along with some advice for younger students. So the police are at her house, at Robin Westman's apartment in Richfield right now. Reg Chapman is near there. Huge police presence as they search for the apartment because they're, of course, looking for clues. So this is something I know that a lot of folks were in the Annunciation community very concerned about, is there a tie between the shooter and the school? And yes, there is a tie. Robin Westman is a graduate of Annunciation, so there had to be some kind of motivation to go back there. But clearly,
I don't know if there's a graduate. It could just be it could be from that class.
Could have
they
attended
do it every year. Could have attended. So I don't want to say and assume that she was a graduate.
I don't either. I've got some sourced information, but I'll make sure we confirm that. But obviously, there's a connection.
And still questions about what their continued connection, if there were a continued connection, would be now that we're in 2025.
Yeah, exactly. So. We do know that Elle Mose is out at the apartment of Robin Westman, and she joins us now. Hi, Elle. What can you tell us?
Hey, Amelia. So yes, behind me is one of the many units on this apartment campus or complex, if you will. We're in Richfield, off of Lyndale Avenue, so not too far from the Annunciation School. But behind me are several unmarked BCA and Minneapolis police vehicles. They are investigating the unit behind me here where the suspected shooter, Robin Westman, lived. And we are talking to some people that live in this apartment unit as well. Most of the time we've been breaking the news to them that the suspected shooter lived in their building. And here's one of the neighbors and their reaction to learning this news.
Yeah, maybe I've seen his face, I don't know, but it's just so scary, to have a shooter next door to you and you have a kid. And those innocent children, they don't deserve to die like that. It's crazy. They don't deserve. I'm sorry for their loss. Sorry to the parents and sorry to those innocent children. It's so scary.
As your mom yourself, what's going through your head knowing she's going to be school age soon?
I know. I don't even want to think about that right now. I just hope that one day all this will stop. I just hope the gun violence and everything, they will just get control of it, Nobody has the right to just own a gun like that, People have to go through stuff before you can own something. It's crazy. Living in a neighborhood, you think you are safe, and the next thing you had something like this. It's hard. My heart goes out to the parents and for those innocent children,
What's the feeling knowing this shooter lived in the same complex?
Oh my goodness. It's so scary. It's so scary.
Those tears and those high emotions are something that so many mothers feel, whether you had a child at Annunciation or not. It's emotions felt around the state, around the country right now, and even around the world. There's a BBC London journalist here right now. So this is a headline that is making a global impact right now. And just take a look behind me. These angled vehicles, these are all the ones that are affiliated with the BCA and Minneapolis police. There's some crime scene tape blocking off the unit. They are letting residents in and out of their unit, but they are walking them to their units, so they're not able to walk freely throughout the complex right now. So far, we've just seen people going in, law enforcement going in. We have not seen any sort of weapons or any evidence coming out of the building yet. But we are staying here today. We're going to be keeping our eye on what they're bringing out evidence-wise, if any. And yeah, I would say about a dozen or so law enforcement from Minneapolis police to BCA are here investigating the suspected gunman's apartment complex here in Richfield. Back to you.
Hey, Elle, I know where you're at in Richfield, and I know where Annunciation is. I mean, I'm guessing maybe it's a 5 or 6 minute drive from that apartment complex to the school.
Yeah, I would say that's about accurate. 5 or 6 minute drive. We're extremely close to Annunciation. I had to take a look at a map to realize I was actually in Richfield because I felt like I was still in South Minneapolis.
Okay. Thanks for the update. Let us know what else is happening there. We appreciate it.
Like we told you, Governor Walz is going to speak at 2:30 in a press conference. We're going to Caroline Lowe right now, who is standing outside.
Or Caroline Cummings.
I'm sorry, Caroline Cummings, standing outside of the church there. And Caroline, do you know a little bit more about perhaps what the governor is going to say or talk about?
Hi there, Amelia. Caroline Lowe is a great former WCCOer, so I'm in good company there. But the governor is supposed to speak here in about 45 minutes. Have not been briefed on his remarks, but certainly earlier today on social media, he expressed his condolences, said he had been briefed on this situation. We are, if you have been watching us for a while this morning, I was actually on the other side of the church, right at West 54th and Lyndale. Now I'm on the other side where they are allowing people to set up, because there is a perimeter right outside of the church where, of course, police say a gunman shot through windows at children and churchgoers, staff who were there for a school mass. And when I was escorted over here by police, I got to see the church up close, and there was a lot of police there, investigators still obviously combing through that scene of this horrific tragedy, but it gave me some solace, right? You know, a church where this horrific tragedy happened, it is still a place for peace and where people can hopefully turn to in the days and weeks to come here. As someone who went to school mass as a child, you would never anticipate something like this happening, and we've spoken to neighbors, that very brave fifth grader that you heard on our air earlier today, about just thinking that this couldn't happen here, right? You never imagine that this can happen in your own backyard, and people are overwhelmed with grief, and their hearts are poured out to the families of the victims, who will certainly have a long road ahead towards healing after this unthinkable tragedy, guys.
Caroline, when you were walking and they escorted you back there, it was my understanding that the shooter came from behind the big parking lot in the church. I know you're on 54th. There's not a lot of room to park there.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see that? Are there bullet holes in the stained glass, or did they walk you through the front and you didn't see anything?
Yeah, I walked through the front, so I was trying to see, because, you know, like you said, the police said it was through the side stained glass windows. I couldn't see any shattered glass or broken windows from my vantage point. The way the church is situated on the property, it's hard to see the side from when you're walking out front, but certainly seeing, you know, a church with crime scene tape around it is, you know, something that nobody should be seeing today.
And great. You know what, while we have you there, so as people are looking at that map, the Annunciation, the church, is that big building you see on the right-hand side, and then you see a clump of trees, and there's a rectory there, and then the building to the left as they zoom in, just so you get an idea, that's the school. So if you look under the T in Annunciation, that is the church, and then you see the trees to the left, and then if you go over a little bit more to the left, that building in the lower left-hand part of your screen with the chimney, that is the school. So the kids have a short walk from the school into the church, but it's a big complex, and then there's that huge parking lot behind there, and Caroline's reporting from in front of the church right now, which is at 54th, and that's Lindale.
Yeah, we're
Lake
at West Diamond Lake.
Yeah.
We're at West Diamond Lake and Grand, so if you were looking at the church from West 54th, which turns into Diamond Lake Road, we're on that left side, and you're exactly right, Frank. The church and the school are very close to each other, and we were hearing from that fifth grader, Wes, earlier, who talked about, you know, having to duck in pews, but then they were, you know, rushed over to the school as this was happening. So it was very much, you know, they're one and the same, right? These schools with the parochial schools with their churches, they're very close by, yeah, it was hard to see any sort of broken glass or anything from the vantage point when I was crossing there. But right now, once a police escorts you through that area, you know, there's no way for us and our cameras to get in there. It's very much a secure scene right now.
Yeah, we get that. Just kind of curious. But so thank you for the update.
Well, clearly this person was familiar, it sounds like, with that church and where, you know.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah, Robin Westham attended, we know, Annunciation. We're trying to figure out exactly what years and what time, but was a student at Annunciation in at least 2017. This is a photo from the 2017 yearbook of the, I don't know if I refer to it as the grade school or the middle school. I guess grade school covers all of it, but this was Robert Westman, now Robin Westman, legally changed their name in 2020, and this is a 2017 photo. And this person, 23 years old, police say took their own life, suicide following the shooting, and lived not far away in Richfield, where there's a huge police presence, as you saw earlier, as they search Robin Westman's apartment. And we believe there are other connections to the school as well, and when we can report those and share those and make sure that we're verified on all of that, we will.
And so once again, I think that we're going to have Governor Walz will be talking at 2:30, hold a press conference. I don't know if he'll have more information at that point, but I just want to recap a little bit about what happened. Minneapolis police chief said this morning that 2 children are dead. Their ages 8 and 10 years old. 17 other people are injured. 14 of them are children. We do have reporters at Children's Hospital and at Hennepin Healthcare. We did hear from a doctor earlier talking about what was going on there, and I know at Hennepin Healthcare they have 11 patients there, 2 of them adults, the rest are kids. We know that 4 kids still in the operating room at this point. And Susan Elizabeth, who's over at Children's, said that there were 7 patients inside, obviously a level 1 trauma hospital there. So we're waiting to find out more about that.
Yeah, and we're going to try to get some tips on WCCO.com. We did a couple interviews with, how do you talk to your kids? Some kids went back to school Monday, some, like they did Annunciation, some went back to school just yesterday. Most kids are not going back to school until next Tuesday, and what is usually an extraordinarily joyous, optimistic time in a young person's life, returning to see your friends and your teachers and coming off of summer and a long holiday weekend and maybe the state fair, that conversation is completely and radically changed for parents and families, not only in Minnesota but across the country.
That doctor was, I think, really helpful. We were talking about that, Sheila, right? Some of the advice that she gave to parents, how to handle this situation if your children is at school, even if they didn't go to school and they're hearing about this.
Absolutely, and the importance of parents to not only, they're also thinking about and worried about their children, but this is really traumatic for them too. And so recognizing that and knowing that they may need support as well as they continue to try to be that support for their kids, the whole family navigating this challenge.
It was interesting, she said sometimes you just, as a parent too, you may just want, you take your child's cue to see if they want to talk about it, and sometimes they just want to talk about it. Sometimes they want to go outside and maybe be alone, maybe play, and that's how they handle it. So
yeah.
I think there was a lot of important information there that she shared.
And I don't think it's just, 7 to 14-year-olds. There's a group of kids who are 23 who went to school with Robin Westman at different high schools in this place, and they're all talking about it, and they're trying to process it, and they're thinking about it, and they know kids that went to Annunciation or all the other, there's so many schools in that southwest Minneapolis neighborhood. It's something that they all need to give some thought to. Jonah, I know you had a conversation with a parent. We're going to go now live to our Jonah Kaplan, who has some more information. Hi.
Well, we'll get Jonah's mic up.
This is a situation that Frank and Amelia, good to be with you. This is a situation, it's a tragedy on so many levels, right? And I know for me personally, look, I just took my daughter, she started 2nd grade yesterday. I got another daughter starting pre-K next week. And before we even come up with a camera to a lot of these families, the first thing we do is we try to just speak with them on a human-to-human level, right? I'm a dad, you're a dad, we're parents. And where do we go from here? We're going to have to do bedtime tonight. We're going to have to get up tomorrow, and we're going to have to do breakfast before school. These routines, they're called routines because you do them again and again, but they're never going to be the same because of what has just happened here. And I think the mayor was very prescient in what he said earlier today when, don't think of these as just any other kids. I mean, any of these could have been our kids. And when I spoke to a father earlier, we're going to play this sound right now, he talked about those moments of coming to the school looking for his children and about a thought that many parents have had, especially this generation of parents who have grown up from Columbine, from Sandy Hook, and thinking, what would I do in this situation?
I was on my deck. I heard the shots. I think there was that. What's sad is that I've thought about this before. What would we do? I worked with the school to get 3N bulletproof film on the school side in the foyer. And so...
This was something that was on the school's radar before.
Yeah, I mean, it's on every American's radar. As a parent, you have kids in school. This is the worst case scenario that you unfortunately have to think about. And so when I first heard those shots, I think I knew pretty immediately that those were gunshots. And I've thought through what would happen. What would I do? And so I just immediately said, I got to get up there. And so I hopped in my car. I grabbed this, it's like a non-lethal firearm that I have called a Berna, and just sped up there. And so my windows were down as I was trying to placed the shots, and I pulled into the parking lot, the shots were still going off. I saw a dad who works at the school, and I said, "Is the school locked down?" And he said, "There's a shooting at the church." And he said, "And all the kids are in there." And I just felt like I was going to throw up. And so I parked and I ran up there. The police were kind of screeching up as I was approaching the church. I wasn't hearing shots. And I ran in as the police were there, getting there, kind of alongside. It was just chaos. Then just started helping kids out, saw a lot of injured kids. Yeah. It was tough. And I just, selfishly was just like, where are my girls? Where is June and Olive? That's all I could think about.
Just a harrowing kind of experience for any parent. And we were speaking with him, of course, for a long time and just kind of processing all of it. And one of the other parts of this we were talking about is, usually when tragedy strikes, where do you go for comfort? Where do you go to find refuge? You go to your house of worship. You go to the sanctuary. That's where they were this morning, en masse, praying for a successful new year, praying for a year of growth, a year of fulfillment, a year of being challenged academically, of social success, of just all the things you would want in this new year for your children and for your community. And now where do you go? And how do you come back from that? And what do you pray for? Because that sanctuary is also where you try to find your inner peace. And when that security and when that sense of self is ruptured, it's a very difficult thing to put back together.
Yeah,
right about that.
No doubt. And that's going to take a long time to fix. In the more immediate, I am so impressed with that man for running in there to help. I mean, obviously he's looking for June and all of his daughters, but he's there to help as well. Tell us more about what he said, about what he saw. I know that I'm sure you talked to him even more, right?
Yeah, of course. I mean, we spoke at length. And again, for us as journalists, right, we come to you not because we're trying to make a story out of you, but we come to you kind of as a tool, right? We want to help share your story so we can make a positive impact. How can we find light amidst this darkness? What can we learn from these experiences, and what can we take away from this, and how do we move forward? And one thing that he was talking with us about was about those moments of comforting his children. He has two daughters. One is in 4th grade, one is in 1st grade. And one thing he was talking was about how each of them are coping, right? The 4th grader was emotional. She certainly was paying attention to detail. What was happening inside the church? Who was saying what? Who was directing different things? What were the sounds? What were the other things that were appealing to the senses? The 1st grader, much more catatonic, if you will, kind of numb to it. Oh, that was interesting. Yes, we walked outside, then we went to the gym. Okay, I'm going to go watch a movie now with my friends. And maybe it's going to manifest in different ways and at different times. Again, we talked about, what do we do from here? We're going to have dinner tonight. We're going to have to read a story before bedtime. And we're going to have to put these kids to sleep when a lot of these sights and sounds are going to be replaying in their heads. We're going to have to wake up in the morning. I don't know if there's going to be school tomorrow. What's it going to be like when they walk back in those hallways? We're still waiting, of course, for this particular school at Annunciation, but every other school and every other community is going to have to be going through this same thing. This gentleman, Anders, also shared with us some videos from inside the church, which we're reviewing right now. We want to make sure, of course, that it passes all of our standards guidance. We don't want to show anything inappropriate or give away anything that, of course, would violate the sanctity of sanctuary in there. But you can see the kids running. I've seen those videos, and this is something, again, that logically you prepare for, right? You have these mass shooting protocols and what happens in an emergency. Maybe it's an evacuation because of severe weather. A lot of places have that too. But then to put them into action, still trying to put together the logical, the rational, and then the emotional, two very different things. Frank and Amelia.
Yeah, it's difficult.
Really is.
And Jonah, everyone's in the same boat with that struggle, for sure. Thank you for your reporting. We appreciate it.
Jeff Wagner is joining us right now just to kind of help us with our coverage here. And I don't know, have you been hearing anything else or just kind of...
I know we're awaiting an updated news conference coming up at about 2:30 where we should be hearing from the mayor again. It's been since about just before 11 a.m. that we had that first update where we did learn a lot of information regarding the shooter. I mean, how this whole thing was played out, the types of weapons involved. I think we'll be able to get a better update on some of the victims. I know we've been getting updates from the different hospitals,
yes.
3 in particular, that have taken in the 17 wounded victims, 14 of which are students of varying ages, a couple of them in critical condition, we know, at HCMC. But just to speak about this time of year is typically joyous for multiple reasons, right? You have families excited about kids going back to school. We, normally right now, would be at the Minnesota State Fair, along with tens of thousands of other people who are just trying to enjoy this last bit of summer. And I know this is sort of incomprehensible to digest for those who are trying to go about these last few days or get excited for their children who are about to enter school and have to suddenly carry this weight.
Yes.
And have those conversations. I've seen reports that there are people, you know, seated at our WCCO fair booth just watching this coverage.
Yeah.
You know, just bewildered at what they're witnessing when they thought they were going to this fun event with so many other people and trying to comprehend, how do I enjoy myself if I know this is happening in my community, in my city. Maybe hadn't been paying attention to the news as they arrived there, now trying to digest everything that's going on. And I know you've spoke of vigils happening this evening. Is that right?
Well, I did hear of one at Holy Angels at 7 o'clock. You know, Annunciation was a big feeder school into Holy Angels. So I have to imagine there are probably many more, you know, that are probably
The Archbishop said that is happening. And the Archbishop is also going to be at the Archbishop's also going to be at that 2:30 press conference, and the President has ordered all flags across the country flown at half-staff. So we'll look for the Governor, the Mayor, the Archbishop, all coming up at 2:30.
But you're right, Jeff. It's hard to wrap your head around this, you know.
Yeah, it's going to be for a long time, I think.
Absolutely. And I know that we do have an interview with a young boy, a young student there at Annunciation who talked about, who was in the church and talks about the shooting.
It was like shots fired, and then we kind of like got under the pews. It kind of they shot through the stained glass windows, I think, and it was really scary.
What did you do after that?
Well, we waited like 10 to 5 minutes. I don't really know, and then we went to the gym. And then the door's locked just to make sure he didn't come. And we waited in the gym for more news, and everyone was okay, or most people.
That's part of that interview, but I mean, it just goes to the, to me, when I'm struck, the sadness of a kid that age having to describe.
Talking about that.
Yeah, what happened. Police told us that the suspect is Robin Westman, 23 years old. This person has an apartment in Richfield that's actively being searched right now. We're going to get to El Mosen shortly here because they have brought some things out of that apartment. But Robin Westman became Robin Westman in 2020. Before that, the name was Robert Westman, and Robert Westman did attend Annunciation School. So there was certainly an immediate connection, a person that would know, hey, when Mass is held, here's where they go. Yeah. They go into church. This
Familiar
is where
with the area.
Most people be. This is a photo from the grade school, Annunciation grade school, 2017 photo of Robert Westman, who legally changed their name to Robin Westman in 2020 and attended a couple high schools we know of that will get confirmed in the Twin Cities.
And this photo would have been, I assume, when they were in 8th grade, since this is a K through 8 school. And so he would go on to, again, by the time he was in 2020, become Robin. But that photo, of course, going back now 8 years.
Yeah, 7, 8 years.
Right. An 8th grader at the time. We're looking now at the apartment where Robin lived in Richfield. Law enforcement coming out of the doors As Frank had mentioned, our Mariel Mose had talked to someone who also lived at that apartment. I was able to listen a little bit to that interview. The person Elle talked with was a mother herself, holding her young child, just distraught at the fact that not only did she live near this shooter, but recognizing the victims of this shooter as children, and the innocence that they have. The daughter she was holding going to school soon, and just the thoughts that are running through parents' minds right now. I brought up the vigils that you had discussed because I feel like you have to wonder, are people nervous about going to those tonight? If a church is a place where someone is supposed to feel safe, as Jonah talked about, can people find the strength to go to a church tonight to pray for one another? Or might they feel more comfortable praying at home? Might they find comfort, though, in being around other people?
Oh, I think they will, and
Yes,
I think those places are going to be safe. And I think that, you know, this is really unusual. And obviously, there is a tie between this person and this school. And I don't know if we'll find out what led to this kind of anger that could do something like this, an act that the police chief earlier called cowardly. But it's senseless. But you've got to have some kind of anger and extraordinary grievance to take this kind of action. And people just don't usually carry out a grievance in this form or fashion. And there's all kinds of questions that go along with it, like, well, you know, I mean, if you're of legal age in the state, you can obtain a gun. How many guns did they have? We'll find out. I know Elle saw some things being taken out of the apartment, but I hope that people don't have fear, Jeff. I hope they have the exact opposite. I hope they have hope and going, let's get together with as many people as we can.
I think they still have faith too. I think that's a big thing, right? At the center of the school and that community there. So I have to imagine that they'll show up.
Sure. I wouldn't want to call into question whether those locations are safe. It's just the back of the mind that, you know, to meet at a church is also the very spot where something like this occurred.
Sure.
Absolutely. This shakes you up a little bit, right?
Yeah.
When something like this happens in a church where you think that these kids are safe. And like you said, a sanctuary.
Yeah. And we heard from that parent. I mean, Annunciation, even though they're, you know, a small private Catholic school, not a big institution, maybe 400 kids, they were well aware when that guy said, hey, we were putting 3M tape on our windows so people couldn't see in and try to make them more bullet resistant. I mean, they were obviously well aware, just like every school is in this country, whether it's in, you know, Texas or Florida or wherever we've seen some of these horrible mass shootings. They're extraordinarily conscientious and aware of this. But again, this wasn't the school, this was the church. The church. Yeah. And this was someone that knew that a lot of people would be densely packed in that church at 8:15 on a Wednesday morning for the first all-school mass of the year to celebrate everything good and right about going back to school.
And not just the students themselves, but this is a church that local worshipers could visit as well.
Sure.
It is.
Yeah, it's the regular mass, and they turn in an all-school mass. You know, if you've ever been to a weekday mass at a Catholic church, there's a lot of retirees. Sure. There's a lot of older folks. At something like this, there's a lot of grandparents going to see their kids or their grandchildren. There's a lot of mom and dads who might work remotely or don't go into work until later.
My
who
Catholic
are there as
mother
well.
attends mass every day.
Every day, right? Well, and I said this before much earlier, but the young little boy that we talked to and in the interview, he was talking, when he was talking to Caroline Cummings, he spoke about how that school, that they had shooting drills in the classrooms and what to do and how to respond if that ever happened, if there was an active shooter. But he said, but we never did it here in the church. So, you know.
I mean,
you don't think to.
It could change just the way everything. I've attended a couple events at synagogues, and there's a law enforcement present inside the synagogue, but outside the synagogue, especially in the environment that we've been in the last few years, and everything that's going on in Gaza and Israel, you know, there's a lot of law enforcement outside of synagogues before services. Not to generalize and say it happens everywhere and all the time, but every major event that I've been to at a synagogue, there are police officers and law enforcement and security before you even get anywhere near the front door. Right. And maybe this might sadly be the future for other institutions and places to have people outside, because who imagined this scenario, right? I mean, it just wasn't on the radar. The school thing, unfortunately, has been on the radar. You can go back to Columbine in 1999, and people have been cognizant of it. But now the game has changed. The president asked for flags to be lowered at half-staff. We expect the governor to be speaking in 15 minutes along with the mayor, and I'd imagine we would see the police chief of Minneapolis there as well, and also Archbishop Bernard Hebda plans to be there. The Archdiocese, of course, oversees, even if they're not diocesan schools, certainly has a presence and a tie to all Catholic schools in this area.
Yeah, the Annunciation School just sent out a release saying that they're navigating an impossible situation together. Obviously, no words can capture what we've gone through. And went on to say, please lift up these families and children in prayer, surround them and each other with love during this difficult time. Thank you to school parents for your patience and support in receiving your children this morning, and continue obviously to pray for those students who are still hospitalized. And then they go on to say, the principal and the pastor go on to say, as we process and navigate this unfathomable time together, we'll be in touch this weekend regarding when school will resume. Investigators are still doing their essential work, and they do expect it to continue for some time. And they're working with professional agencies. They're going to send further communication about support services. And in this time of darkness, let us commit to being the light to our children, each other, and our community. We will rebuild our future filled with hope together.
Oh, we hope for that for them. It's so sad when they go back. There'll be two little kids who won't be there, right?
Yes.
There'll be two classmates who are deceased, and while they try to do the best they can to celebrate their lives, some parents are going to have to bury their children who were attending a Catholic Mass on a Wednesday morning.
And maybe some other kids who might still be hospitalized
and hopefully they make it. Sure,
right.
yeah.
We do have reports that two victims. We don't know if both of them are children, because we do know some adults were shot. There are 2 victims still in critical condition at HCMC. There's a handful of others that have been discharged or stable at some other hospitals, including Children's Hospital and Masonic Children's, but 2 critical right now that I know members of this school system, this community, are praying can pull through.
Yeah, I think the whole, at this point, the whole nation, maybe even the world to a certain degree. I know we had mentioned there's a BBC reporter there as well. It's certainly become a global story, not only because of how it happened and where it happened, the connection that the shooter has to the school, but also the fact it happened in a church,
the Catholic church,
packed full of kids. It's tragedy compounded by tragedy, compounded by some unthinkable, how do I wrap my mind around all these things? And it makes it really, really complex, and it makes it profoundly sad.
It does. Well, we talked a little bit about the apartment building, and I think right there the investigators are wrapping things up. Elle Mose is there. She's been there all morning. Maybe she has a little bit of information.
Elle, did you see anything they took out of there? Or?
Yeah, Frank and Amelia, the scene just cleared of dozens of BCA vehicles and investigators who were here at the suspected shooter's apartment, and we saw them bring out a large box of evidence. So you can see behind me here, this is the apartment of the suspected gunman, Robin Westman, 23-year-old Robin Westman. We believe the investigators were going downstairs to the lower level, so it's one of those units that's on the ground level. Everything has been cleared because they took the evidence out of this apartment unit, but we saw a large box. So I'm talking, when you go to the movers and you get the small, medium, large options, it's the large size box, and you can briefly see it in this video on screen. It's really hard because it happens so quickly, but there was a clear rifle handle popping out of this large box. Not sure what else other evidence was in there, but there was clearly a gun that was removed from this apartment unit here. We are in Richfield, not far from Richfield High School, also not far from the shops at Lyndale, which is right off of 494, where Best Buy, PetSmart, Aldi is. So that's just for some perspective of where I'm between. I'm between Richfield High School and the shops at Lyndale. This happened within the last 15 minutes. A large box and then a smaller, medium-sized Leinenkugel box were the 2 pieces of evidence that came out of this apartment. Both were filled with smaller evidence. Again, all we know for sure is there was 1 large rifle in that box. So weapons were removed from the suspected shooter's building. The scene is clear now. BCA is gone. Minneapolis police are gone. Both of those agencies were here for at least 3 to 4 hours. We've been here since about 10:30 a.m. and there was already a police presence. The crime scene tape has been taken down. Other residents that live in this building are allowed to go back and forth into their unit now, but we talked to a few of them on camera and off, all of them super shaken, knowing that this school shooting literally is happening so close to home to them, with a suspected shooter being their neighbor. every person I talked to asking if they knew Robin Westman. I showed pictures saying, do you recognize this person? Nobody knew who this person was. So that tells me that this person was clearly a recluse that stayed in their apartment, since this is a small building. We're not talking a huge skyscraper downtown. I would say there's probably 20 units in there, and none of the neighbors seem to know who Robin Westman is. But for now, we know that evidence has been taken out of this apartment, which include a large rifle, and the investigation goes on from there.
Yeah, Elle, we could see when you look carefully that the rifle in that container. Police say that Robin Westman had 3 guns with him at the time of the shooting, so and obviously must have had some other weapons as well apparently.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've seen some videos posted on YouTube that have been circulating that showed Westman likely had several weapons in their apartment unit. We don't know that for sure, but we do know that at least 1 gun was taken from this building, and you know, 1 large box and 1 medium-sized box. So they weren't really clearing out this entire apartment, but they were definitely taking plenty of evidence that can help them kind of understand why this all unfolded.
All right, thanks, Elle. You know, to that point, I mean, I want to acknowledge there are all kinds of things on X and on YouTube and on Twitter right now, and we're not in a race here to be first. We're in a race to be right. So when we see stuff, we go through a process where we get it confirmed, and we have a real clear understanding before we bring it to you here. We bring you the wrong information. There are consequences. Someone on X or YouTube brings you the wrong information, they just keep putting out more information. So our standards are a little different, but believe me, folks, it'll all come clear. We've got our entire staff working on this story, and we'll also all collectively learn more in about 8 minutes when this press conference happens. But we're aware of this stuff, and we're working on all of it, and we want to get you the best and right information, not necessarily the first information.
We want to go Derek James right now. He's in the newsroom, and we just talked about the press release that the school released. But Derek, you actually do know the pastor at Annunciation because he was a pastor at your church before?
Yeah, that's right, because he was just installed, Amelia, at Annunciation in July as the pastor there after spending, I believe, 8 years at St. Vincent de Paul in Brooklyn Park, which is where my family attends. And I can tell you that he is the type of leadership you want to have where you have a parish that also has a school. He was heavily involved in the classroom, going in and talking. Teachers were always inviting him into the classroom at St. Vincent de Paul. We also he was very involved with one of our oldest just celebrated his confirmation, the sacrament of confirmation in the last year, and Father Zarin was very involved in that in his 8-year period there, and I assume the same type of leadership as he comes into that new position there. And I will say this, that thinking back, because, you know, you sit in the pews every week and you hear the homily, and that was one of the reasons that when my family moved back up here, we chose that parish, was because we connected with the homilies of Father Zarin. And I can't stop thinking about one of his homilies, which was about not fearing death, and how, as Catholics, you are taught to face death with hope. And it just so happens that the motto that the school has been using for some time is a future filled with hope. And that's a very difficult thing, I think, for anyone watching right now to be able to think about that, because these are 2 little kids that we're talking about. And there's so much joy that they bring, not only in the classroom, but in a parish like this, especially a small parish where, you know, the families and everybody knows each other. And Frank and Amelia, you've mentioned the connections that they also have feeding into all of these other schools. And my wife just started today a job at a different Catholic parish here in the area as a teacher at a different school. And just thinking about that as she's on lockdown all afternoon and everyone checking in with us to make sure that she's okay, it's just something you don't expect in any school, but let alone when a number of children are sitting there praying, celebrating a new school year. So I have to say this touches all of us in so many different ways. And I will say this, having witnessed Father Zarin's leadership, he is the right person, along with the principal there, to lead the congregation and the school through these very dark days that are ahead.
Well, that is good to know, Derek. What do you think he will bring? I know that you said you had a special connection, and that is why you joined that parish. What is it do you think he'll bring to these kids? So he hasn't been there very long, right?
He has not been there long. I mean, just installed in July there. I think the thing is that he is very good at relating to kids, and one of the reasons is sometimes you'll go to a church and a homily may be completely scripted out. Father Zarin's delivery is completely unscripted, so when he's talking about that weekly scripture or he's in a classroom talking about a lesson, he's not relying on notes. He's speaking from his heart, and I think that's something that these kids and these families are going to need in the days ahead. And he is someone who, you know, is always trying to spread joy, very jovial. So I think he's the kind of person, though, that can also, in a time like this, create that hope or encourage that hope, because it is needed so much right now.
Well, we wish him well, because, I mean, there is no script or playbook for this,
exactly.
right? I mean, it's so off the script. It's so sad. And I get choked up, too, when I hear you talk about a future filled with hope, because that's the furthest thing from the mind of two parents, and we hope not more. Yeah. We hope all these other kids make it and survive. Did he ask for that assignment, or was it one of the things where the Archdiocese just kind of moved him around?
Yeah, he was moved by the Archdiocese. I believe that Annunciation had a retired priest in the interim for about a year before Father Zarin was selected to go there.
It's going to be tough for all clergy of all faiths to explain this, because if you have this belief that, you know, God is working in mysterious ways and God has a plan for all of us, I think in some dark times people are going to go, how could this possibly be the plan?
Yeah.
Yeah. Especially with these lives that are so young.
Yeah, and completely innocent, for sure. Well, Derek, thanks for the insight. That's helpful.
Yeah. Well, it's good to know that he's there to help lead them, you know, through this really difficult time.
I mean, thoughts and prayers for him as well, because that's a tough task.
When people turn to you in times like these, they want to hear something that will inspire them through hope. How do you muster something in such a moment that can provide some relief, provide them the strength to have faith? They look to leaders, be them religious or in the government, to let them know things are going to be okay. And so there's a lot on that man's shoulders, but it sounds like he is the right man for the job.
Yeah, and regardless of your faith or denomination, or whether it doesn't matter, you know, spanning the entire universe, I mean, it's hard to explain this. People are going to have to do some soul searching, and hopefully they can, others can come to their aid and find the comforting words that can pull them through it and get them back on the right road. As Amelia mentioned, there will be no school, obviously, at Annunciation for a while, and it'll be interesting to see what some of the sister and surrounding Catholic schools do in that area, and what we just see as a police presence at all the other public schools that are nearby there, and what it looks like on Tuesday when school starts again.
FBI Director Kash Patel just released something. I think this is on
X, it looks like it is.
It looks like X, right?
Yeah.
What did he say?
So he's saying the FBI is investigating the shooting as an act of domestic terrorism and hate crime targeting Catholics. There were 2 fatalities, an 8-year-old and 10-year-old. In addition, 14 children and 3 adults were injured. The shooter has been identified as Robin Westman, a male born as Robert Westman, and the FBI will continue to provide updates on their ongoing investigation with the public as they are able to do.
So an act of terrorism and a hate crime targeting Catholics.
That would be the latest info.
Yeah. And again, if you happen to be just joining us, there is a connection between Robin Westman and the Annunciation School. There are several of them, and when we're able to, we'll share all of them with you. The one we know for sure right now was that in 2017, Robin Westman attended Annunciation. I was looking at some of the psychology that people do and study behind these things, and it fits into such a pattern of usually gender might not apply here, but this age group, you know, 20 to 25, a connection to the place that they go back to. A lot of times these end in suicide of the gunman, which this one did, and some kind of big grievance, and a lot of isolation. Elle mentioned a lot of neighbors didn't know this person, but isolation and going, somehow this place aggrieved me. There was something that happened here that develops this horrible anger that gets expressed in just a horrible, horrible way for you know, a smart person to intentionally know there are kids in this church at this moment, and I am choosing this moment to bring 3 guns to this church.
Well, it's just
and it's
tragedy
so
all the way around.
Random.
Yeah.
And that's what makes it, I think, really, really difficult to absorb and understand.
You said a key word there, grievance. I did a good question report earlier this year after the deadly incident in New Orleans on New Year's Eve, where the driver went through the crowd. And we talked with a specialist who tries to get in front of these things before copycat crimes can occur. And one of the big words he used that you said, Frank, was grievance. And for maybe Westman to kill himself, it might not spark the attention or notoriety that they're looking for if it's just a suicide alone. And so maybe by airing a grievance in such magnitude, this is what they were hoping for. And it's just incredibly tragic that in this case it involves majority children.
Right. We mentioned this is a global story. There's one of our reporters saw a BBC, British Broadcasting Corporation reporter on the scene. And right now we're getting word from Pope Leo, the nation's first U.S.-born, or the world's first U.S.-born Pope. Pope Leo says he expresses profound sorrow over the murder of 2 children and the injuries of 17 others at Annunciation Church and School. So as we mentioned, this is a local story, it's a statewide story, it's a nationwide story, and unfortunately, Minneapolis, for all the wrong reasons, is getting global attention this Wednesday afternoon.
We're waiting for Minnesota Governor Tim Walz to have a briefing pretty soon. He's supposed to start at 2:30.
Yeah, and the briefing's going to take place, obviously, right there in front of the school. That's the microphone. There's a cast of players involved in that, right?
I think we expect to hear from Mayor Fry again.
Sure, right.
I would assume
the police chief
O'Hara to get an update on the investigation aspect of this. I believe this morning we had only heard from Mayor Fry and Chief O'Hara, but we are aware that the BCA is on scene. We are aware that the FBI is investigating this as well. But those, I think, are the 3 key names we expect to hear from. Hopefully, we'll get an update on the victims. We have been getting updates directly from the hospitals as well. So whether they communicate through Minneapolis police or directly to our reporters, we've had reporters stationed at places like HCMC while getting statements emailed to us from mHealth Fairview with regards to Masonic Children's Hospital and directly from Children's Hospital. I checked again our reporting on the victims from HCMC, and at last checked, we were saying that there are 6 children and 1 adult that are critical. Now, that could have changed since we added that to our report on our website. But that was the location that had the most victims of the 17.
At Hennepin Healthcare?
At Hennepin Healthcare.
Yeah, okay.
Majority of which, I think it was 11 patients at Hennepin Healthcare, 9 children, several critical. And looking back at our notes, we had 6 children, 1 adult critical at this point. At Children's Hospital, different from Masonic, had 7 patients from ages 9 to 16, 1 of which was discharged. And then Masonic Children's Hospital received 1 child in stable condition. So still a long way to go just to survive for so many of these victims, and an even longer road when it comes to recovering, not just physically, but mentally from having to take part in something like this that they could have never imagined, never asked for. We've seen the reporting across the country on how this affects kids, whether it's from, as you said, Uvalde, Parkland in Florida, Sandy Hook. This is something they have to carry with themselves, and their families will carry with them, and this community will carry with us going forward. It is not something that will disappear within a week. We will report on this.
Yeah, I think of those Sandy Hook families, and they're still active, and that was 2012, and they're still busy fighting their fight, and good for them. If you are looking for a place to gather with people tonight to not be alone, and if you want to share in your grief, and that place would be the Academy of Holy Angels High School at 7 o'clock tonight. The Archbishop sent us a note, and we've heard from other people. So Holy Angels is a lot of kids that graduate from Annunciation go to Holy Angels. And Holy Angels is about just 5 miles south in Richfield of Annunciation School. Annunciation's at 54th and Lyndale in Southwest Minneapolis. So at 7 tonight, if you're so inclined to want to be around some folks and share your grief and be able to not be alone and express that, that's happening there.
And also, Susan Elizabeth Littlefield did speak with a doctor at Children's Hospital and talked a little bit about how, as a parent, how do you handle this, talking to your child and taking care of yourself. And I'm sure we're going to post some of that information on our website, Dr. Sarah Juristat.
Yeah.
And she did say, I thought one of the things that was interesting, she talked about just taking cues from your child too, and knowing there are some kids who do want to talk about it and some kids who just kind of want to go off and just play, and that's how they handle it. But I thought it was interesting.
Sure, and a 6-year-old's going to have a lot different mindset around this than a 14-year-old.
Correct.
But we hope that information is helpful, because the majority of kids are going back to school next Tuesday.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
after the final weekend of summer.
If they haven't gone back, they're coming home from school in just the next hour or so, and probably looking to talk about this with their parents to help make sense of it. So look for those resources we'll have on our website, and then we hope to have further later tonight to try and talk with child psychologists or mental health specialists.
And we know when we come on and we formally do our 4, 5, and 6 o'clock news, we'll kind of get everything packaged together, and things are so fluid now, but we'll have it all in a very comprehensive, easy to understand way, with a lot of different parts to this: the actual shooting itself, the shooter, victims, people that were inside. You'll hear some stories of heroism, and you'll hear some absolutely heartbreaking stories as well from people who tried to help others in there.
Yeah,
I get choked up thinking about it, because I kind of know what's coming, and I've seen some of it already, and it's really sad.
And I know right now we're over at near Annunciation. We're just waiting for the governor, the mayor, and I have to imagine the police chief to talk. They may have an update. I don't know. I know that Caroline Lowe was trying to find out. Yeah.
It's Caroline Cummings.
Why do I keep saying Caroline Lowe?
You've been on air for a little bit.
Well, she is texting to say she's thinking of all of us.
And she keeps and Caroline Cummings keeps in close contact with the governor's office, so she's on top of that. Before this press conference begins, let's just maybe give a quick timeline rundown for people on what happened this morning. It was just before 8:30 that the shots were fired right outside the windows at Annunciation Church, Catholic Church, of course attached to the school. But there was a mass happening. As you said, Frank, this is part of the first week of school. This typically happens. The gunman, who we know now as Robin Westman, approached from the parking lot, shooting through the windows and into the school. Police telling us that Westman had 3 different guns: a rifle, a shotgun, a pistol, and all 3 were used. The victims that were hurt were children and worshipers in the mass at that time. Again, we know 2 young children, ages 8 and 10, were killed where they sat in the pews. Their parents have been notified as of early this morning. 17 others injured, 14 of whom are children. At least 6 of those victims are in critical condition at last check at Hennepin Health Care. We know that Westman committed suicide in the back of the church. We have since learned the connection of Westman to Annunciation School as a graduate in 2017. Still working on figuring out the motives behind targeting this school in particular. There was initial reports of potential explosives on the grounds. Police let us know there were no explosives or improvised devices found, except for what appeared to be some sort of a firework or a smoke bomb. You're seeing video of the BCA and investigators searching the apartment complex where Westman lived. We know investigators have also searched a vehicle they believe Westman was driving at the scene. And again, Westman lived in Richfield, 23 years old, formerly named Robert Westman, had their name changed to Robin Westman in 2020.
And we know we spoke to Elmo's earlier, and she says she was there outside the apartment, and she did see some of the investigators bringing out, I think it was one more rifle.
At least.
At least, right?
What appeared to be, among other bags and boxes of evidence. But their investigation at this point has wrapped up.
City of Minneapolis just released a statement talking about this being an unspeakable attack. This ward where this happened is represented by Linnea Palmisano, and also the sense of safety and security and things that you expect them to say, and added that they're committed to working with all the local, federal, regional partners to make communities safer, and thoughts and prayers cannot be our only response. They condemn the tragedy, and they talk about unity and grief and healing and action, also with a big thank you to first responders. We actually heard from Reg Chapman that there were a number of first responders going up, offering water to them, giving them a hug, thanking them for their actions. They were there immediately, according to eyewitness reports. I mean, they got a report of shots fired, and there were police cars, and there were all kinds of folks that descended on there. That's Archbishop Bernard Hebda in the background. He's going to be part of this press conference that we expect coming up.
I see Senator Amy Klobuchar there too.
She was on our news earlier. She kind of recounted a little bit about, like we did, going back, talking about Sandy Hook school shootings in general. Amelia, you mentioned the number, something like 500, and was it 74?
This is since 2000. It's 574 U.S. school shootings. That's how much they went. But they broke this down year by year, how many, in a year. But this is in total since 2000
here in Minnesota,
to the present.
Red Lake happened in March of 2005. I think a lot of people remember that. And 9 people were killed in Red Lake, Minnesota. And we, of course, have had other mass shootings, but nothing on that scale, or I think the scale that we're seeing here.
What is staggering about this when I look at these numbers is that since 2000, every year there have been multiple school shootings. Every year. Since 2000.
We should
the
note
last 24.
They don't all happen at elementary schools.
No,
that's what makes these, like Sandy Hook and Annunciation, maybe even a little worse or a little more tragic.
Think it is, yeah.
But there is that tie that Jeff and I were talking about, that people who study this, and unfortunately they study it. There's the governor walking up for the press conference.
We saw Senator Amy Klobuchar, Sheriff DeWanna Witt, some of the players from earlier this morning, but I know Senator Klobuchar, she was able to stop by our WCCO station and talk with our Esme Murphy. She is now joining this group that will be speaking here in just a few minutes.
Yeah, as I was saying before, Jeff, I'm just, it's not Mayor Fry hugging the governor. It's not random places that they happen. It's usually, statistically, instead of usually is probably a better word, statistically, there's a connection. The Parkland shooter had a connection to the school in Florida. The Red Lake shooter had a connection to the school. I think back to Ricori. I didn't mention that when we had Ricori here in Minnesota, and there's a connection. And in this case, there is a connection between the shooter Robin Westman, who killed themselves, and who also took the lives of 2 little kids inside a packed church on a Wednesday morning. We'll obviously be quiet and let everyone absorb all this. The governor's going to, I think, start the press conference, and I have a feeling we'll hear from many of the officials that you see behind him. The police chief is there, the mayor, our U.S. senator, the Hennepin County sheriff, deputy chief is present as well. I think I saw a couple folks I recognized from the FBI, ATF as well. Let's listen in. That's Archbishop Bernard Hebda behind the governor. And maybe we'll hear from Pastor Zarin as well. A new pastor having to jump in at Annunciation. He was at St. Vincent de Paul in the North Metro, and he just got this new assignment.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Certainly a day and a news conference that no one wants to be at. A community behind us, Annunciation Church and School, committed to academics, service, and Catholic values, filled with the first days of school, of beautiful children going to learn those values, share with their teachers and their classmates. And instead of that joy and that curiosity and that learning, they were met with evil and horror and death. And we often come to these and say, these unspeakable tragedies, or there's no words for this. There shouldn't be words for these types of incidents because they should not happen. And there's no words that are going to ease the pain of the families today. On behalf of all the people of Minnesota, our deepest sympathies. A wish that any of these words would make what you're feeling now better, but it won't. A place that's founded on community, founded on service, founded on family. I'd like to give special thank you to the mayor and the team in Minneapolis, the Minneapolis Police Department, Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, Minnesota State Patrol, the BCA, so many agencies, our federal partners in the FBI, the first responders, and the heroic work that's happening now as we speak at multiple medical locations, including Hennepin County Medical Center, where most of our children were transported to receive the life-saving care. The thoughts and prayers and the hopes and the support that we need to give them in this moment, too, is critical. Speaking with all the people here and grateful to our federal partners, Senator Klobuchar speaking early this morning and receiving a call from President Trump, who was with his leadership team of the Attorney General and the Vice President, expressing their deep condolences amongst the horror that happened and an offer to provide the support to the folks here in Minnesota of what's needed. So there's a lot of cameras here, and unfortunately we've been through these types of things. They will be gone at some point. All of you, you have to do your jobs. But what happened here today will not be gone. Minnesotans will not step away. We'll stand with this community. We'll redouble ourselves to do the best we can to understand what we can do to prevent any parent from having to receive the calls they received today, from any school dedicated to children having to respond to a situation that, as we said, is unthinkable, but that's all too common, not just in Minnesota, but across this country. It's Minnesota's day to day, and it's my strongest desire that no state, no community, no school ever experiences a day like this. So I ask the rest of the folks around the country who are watching, keep us in your thoughts and prayers, but also keep us in the thoughts for action. Keep us in the ideas that we can work together. And it's on these days like this, I think, and I hope we can hold on to it, we are unified as a community. Everybody across the country today is part of the Annunciation Parish, and they're with those families. With that, Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey.
Thank you, Governor. Throughout the morning, we have seen this extraordinary Minneapolis family step up in thousands of different ways. People with strength, resilience, compassion, and love for the families that have been forever impacted by this heinous act. We want to make sure that we're doing everything possible for them right now, and I want to give a special thank you, and we are so grateful to all of the faculty and the teachers at Annunciation. The way that they acted during severe threat and danger was nothing short of heroic. This is a tragic and horrible event that should never occur, and it would have been all the more tragic and horrible had they not stepped in, at times perhaps put themselves in danger to protect others. As horrible as this has been, it could have been far worse. I'm grateful for our law enforcement partners, our police officers in the Minneapolis Police Department and other law enforcement agencies well beyond that step up, that answered the call to make sure that they were running towards danger when so many of the rest of us would have run in the other direction. Thank you. We are so appreciative of your service. To Principal DeBoer and your whole team, the ethic that you have showed, the love that you've shown, it's flat out incredible. And at the same time, look, we need to be doing more than talking. It can't just be words. There needs to be action. And when we have seen school shooting after school shooting, when we have seen churches get shot up by horrible actors, I think the impetus has to be on all of us as leaders to do a whole lot more, to recognize that we've got more guns in this country than we have people. And it's on all of us to recognize the truth and the reality that we can't just say that this shouldn't happen again and then allow it to happen again and again beyond that. It's on all of us. And I have heard about a whole lot of hate that's being directed at our trans community. Anybody who is using this as an opportunity to villainize our trans community or any other community out there has lost their sense of common humanity. We should not be operating out of a place of hate for anyone. We should be operating from a place of love for our kids. Kids died today. This needs to be about them. This needs to be wrapping our arms around these families with every bit of love that we can possibly show. And I know that our Minneapolis family and well beyond is prepared to do exactly that. And so my message to everyone out there is, again, these families are experiencing some acute pain right now. But don't just think of these as somebody else's kids. Think of your own. Let's make sure that we're acting now to not just say it's never happening again, but ensure it doesn't. Our chief of police has been working tirelessly throughout the day, along with, again, a number of different law enforcement agencies, investigators, federal partners, state partners. Thank you, Senator Klobuchar, for being here. Been working tirelessly, and I'd like to invite him up to give some more of the details that have come up. Chief.
My name is Brian O'Hara, B-R-I-A-N, O''H-A-R-A. I am the Minneapolis Police Chief. Good afternoon, and thank you all for your patience as we continue to gather the facts in this investigation into this truly unthinkable tragedy that happened here earlier today. I want to make sure that we are providing the most accurate information possible, particularly as we speak around our victims. At this point, we know we have a total of 19 victims from this tragedy. 2 were young children, ages 8 and 10, that were sitting in the pews at Mass when they were shot and killed. They were pronounced deceased on the scene. There were another 14 children between the ages of 6 and 15 that were injured by gunfire. There were also 3 adults in their 80s that were parishioners here attending Mass that were also shot in this incident. The families of all of the children that have been affected have been notified. The coward that shot these victims took his own life in the rear of the church. That coward has been identified as 23-year-old Robin Westman. No prior criminal history. As to the weapons used to perpetrate this horrific attack, there was a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol. All 3 had been lawfully purchased by the shooter. At this stage, we believe that the shooter had acted alone. There is no indication of other suspects directly involved in carrying out this attack. Our investigators are working with other agencies in the process of executing 4 search warrants. 1 is for the church itself where this crime occurred. The other 3 are residences nearby in the metro that are related to this shooter. Additional firearms are being recovered from those 3 residential locations as we speak. We are also aware of a manifesto that the shooter had timed to be released on YouTube. This manifesto appeared to show him at the scene and included some disturbing writings. That content has since been taken down with the assistance of the FBI, and it now remains under active review by our investigators. We know this community is reeling and is in pain. I want to ensure everyone in our community, this parish, all of the families affected, and all of our residents, that all of law enforcement collectively, local law enforcement, our county, our state, and all of our federal law enforcement partners have been here, and we are all working tirelessly to uncover the full scope of what happened, to try and identify a motive why it happened, and whether there are any other further details. We will continue to share updates as the investigation progresses, and we remain committed to being as transparent as possible while protecting the integrity of this investigation. In a moment, I will take some questions that I am able to answer, but first I want to bring up the principal of Annunciation School, Matt Du Bois, as well as, after him, the Archbishop, our Archbishop Bernard Hebda. So, Principal.
Good afternoon, everyone. To any of our students and families and staff watching right now, I love you. You're so brave, and I'm so sorry this happened to us today. Within seconds of this situation beginning, our teachers were heroes. Children were ducked down. Adults were protecting children. Older children were protecting younger children. As we heard earlier, it could have been significantly worse without their heroic action. This is a nightmare, but we call our staff the Dream Team, and we will recover from this. We will rebuild from this. When we planned for this school year, we intentionally chose a theme from the prophet Jeremiah chapter 29, a future filled with hope. There's nothing about today that can fill us with hope. We, as a community, have a responsibility to make sure that no child, no parent, no teacher ever has to experience what we've experienced today, ever again. I need everybody to commit those words to your speech patterns, never again. We lost 2 angels today. And please continue to pray for those still receiving care. We can't change the past, but we can do something about the future. There's an African proverb that says, when you pray, move your feet. So I beg you, I ask you to please pray, but don't stop with your words. Let's make a difference and support this community, these children, these families, these teachers. Never again can we let this happen. I love you, Annunciation family. We're with you, and we will be stronger when this is done. Archbishop Hebda will be coming next.
Thank you, Principal DeBoer. I'm so grateful that Mayor Fry and the Chief both mentioned how valiant you and your staff were. I'm so grateful to the pastor here at Annunciation, Father Dennis Zarin, for the deacon, Deacon Kevin Keneally, also were heroic in this time. But how sad it is, for sure, not only for the families who are directly involved, but indeed for families everywhere who feel the threat that comes from an event, a tragedy like today's. I would never want to correct a principal, but Principal DeBoer said it wasn't so clear where would be the source of hope. And brothers and sisters, we have to be men and women of hope. Already today, I've been receiving messages from all over our country promising prayers. And I think it's the prayers of the feet as well, Principal. That is, for me, is a source of hope, just as we see families stepping forward to help those who have been impacted by this terrible tragedy. Very grateful that Principal DeBoer spoke about prayer. Certainly that the bell in a Catholic Church is always a call to prayer, and so it's a reminder for us for sure to be praying. And we have to recognize that it's through prayer and through that prayer of the feet, through that action, that we can indeed make a difference. That has to be the source of our hope. I was particularly pleased today to receive a message from Pope Leo. If you'd bear with me, I'd like to share that with you. It comes directly from Cardinal Pietro Parolin, who's the Secretary of State, and it reads like this. His Holiness Pope Leo XIV was profoundly saddened to learn of the loss of life and injuries following the shooting that took place at Annunciation Church in Minneapolis. And he sends his heartfelt condolences and the assurance of spiritual closeness to all those affected by this terrible tragedy, especially the families now grieving the loss of a child, while commending the souls of the deceased children to the love of Almighty God. His Holiness prays for the wounded as well as the first responders, medical personnel, and clergy who are caring for them and their loved ones. At this extremely difficult time, the Holy Father imparts to the Annunciation Catholic School community, the Archdiocese of St. Paul and Minneapolis, and the people of the greater Twin Cities metropolitan area his apostolic blessing as a pledge of peace, fortitude, and consolation in the Lord Jesus. My brothers and sisters, that gives me some hope. We know that the Holy Father, Pope Leo, did his hospital training right here in Minneapolis, so he knows our community, and he's been reminding anybody visiting from Minnesota that he spent some time here. We're very grateful for his blessing, but I, like those who have spoken before, ask that you would continue to look for those ways of supporting those who have been impacted today, not only with your prayers, but also with your action. Thank you. And Chief, I now turn this back to you for your questions.
Thank you, Archbishop.
Thank you, Archbishop. As I mentioned, obviously the investigation continues in its preliminary stages. I will take some questions now, and additionally, we will let you know when we can provide some updated information.
How are the injured students doing? What are their conditions at this point?
The question from Matt was, how are the injured students doing? I believe all of them have their parents with them now, and they are all expected to survive. All of the remaining victims are expected to survive. There is a range of injuries, however.
Chief, you said the weapons were acquired legally. Do we know when
Yes.
and where they were acquired?
I can tell you they were purchased recently.
Chief, can you tell us anything more about a possible motive here? We've also heard reports that the suspected shooter's mother was employed here at some point. Can you confirm that as well?
Okay. So the question was on a possible motive and a relationship to the church or to the school. I have no information to share on a motive other than saying again that there was some sort of manifesto that was timed to come out on YouTube. It's been taken down, and our investigators are going through that to try and develop a motive from that. Additionally, there are these 3 search warrants happening in residential locations, and we may very well, find more information or writings that could give some sense to that, but we don't have that now. And I cannot confirm a relationship between the suspect or his family and this church at this time, but that's obviously something we're looking very closely at.
Can you confirm at this point whether it was in fact by the suspect, or do you believe at this point that it is in fact from him? And second question.
What was by the suspect? I'm sorry.
The manifesto that you've been talking about.
Yep. So the question was about the manifesto. We do believe it was by the suspect, yes.
And we understand that we've seen some documents about the name change that somebody with the same name as the suspect has filed for a few years ago.
Yep.
Do you believe this to be the same person, that Robin Westman was in fact born with a different name at this point? And can you speak a little bit more about the identity?
Yep. So the question was about the suspect, and he had a name change at some point in the past. I cannot confirm that other than confirming the identity, the name that I gave you, the age. That is the suspect. That's the person that we believe has caused this.
Chief, you mentioned these videos posted on YouTube, seemingly scheduled to be posted right after the shooting. Is there anything that the suspect posted days prior, months prior, that could shed any light on your mindset?
Yep. So the question was, we mentioned that the YouTube videos were scheduled to be posted. Is there anything else in social media that may shed some light into this? We do not have information on that at this time that I'm able to share. However, our investigators and our law enforcement partners are definitely looking at that.
About how many children and parishioners were in the church when this happened?
So the question was how many children and parishioners were in the church when this happened. This was towards the beginning of Mass, so some of the children were already filed into the church and were seated. Others were coming in. I've heard estimates, but we will release a more definitive number.
several shootings yesterday.
Yep.
How is the resourcing going for you? Are you getting help from other places?
Yep. So Sue's question was resources for Minneapolis police due to the other challenges we've had the last 24 hours. Obviously, this has been the most difficult. The dozens of officers that responded to this scene, many of them are deeply traumatized by what they saw, as are obviously all of the children, all of the staff members, Father Dennis, everyone who was at Mass this morning. So obviously that has been our #1 priority, is to care for the health and wellness of the officers that responded here. Additionally, obviously, we have responded to other challenging situations and other acts of violence. I can say, in regard to the shooting that happened outside of the high school yesterday, we have arrested 2 people for assisting in that shooting. We have not gotten the shooter yet, but we believe we have 2 people under arrest that were present with the shooter when that happened, and we're making significant progress. There was an additional arrest at a homicide last night that happened on the 2700 block of 3rd Avenue South. That person has not been booked specifically for being responsible for that murder, but we believe that is the person who caused that. So. No, unfortunately not. Yep.
A lot of the politicians here, the principal and others have said that this can never happen again. I'm just wondering if you have a suggestion for where we start to make sure it doesn't ever happen again.
Yeah, so the question was, where do we start to make sure this doesn't happen again? I don't have an answer for that at this time.
Chief, we understand from the federals that there is an idea that this might be investigated, maybe it already is, I'm not sure my information, as a hate crime against Catholics. I'm asking you, perhaps, Archbishop, is this a line of investigation that you have open? Can you comment on that?
So the question is this an investigation into a hate crime against Catholics? We don't have a motive at this time. Obviously, we're open to any possibilities at all, but we don't have a motive or anything to suggest that.
Do you know if there is any more safety, any more protective measures that are implemented at other Catholic schools throughout the Twin Cities or churches? I'm sure there are masses going around right now this afternoon.
Yeah.
It's just a week out from, or a few days before the start of school.
Yeah. So the question is the concern for other churches, other schools around the metro. Unfortunately, this is something that our community has been dealing with for some time. The threat of active shooters, the threat of hate crimes at houses of worship, unfortunately, is not something new here. And of course, our precinct inspectors, our crime prevention specialists are available to work with both houses of worship, churches, and schools that do reach out to assist in any additional security measures or advice that we can offer them.
Question about that to follow up. Are you aware if this is the first time that actually a Catholic Mass has been targeted and there have been victims inside a Catholic church during Mass? In the Twin Cities, not in the world.
In the Twin Cities?
I'm unaware of any other.
Yeah, from the the question was, is this the first time that there's been attack of Catholics at Mass in the Twin Cities area? The Archbishop is unaware of any other attack.
The FBI is saying that this is being investigated as domestic terrorism. Are you also tracking this?
The question was, is it being investigated by the FBI?
FBI director saying this is domestic terrorism. Is that what you're tracking?
Well, the FBI is here with us and has been a part of this entire investigation, as well as the ATF, other law enforcement. It's being led right now by the Minneapolis Police Department, and we are looking at, obviously, any possibilities from wherever the evidence will lead us from what we recover. Absolutely.
Thank you all again so much for your time today, for your support.
Thank you. Yes, I think there's probably 2 names you would like spelling for. It's Principal Matt DeBoer, D-E-M-A-T-T.
Okay, and you've been watching that press conference, of course, with leaders of Minneapolis, giving us some new information, Jeff, about today's tragic attack. Maybe we want to go over that for people. I mean, learning more that there were 19 victims, and of course, we've been telling you that an 8- and a 10-year-old were shot and killed. A little more detail, they were sitting in the pews.
Right.
We learned that the students were filing in for Mass. It was toward the beginning of that service on their 3rd day of school. We also learned 14 children from the ages of 6 to 15 were injured by gunfire. And then the new piece there is we learned that the 3 adults that were hurt were in their 80s.
Correct. And I think on top of that, maybe the biggest relief we got from this update is that all of the victims who are in the hospital will survive. At one point, we were reporting that 6 children and 1 adult were in critical condition at Hennepin Healthcare. So to hear that all of the victims and the surgery they had to go through will survive, I know is a relief for not only those parents who are with their children in the hospital, but that whole school community and everybody who's been following this since the beginning, to know that we will not hear of any more children who have been killed as a result of this shooting. But that was just on the aspect of the investigation into there's so much more that we also learned.
Yeah, and the police chief did note there's a range of injuries. I mean, we have no idea what these families that are sitting in hospital rooms waiting for their children to come out of surgery or go through their next appointment with doctors are going through. And we do have reporters stationed at the various hospitals to get those updates. They've been good about giving them today, just because so many people are concerned and plugged in here. We learned more about the shooter, though, and we've been reporting that 23-year-old Robin Westman was the shooter, a former student at the school. But we learned that he lawfully obtained the 3 guns that were used today, and the Minneapolis police chief also said that they were obtained relatively recently.
Right. We know that Westman had a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol. In the earlier press conference this morning, we learned all 3 were used. Unclear at this point how many shots were fired. I mean, there's probably casings scattered all around.
Can I just say, earlier in the day, the chief said dozens of casings. And he was estimating based on, it seemed like his survey of the scene earlier today, but I remember him saying dozens. And we've told you the shooter was shooting from outside through the windows into the church. Now we're learning as students were filing in for Mass. Now you've seen our Marielle Mose live out there for you as the BCA and other investigators go through the home and other known residences of the shooter. 3 different residences, maybe across the metro. We've been showing that Richfield apartment, and that a gun came out of that. Elle said it was in one of those boxes.
Yeah, you appeared to see some sort of a grip or handle from a rifle, it appears, was gathered at that scene. That was at an apartment in Richfield, which is where we believe the shooter themselves lived. The other residences that are getting that search warrant, it's unclear where those locations are or what the shooter's connection is to those different locations, but we do know this spot in Richfield, this apartment in particular, is where it is believed that Westman lived. And again, according to the neighbors who lived at this location, they told Elle they never really saw him.
Yeah, and how scary to know that someone with that in their mind and their heart was living next door. We should also talk about the online investigation, which is going to be a very big piece of this, because of course we all live much of our lives on the internet these days. And the police chief also sharing what some people have been chattering about on social media and on the internet, that there is a manifesto. And we didn't necessarily we weren't prepared to bring that to you because you've been hearing from us all day. We are going to every length to vet this information. We don't just take stuff if we see it on the internet, right? We want to hear it from officials. And so we got that confirmation that this manifesto that has been circling online, they do believe is from the shooter. And so they're going to be looking, Jeff, of course, very closely at that. No indication of any sort of motive at this time.
Right, and the manifesto was to be timed and released through YouTube. That YouTube page and the video that was up this morning has since been taken down by the FBI and is being reviewed. But the physical manifesto, I believe, the chief said was with the shooter, or at least maybe with the vehicle that was on scene, which we know was searched as well. Beyond the chief, we did hear from several other people during the press conference. We heard from Mayor Jacob Frey. We heard from Governor Tim Walz for the first time. We heard from the principal, Matt DeBoer. And I think one thing that stood out to me that was brought up by the principal, brought up by the mayor, was thanking the staff members for their heroic actions, thanking the older students for jumping on top of the younger students in that moment to protect them. We had heard, Aaron, from a young boy explaining what it was like as the bullets came through the window.
Yeah, and that is one of the toughest things we've heard today. He said, my friend, you know, stood over me, kind of laid himself over me to protect me, and then my friend was shot.
Right.
Now, he went on to say he thinks his friend was okay, and we're glad to hear that, but just really tough to hear those firsthand accounts from such young children. We actually have that for you right now.
It was like right beside me. I was like 2 seats away from the stained glass windows. So they were like, the shots were like right next to me.
That's scary.
Yeah.
You went under the pew after that happened?
Yeah. And
Is
then
that
I
what
got,
everyone tried to do?
I think I got like gunpowder on my neck. Yeah.
When you heard the shots, what went through your head?
I was like, the first one, I was like, what is that? I thought it was just something. Then when I heard it again, I just ran under the pew. And then I covered my head. My friend Victor like saved me though, because he laid on top of me, but he got hit.
Your friend laid on top of you?
Yeah, and he got hit.
Almost hard to stomach having to listen to a child of that age describe how their friend protected them as bullets came flying through a church window at 8:30 in the morning as they were preparing for Mass on their first week of school to celebrate a school year that had a theme of future filled with hope.
We saw that. There was a Facebook post from the school just a couple days ago when they started school on Monday. Really cute photos of the kids in their uniforms. You've seen them in those green uniforms today. Posed for pictures, yes, and the principal said we pick a theme every year, and it's really hard to find the hope today. But another theme you've seen from leaders today is don't let this tear you apart. There are some people that are, starting to spread some hateful things. I think that was clear from the principal, from people from the church, from state leaders and local leaders, that their hope is that this doesn't pull us apart, that people should show up, be in community, be together, and that's the only way to get through something this dark.
And there's a couple opportunities for people to get together this evening. If you want to share in your grief with someone or just hear some prayer, just don't want to be alone, we know that at 7 p.m. tonight, there will be a vigil at Holy Angels Academy. We know that the school, Annunciation Catholic School, is somewhat of a feeder towards Holy Angels among many other schools in the region.
I have the other one here too.
Right.
So there's a second vigil that has popped up. This is from 8 to 9 at Lyndhurst Park. That's Minnehaha Parkway area. That is from 8 to 9. So a second vigil popping up, understandably, people wanting to be together during a difficult time.
Right. And we just sent a message in from a mother of one of the children who was shot at Annunciation Catholic School, Danielle Gunter. She's a mother of an 8th grade boy. She told us this: "Our son was shot at school today inside a church praying with his classmates. Our hearts are shattered, not only for him, but for everyone who was harmed. We grieve and we pray for the others who were shot, for their families, and for those who lost loved ones." It goes on to say, "We feel the pain, the anger, the confusion, and the searing reality that our lives will never be the same, yet we still have our child. Unlike others, we are blessed to hold on to him, and we will help him rebuild his life, his trust, and his confidence. We don't want others to ever feel the same, and we pray that everyone touched by this tragedy can find the strength to begin rebuilding too." Again, Danielle Gunter, mother of an 8th grade boy who was shot at Annunciation Catholic School.
As you read that, we were just showing shots from the hospital. We know there are still families that are sitting in waiting rooms right now. We have our John Lordson, who's actually monitoring one of the hospitals for us. So, John, what have we learned?
Yeah, Aaron, we talked with Dr. Thomas Wyatt, and he's an emergency medicine physician at Hennepin Healthcare right behind me this morning. Right after 11 o'clock, he gave an update on what happened from their perspective. They got a call of a mass shooting, so it was all hands on deck here at Hennepin Healthcare. That call came in about 8:45 this morning. Again, this is a level 1 trauma center, so they actually had 10 patients come here this morning. Initially, they had reported 11. It was 10. 8 children, 2 adults. 7 of those people were brought in as critical, 6 children in critical condition, and 1 adult. Now, if there's a silver lining here, it's that there are no fatalities even after surgery at this point from all those patients, those 10 patients brought in. We did talk with Dr. Wyatt about the toll, though, this takes on them. They do practice for these mass shooting events, but a lot of work goes into this.
that type of a page goes out, again, it really puts into motion a lot of a big response from all of the teams. And so because we're a level 1 trauma center, we have to, mobilize certain types of resources like, operating rooms and the surgical services. We have to have emergency providers and nurses. We have to, mobilize things like the laboratory and the blood bank. So there's a lot of planning, and again, a lot of exercises we do throughout the year to prepare for these events. And unfortunately, we respond to many of them throughout the year. These incidents are never easy. We've had 2 in the last 24 hours that have occurred, these mass casualty incidents. I want to take a moment to tell you how proud I am to work for this organization and the teams that were involved, the resources, again, that were mobilized.
Yeah, and we're hearing that those children that were brought in here to Hennepin Healthcare were anywhere from 6 to 14 years old. Obviously, when Dr. Wyatt talks about the physical toll and how unfortunately they have to practice for things like this, it weighs on them. It weighs on the doctors, the nurses, the entire staff here. So they talk with psychologists. They actually have a team of psychologists here at Hennepin Healthcare that will consult with doctors and emergency staff after something like this happens, because it is such an emotional thing to work with children to have to go through something like this. And obviously, again, they practice for this, much like the children practice for a mass shooting event like we saw this morning. They do many of the same things here, mass casualty events. That's something they train for year-round here at Hennepin Healthcare, guys.
All right. Thank you, John, for that update. Again, the best news we heard so far is that all victims will survive, many of whom were at one point critical outside HCMC where John was just standing.
Yeah, and not to, and then 2 families grieving the loss of their children, an 8- and 10-year-old that we lost today. In this shooting during Mass at a Catholic school that was connected to the church. And John talks about the mental health aspect of this. We have been touching on that all day, because we know whether you're a parent at this school, a child at this school, you just live in the community, you go to a different school, or you don't even have children, right? This is so tough. I had a friend who texted me saying, I can't stop crying in my cubicle today. It's just that kind of day. It's heavy in the air. And so we're hearing about more resources that are popping up for everybody at home. I think there's an acknowledgement that it's really hard to go through this stuff alone. Mayor Fry said there will be resources for families, and I'm sure people are getting emails from their schools and communities about next steps.
Yeah, how to talk with your children. How can you get assistance at school if your child now feels unsafe going to school and feels concerned? Those are all warranted right now, and these things happen when it's hard to grasp how you move forward from this and try to proceed with life the next day. Kids at other schools are going to have to go into school the next day. And we had Susan Elizabeth Littlefield talking with a mental health expert about these very things. Let's listen in a little bit.
Parents need to be there as a model for their kids to express their own emotions. Parents have feelings, and they don't need to be, just okay. Kids can see parents are struggling with this too. That's a great model for kids to recognize, I'm feeling sad and scared, and I can express my feelings about it too.
It's okay for them to see you cry.
It is absolutely okay, and it's normal, and it's human.
So many people angry too, and if we could just note that there are plenty of lawmakers. I mean, we've heard from Senator Amy Klobuchar, we heard from Governor Tim Walz. They're saying, as you've heard before in other situations like this, thoughts and prayers are not enough. I think there are lawmakers, certainly community members, that are calling for action too, whether it is regarding mental health, whether it is regarding guns, and that will be part of the conversation as we move forward. Of course, everyone's sensitive to the situation that we are in. We want to go to Elle Mose. She's live for us. Again, as the investigation continues, you're outside the suspect's apartment, Elle.
Yeah, Aaron, this was a key part of today's investigation by the Minnesota BCA. The scene cleared about probably about an hour and a half ago now. But behind me is the suspected shooter's apartment where they lived. We are in Richfield right now, just off of 494 between the interstate and Richfield High School off Lyndale Avenue. We're told that the suspect lived in the bottom level of this unit. The BCA was here looking for evidence, which they already removed from the apartment. We were here when that took place. Take a look at that video right now. You can see a large box of stuff, evidence being taken out of this apartment that the BCA will now investigate further to help them understand what exactly led up to this shooting. And one thing is clear in this video. There's a large box. We can see part of a rifle sticking out of this box. We can also see what appears to be a large magazine clip of ammo. So these are two things that we know for sure were taken out of this apartment complex here today. So the Minneapolis police have not said exactly this is where the shooter lived, but with the crime scene tape that was here today, with the large presence of the Minnesota BCA and the large box of evidence showing a gun and ammo being taken out, that's what led us here to this place today, and why we are going to be kind of monitoring this scene as things unfold. Residents have been allowed to come and go as they please. One thing that was interesting, though, is we have spoken to every resident that we have come across here today since 10:30 this morning, and no one knew this person. No one knew the suspected gunman, Robin Westman. They hadn't seen them or heard of them, which tells you that this person was a recluse, kept to themselves. But definitely everyone was shocked to learn that someone who brought out such an evil act was their neighbor.
And Marielle, even though some of these neighbors had never met nor seen Robin, they were still emotional learning that this person could have been living next door to them and committed such a crime, right?
Yeah, we did actually speak to a mother on camera today who lives in this complex. She was embracing her young child, I would say was probably 3 years old or younger, and she was in hysterics talking about this, just so overwhelmed by the fact that a person suspected of such an evil act was her neighbor. You know, her heart going out to the families, the victims in this shooting. Let's listen to what she had to say further.
Yeah, maybe I've seen his face, you know, I don't know, but it's just so scary, you know, to have a shooter next door to you and you have a kid. And those innocent children, they don't deserve to die like that. It's crazy. They don't deserve. I'm sorry for their loss. Sorry to the parents. And sorry to those innocent children. It's so scary.
As your mom yourself, like, what's going through your head knowing she's going to be school age soon?
I know. I don't even want to think about that right now. I just hope that one day all this will stop. I just hope the gun violence and everything, they will just get control of it, you know. Nobody has the right to just own a gun like that, you know. People have to go through stuff before you can own something. It's crazy. You know, living in a neighborhood, you think you are safe, and the next thing you had something like this. It's hard. You know, my heart goes out to the parents and for those innocent children, you know.
What's the feeling knowing this shooter lived in the same complex?
Oh my goodness. It's so scary. It's so scary.
I mean, her emotions really echo how all of us are feeling right now. Just every mother, every parent, anyone in this community that feels compelled or tied or emotionally attached to this heartbreak. I mean, it's an overwhelming day for those who live in the Twin Cities, Minnesota, and the country, just to hear that another mass shooting has taken place and young innocent lives were taken.
Okay, Elmo's live for us at the scene where the suspect most recently lived, Robin Westman, 23, and that's the Richfield area there.
Right, and we want to recap for you because we've been getting all this new information, but if you're just tuning in now and you want to know exactly what occurred this morning, as we've been told through investigators, let's take you through the beginning. It was just before 8:30 this morning in South Minneapolis that the call came in, a shooting at Mass at Annunciation Catholic Church, which also is connected to a school. We understand that the students at the school were working their way into Mass at that time. Police tell us the gunman, now identified as Robin Westman, approached the school from the outside and started firing shots through the windows and into the church where Mass was getting started. We know that Westman had 3 different guns, a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol, and used all 3. We were told that 2 children, ages 8 and 10, were killed where they sat in the pews. 17 others were hurt, 14 of whom were children. The other 3 were adults in their 80s. We have since learned all of those victims will survive their injuries, despite several of them going into surgery in critical condition. We later learned that Westman killed himself in the rear of the church. Westman acted alone. We have since learned the connection is that to this school is that Westman was a graduate from there in 2017, would have been when they were in 8th grade. Formerly named Robert Westman, but had their name legally changed to Robin Westman in 2020. There were reports of potential explosives or improvised devices maybe on the campus. Police did their searches and did not find any. And we knew that they have searched the shooter's vehicle, also found on scene.
Yeah. We've also recently learned in the last hour from the Minneapolis police chief that there is a manifesto that they believe was written by Robin, the shooter. And so no doubt they are looking into that. It was timed to be released on the internet. At the time of the attack, it has been taken down, but it was circulating, and now we heard from officials that indeed they believe that was written by Robin and that they will be looking into that. No word on a motive, but we did hear from the FBI director, Kash Patel, via social media, that the FBI is investigating it.
As an act of domestic terrorism and a hate crime against Catholics. So that's interesting that that is the approach for this investigation on a federal level. We want to mention again, if you want to grieve with some other people, if you want to connect with others and just find some hope this evening, at 7 o'clock tonight, there will be a vigil at Holy Angels Academy. That is a school that often kids from Annunciation School will go to once they're at high school age, and Aaron has details on another.
Up from 8 to 9 at Lyndhurst Park, but this is a statement from the school. You can read it there. No words can capture what we have gone through, what we are going through, and what we will go through in the coming days and weeks, but we will navigate this together. And Jeff, in the press conference we got just a little bit ago, we did hear from the principal. He said that everyone was so brave today that, and we expect to hear those stories, that of course the teachers were heroes, but so were the older students, protecting the younger students. And the ask from him is, please don't stop with your words. Yes, we appreciate your prayers, and please pray for us because we're going to need it. But please don't stop with your words. We want to make our communities safer so that we are the last school that this happens to. And we all sort of know that unfortunately in this country, as you heard from leaders today, they say this is unthinkable, but it happens all too often. It's unthinkable, but familiar.
Right. There are no words, and there shouldn't be words, but here we are speaking the same ones again. And I think the call for faith and prayer and support from the principal and from so many others isn't to just the local community. This story has gone well beyond Minnesota at this point, all across the nation, and truly has become a worldwide story. We heard Archbishop Bernard Hebda bring up that he received a statement from the Pope, Pope Leo, and I'm just reading this statement here. It states, "The souls of the deceased children to the love of Almighty God, and praise for the wounded as well as the first responders, medical personnel, and clergy who are caring for them and their loved ones." It goes on to say, "A pledge of peace, fortitude, and consolation in the Lord Jesus." Pope Leo imparted this apostolic blessing upon the Annunciation Catholic School community, the Archdiocese of St. Paul in Minneapolis, and the people of the greater Twin Cities metropolitan area. Again, the Pope extending his heartfelt condolences and the assurance of spiritual closeness to all those affected by this terrible tragedy, especially the families now grieving the loss of a child.
Yeah, it goes that far. And you're looking at video from the school/church from earlier today. We've been learning more about the school as well. They just started their school year on Monday. Sounds like, Jeff, just shy of maybe 400 students or so. A smaller school, if you're familiar with that area of South Minneapolis, they're sort of nestled right in a neighborhood there. Right. Plenty of businesses nearby too. So you can imagine when that commotion started this morning, just after 8:30, that was just a little surreal. You're looking at it on the map there, Annunciation Church in South Minneapolis. We actually heard from someone who was driving to work.
Right, because this was during the commute time.
Yep, 8:30 this morning. Someone was driving to work, said they heard 20 gunshots in 30 seconds. Of course, you take a second to think, is that what I'm hearing? I mean, he thought
8:30 in the morning.
It must have been roofers working, something else. And no, then he noticed, I believe it was a student, it sounded like a young person, running frantically away from the church and got into this man's car who was commuting to work. He said, yeah, come in the car, and definitely was running, fleeing the scene. So just a chaotic morning in Minneapolis. We're going to hear from a witness right now.
It's terrifying. You know, I mean, the first thing I did was I started texting some of our neighbors, and, you know, my next door neighbor, his ex-wife lives just only blocks away from there too, and so checking to make sure everyone's okay. It's terrifying though. It really is, because you know, we obviously know that we do have some crime in this city, but you don't really feel like it's in that area as much. And so that was just honestly the hard part, to kind of recognize that, like, this hits a lot closer to home.
It was like shots fired, and then we kind of like got under the pews. It kind of, they shot through the stained glass windows, I think, and it was really scary.
What did you do after that?
Well, we waited like 10 to 5 minutes, I don't really know. And then we went to the gym, and then the doors locked just to make sure he didn't come. And we waited in the gym for more news, and everyone was okay. Or most people were okay.
Who were your friend, Wes?
My friend got hit in the back.
Did he go to the hospital?
Yeah, he went to the hospital.
What went through your mind when you saw that?
I was super scared for him, but I think now he's okay.
Just so tough to hear. And we've been seeing more of the response. I know I was hearing about it develop this morning. Of course, you have law enforcement. Of course, you have families reunifying with their little ones. We saw that happening. But we've also seen neighbors come in. I know people were bringing in their therapy dogs, that people were opening their doors for meals. And it's just sort of that time for the community that whatever is needed, people want to provide that in addition to prayers. The mayor, though, I think taking it a step further. I mean, he was upset today, the mayor of Minneapolis, Jacob Frey, saying this is unacceptable. We heard from him just a little bit ago. And if we don't have it, I mean, I have some of his comments from earlier, but he said, he was imploring the community. We need to stand by these families, love them, that these families have been forever changed. That was his message, first words out of, you know, his mouth just about this morning, and that we have all been changed as well. That there are 2 families sitting at home tonight without their 8- and 10-year-olds, and that there are several more families sitting in hospital waiting rooms or hospital rooms after this shooting during mass at a elementary, you know, pre-K through 8th grade school this morning.
He said, think of this as if it were your own. Every one of us needs to wrap our arms around these families. And he emphasized this. These kids were literally praying. They were entering mass. This was their first week of school, and it was sort of a way to commemorate the beginning of the school year. Some of the victims were in their 80s, and as pointed out by Frank and Amelia, even though this is a Catholic school, the church is connected to it, and neighbors, volunteers, it could be grandparents are participating as well. We want to hear a little bit here from Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara.
The coward that shot these victims took his own life in the rear of the church. That coward has been identified as 23-year-old Robin Westman. No prior criminal history. As to the weapons used to perpetrate this horrific attack, there was a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol. All three had been lawfully purchased by the shooter.
And that's what makes this so tough because, of course, investigators are doing their job and people need to be patient and wait that out as far as a motive. We know there's a manifesto they're looking into. We know they're physically searching the car that was left behind there. But then, you know, your mind wanders because this was the shooter, the suspected shooter was a graduate of this school. Right. Did have a connection to this community, and I'm sure there are many families sitting at home thinking,
why?
What happened here? And so investigators are looking into that as families, you know, await the health updates of their loved ones. This was the third day of school at Annunciation Catholic pre-K through 8th grade school in Minneapolis. This is 54th and Lyndale area for people who aren't familiar with where it is. We also heard from the governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz, just a bit ago.
So I ask the rest of the folks around the country who are watching, keep us in your thoughts and prayers, but also keep us in the thoughts for action. Keep us in the ideas that we can work together. And it's on these days like this, I think, and I hope we can hold on to it. We are unified as a community. Everybody across the country today is part of the Annunciation Parish, and they're with those families.
I think messages like that are important. As you were describing, you know, people wondering if there's a motive. This just happened today at 8:30 in the morning. We've since learned more information about the shooter. We've since learned information about the victims that are now going to survive, still waiting to find out the identities of the 8- and 10-year-old that we don't need to have immediately. But there is this thirst for information in the sphere we live in now. We live on the internet. We need the updates. We need the latest. Investigators are working on that.
Yeah, and this is where we're at, in case you're just tuning in. So 19 victims. This was the latest update from MPD Police Chief Brian O'Hara. We know the victims that lost their lives today were 8 and 10 years old, shot and killed in those church pews at the beginning of Mass, and then 14 children were hurt, ages 6 to 15 years old, hurt, injured by gunfire. I have in my notes here. And then 3 adults, we didn't know their ages, but 3 adults in their 80s were also hurt here. And we did get a picture of what that looks like, that this Mass is open to the community, that they could have been grandparents of students. It sounded like that was relatively common, you know, if parents or guardians were working, that maybe the grandparents, especially for this first Mass of the school year, would have been there with their grandchildren, maybe just community members that lived nearby, people that attended the church. And so that picture, that really, really tough picture coming into view of the students filing in on their third day of school, smiling in their uniforms, optimistic about another school year, and suddenly this shooter, we've learned, is outside, right, parks there because the vehicle was left there, is outside, shoots from outside of the church through stained glass windows into these pews where students were sitting, and then from there, right, chaos and teachers and adults and older students diving to protect other people. And that is the good news of the day, Jeff, is that the people that are still recovering in the hospital are
17.
expected to recover. And so we hope to not have to report any more fatalities here.
Yeah. And we're seeing those images right now of the parents who were able to be
earlier this morning,
you know, reunited with their children. There were all those alerts going out this morning of first keeping people at a distance, then allowing parents to meet at a reunification site. We know the principal was on hand for that, and we also heard from him this afternoon.
To any of our students and families and staff watching right now, I love you. You're so brave, and I'm so sorry this happened to us today. Within seconds of this situation beginning, our teachers were heroes. Children were ducked down. Adults were protecting children. Older children were protecting younger children. As we heard earlier, it could have been significantly worse without their heroic action.
Well, this is something, Jeff, that is so sensitive because it happened at a school, which is every parent and every person's, I think, worst nightmare. But then it happened in a place of worship as well. And so it hits people in the heart, in the stomach, And the FBI is investigating it at a heightened level for that reason, because this took place in a really sensitive and sacred place, not just a school, but also a place of worship where children, any community member, should be able to be safe feel safe and physically be safe. And that was not the case today. And it is being investigated by the FBI at a heightened level because it took place during Mass.
There's multiple layers here because we've covered countless school shootings. I mean, the fact that we memorize school names that none of us have attended due to these things happening in Uvalde, at Sandy Hook, at Parkland, at Columbine. But then we know of churches, places of worship, synagogues. I can recall a Sikh temple in the Milwaukee area. This brings both of those together. So this brings together parents and community members of churches who are in pain because of this. This brings together the religious community. And I think that's why it has spanned so far. Not that it wouldn't have been worthy of attention around the world otherwise, but that, I think, is what brings this connection from so many people who are not from Minneapolis or the Twin Cities or Minnesota to feel the pain that we are now.
Yeah, thoughts from the Pope, thoughts from around the country, and it rises to that occasion. We should mention there are a couple different chances for you to be in community tonight if you're feeling like that's what you need. So there is going to be a prayer service held at 7 o'clock. This is at the Academy of Holy Angels in Richfield, and that location makes sense, Jeff. I mean, we've learned today, if you're not familiar with this school, that it's sort of a feeder school into Holy Angels, and so the Holy Angels community certainly feeling this one, probably a lot of connections between the families there. There's another one as well from 8 to 9. I believe that's at Lyndhurst Park.
Yeah, brought together by Moms Demand Action.
Yes, in Minneapolis. And so not just the conversations you'll have around the dinner table. You know, people are picking up from school perhaps today. And it's just such tough timing, that first week of school for some people. Some people went back yesterday. This particular school went back Monday.
Others go back right after Labor Day next week.
And the other parents that have been sitting in these chairs today have talked about their kids having first day jitters, people at home maybe nodding along with that a new school year brings such promise and also probably some nerves.
Yeah, a little anxiety.
Yes, and for parents, fears. I thought it was really interesting. We heard from one parent who said, I have thought about this. Did you hear from him? Yeah, it's like he said, I have thought about this. I actually thought about what I would do in this situation. I've been active in my child's school to add, he said, tape on the windows that would make them more bulletproof, that would make them harder to see into. So this is a conversation that we're having as a society as these things become all too common. It doesn't make it any better. It doesn't help that people tried to prepare. You heard from the student earlier that they did these sort of drills, maybe not in that particular part of the school and church, but that they have done these drills. They've grown up in an era where they're familiar with this being a threat, and it doesn't help when it comes to the moment.
Parents in their late 20s going up to their mid 40s, essentially millennials. This is the heart of what they've grown up in as being the students who first lived this and witnessed it. You know, I was in 6th grade when Columbine happened. I'm 38 now and on the verge of having my own child. And so there are other people in our age range who have gone through the trainings themselves and have now had to impart this information on their child in a way that our parents didn't have to have this discussion with us. This is a relatively new discussion that is happening between parents and children being trained, and parents having had their own training and understanding of what has been happening in this world since mainly the mid-90s, at least in terms of the heightened amount of school shootings.
It's a nightmare.
It's not a shock that that parent has run through the scenarios in his head, because maybe he ran through the scenarios in his head when he was actively a student.
Yeah. We're going to hear from one of the students who survived today. He was sitting in the front of the church.
It was like right beside me. I was like 2 seats away from the stained glass windows. So they were like, the shots were like right next to me.
That's scary.
Yeah.
You went under the pew after that happened?
Yeah. And
Is
then
that what everyone tried to do?
I think I got like gunpowder on my neck. Yeah.
When you heard the shots, what went through your head?
I was like, the first one, I was like, what is that? I thought it was just something. Then when I heard it again, I just ran under the pew. And then I covered my head. My friend Victor, like, saved me, though, because he laid on top of me, but he got hit.
Your friend laid on top of you?
Yeah, and he got hit.
It's really tough to listen to that one, even if you hear it a few times, because exactly, the loss of innocence. I think that that's what also hits people in the heart a little bit too, is that you should just be enjoying school at that age. And so many families forever changed. We've heard that, not just the families that lost their loved ones today. Of course, we keep them in the highest thoughts, but that everyone is a little bit changed by what happened today. No matter how many times you've run through that scenario in your head, it's real in our community today.
Yeah, you don't even need to see his face to hear the youthfulness and innocence in his voice, and then extrapolate that across how many kids his age might have a story just like that right now, who are in that church at this moment, because this is a K-8 school. Our most innocent kids, age groups, if you will, at the whim of a shooter this morning. Again, 2 of whom have lost their lives, ages 8 and 10, 14 others who are injured but recovering. And as I said earlier, a recovery that won't be only physical, but also mental, for how they move on from this if they can.
6 to 15-year-old children, to put that into perspective. And we know there are families waiting in hospital waiting rooms tonight. Our hearts go out to them, and we've been talking with some of them. This is a grandfather of someone who had to go to the hospital.
Inexplainable, and it happens way too much. And when it happens to your own children, then you're going to think very differently about this. And there's only one way to think about it. And there's nothing this precious little boy ever did to deserve this. To go through it. It's just heartbreaking.
Yeah.
And I misspoke a little bit. So that was actually the grandfather of the boy we just heard from. We had also spoken to a different grandfather outside of a hospital. I think it was Susan Elizabeth, who spoke with a grandfather who his granddaughter was going to be okay. He was, you know, I think in shock a little bit and didn't have much to say, but just said this shouldn't happen. I mean, that's the sentence I remember. And I think a lot of people are feeling that way. And there's so many people who are just we're in the day one, you know, first few hours of this situation. The investigators will do their work. Families will have to do their work at home to talk to their kids. But then what do we do as a community, as a country? That is a question that has been a question for a long time now. And it's not to say we haven't tried to find the answers to that question before. Whether it's happened in our community or across the country, we have these conversations. We've had them before. I think when it happens at your doorstep, when it happens in the neighborhood across the street, it makes it more real. And I think that can lead to a greater impact of potential change, at least on a local level or a state level, when you know you've had such a huge and devastating event occur. It can spur action. What that action looks like, whether it's at the legislature or just in conversations among families and in the community, hopefully it can lead to some progress in some form. What's yet to be seen. And I think that's thinking about it logically. A lot of people right now are distraught, are angry, and they're trying to turn somewhere. And for some people, maybe particularly this community, that is their faith. We're going to hear from someone here.
How do you pray now?
You know, I think the Psalms is pretty raw, and David is raging at God at times, and I think I'm going to rage at God a little bit, and I think I haven't really thought about much yet. I think I rose up at the school right away, helped kids out of the sanctuary, and I think it's just I haven't gotten there yet, but I think how my faith and how a senseless tragedy like this comes together is something that I'm going to have to work through.
And that was the dad I was referencing earlier. He's the dad who said, I've thought about this before. I wanted to help at the school, put up the bulletproof tape on the windows. He also described a moment, we didn't hear it there, but when he went to the school and he's trying to find his two daughters, I believe June and Olive were their names, and he went straight to the principal, who was apparently standing right in the middle, front and center. And of course, the natural first question any dad is going to ask is, do you know where they are? I mean, it's a relatively small school, right? 400 students across how many grades? And he said, I don't know where they are. And then he just asked, are they down? And imagine having to ask that question as a parent and then give that answer as a principal. And the principal told him, no, they're not. And then he was able to go and reunite with him and got to have that moment. We know that 2 families did not have that moment today. An 8 and a 10-year-old that this community lost because of this shooting. At about 8:30 this morning, a former student we now know was the suspected gunman.
Yeah, and it's unclear when these kids will go back to school. We know that this entire school itself and the church is going to be a crime scene to be investigated. But as Frank alluded to earlier, when they return to school, 2 of their classmates for sure won't be there. And maybe a few others might still be recovering at home, because we know at least 14 kids were shot today as they were praying or preparing to do so at Mass. Again, this happening in southwest Minneapolis, Annunciation Church, which is connected to Annunciation Catholic School. The first week of school this Wednesday, celebrating that with a Mass early in the morning, as they do each year. And a shooter who once attended this school and was well aware that this would be happening, given that they went here from kindergarten through 8th grade, graduating in 2017. Robin Westman, I believe we even have a photo from the yearbook when Robin was attending the school, would have graduated from 8th grade in 2017, at the time going by the name Robert Westman, but then had their name legally changed to Robin in 2020.
Yeah, and we know that Robin lived 5 minutes away from the school. Our Marielle Mose has been reporting live from their apartment in Richfield, and neighbors sharing that that's a chilling thought, that that person lived next door to them and could have had this in their mind. No word on a motive, although the MPD police chief, Brian O'Hara, said there is a manifesto that investigators are looking into. We also learned just a few hours ago now, an hour ago, I should say, that the guns, there were 3 guns that were used today, and they were all obtained not only recently, but legally. And so there's going to be a lot to look into here as far as why did this person, someone who was very familiar with the community and the school, do this today? And so many families are paying the price, not just the families sitting in hospital rooms or grieving the loss of their 8 and 10-year-old today, but everyone else who now feels a little less safe sending their kids to school or going to church or whatever it is. And Jeff, I think the part that is uniquely painful about this is that overlap between a school with innocent children excited about their first week and a place where people gather to worship and be closer to their faith. And what could make you further from your faith than this situation? Yeah,
and we've covered mass shootings at both, whether it be a school, whether it be a place of worship like a synagogue, Christ Church. I mean, so many examples, unfortunately, out there. The overlap here is what is allowing this story to unfortunately touch so many people. Again, we are in the infancy of this story. This happened at 8:30 in the morning. We are approaching 4 in the afternoon. The investigation has a long road ahead. We've received 2 updates today from law enforcement and officials, and we expect to learn more in the days ahead. We ask that you have patience as they work to figure out why this shooter did what they did, And we will, of course, bring you that information as soon as we learn it and have vetted it ourselves, too.
Yeah, I think everything we're doing that you'll see the rest of the evening from us is trying to put the victims at the center as much as possible. We know you want information, but we know that you, of course, would like to put that 8- and 10-year-old who were shot and killed at the top of your thoughts, at the front and center of this coverage, as much as the families are wanting or comfortable with sharing. But, you know, so many other victims in the hospital tonight, young children recovering. And so we're going to stay on this for you. We appreciate you joining us.
A mass shooting during an all-school mass.
We kind of like got under the pews,
forcing children to find cover and even cover each other.
My friend Victor like saved me though, because he laid on top of me, but he got hit.
The sheer cruelty and cowardice of firing into a church full of children is absolutely incomprehensible.
The shooter firing a rifle through the church window.
We heard probably about 15 to 20 gunshots in about 30 seconds. He said that a man dressed in all black was firing shots.
Unspeakable grief after the unimaginable violence in a sacred space.
I'm so deeply saddened and I'm so sorry. These families have forever been changed and we've all been changed with them.
The 4 on WCCO starts right now.
Our breaking coverage continues right now at 4.
Within the last hour, investigators updated this tragedy inside of a Catholic church. Police say just before 8:30 this morning, a shooter fired through the windows into the church at Annunciation Catholic School in southwest Minneapolis. Students and worshipers were inside for an all-school mass. 2 kids, ages 10 and 8, were killed. 17 other people were shot. 14 of them are students. 2 victims are in critical condition right now. Police say the shooter was 23-year-old Robin Westman. Police say Westman committed suicide in the back of the church. Westman had a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol and fired all of them this morning. Police say Westman acted alone and posted a manifesto online. Right now, they are not yet sure about their motive.
We do have crews across Minneapolis gathering information, and we'll be sharing that with you at home. Reg Chapman begins our breaking team coverage. Reg, what a difficult day.
It really is, Amelia and Frank. And right now, investigators are searching through 3 different locations connected to the shooter. The shooter was a former student here, graduating from Annunciation School in 2017. Investigators do tell us they believe they acted alone. Now, dressed in all black, the shooter, armed with a rifle, a pistol, and a shotgun, fired at the students and adults while they were all praying inside the church. On the side of the building where the suspect fired through a stained glass window, doors were blocked with 2 2x4s. Children were filing into the church for morning mass. Others were seated when gunfire rang out. Now, dozens of bullets were fired. Older children were protecting younger children. We're hearing those stories over and over again. Their innocence was shattered by this gunfire. Here's what the principal said this afternoon.
Any of our students and families and staff watching right now, I love you. You're so brave, and I'm so sorry this happened to us today. Within seconds of this situation beginning, our teachers were heroes. Children were ducked down. Adults were protecting children. Older children were protecting younger children. As we heard earlier, it could have been significantly worse without their heroic action. This is a nightmare, but we call our staff the Dream Team, and we will recover from this. We will rebuild from this. When we planned for this school year, we intentionally chose a theme from the prophet Jeremiah chapter 29, a future filled with hope. There's nothing about today that can fill us with hope. We, as a community, have a responsibility to make sure that no child, no parent, no teacher ever has to experience what we've experienced today, ever again.
Now, the suspect did take their own life. There were reports of explosives seen, but there were none found. We are told at last report, police think the rest of the victims who were all shot and injured will survive. Amelia, Frank.
Reg, question. You mentioned there were some 2x4s or lumber blocking the door. Did police say, do they believe Robin Westrom, the suspected shooter, blockaded the door?
That's still a part of that investigation, but they do believe that they did find those 2x4s that blocked those two doors on that same side of the building, not allowing people to go out or in. We're not sure who put them there, but it's a part of the investigation. It is believed, though, that the possible suspect here placed those 2x4s there.
Planned out. Okay. Reg, thank you. Caroline Condamine spoke to one child who was in the church with his classmates.
And he says that one of those friends likely saved his life. Caroline Cummings joins us now. I just can't even imagine this, Caroline. I heard that little boy talk earlier, and it really is heartbreaking.
You're right, Amelia. That little boy was so brave for talking to us. His grandfather actually approached some of us in the press and said that Weston, who you'll hear from in a moment, would like to say a few things about what happened to him and to his classmates. He showed such bravery in this moment, having gone through this unthinkable tragedy. He says he was just, feet from the stained glass windows where police say the gunman shot through at children, at parishioners who were there for Mass. We heard the police chief say earlier that those two children that the principal aptly described as angels who were lost today, but there was also more than a dozen children injured and 3 adults in their 80s, parishioners here at Annunciation Church. But Weston talked about how his friend protected him and that he was somebody, he was accustomed to these drills in school, but that they didn't translate to the church, which to me spoke to the innocence of a child who, while they are familiar with the unfortunate world we live in where these mass shooting events happen, that it shouldn't have happened in a church. It shouldn't happen anywhere. Let's take a few moments to listen to what he had to say and what he saw earlier today.
It was like shots fired, and then we kind of got under the pews. It kind of they shot through the stained glass windows, I think, and it was really scary.
What did you do after that?
Well, we waited 10 to 5 minutes. I don't really know, and then we went to the gym, and then the doors locked just to make sure he didn't come, and we waited in the gym for more news, and everyone was okay. Or most people were okay.
Who were your friend, Wes?
My friend got hit in the back.
Did he go to the hospital?
Yeah, he went to the hospital.
What went through your mind when you saw that?
I was super scared for him, but I think now he's okay.
And he said later that I said, what do you want your friend to know? And he wanted to tell him thank you and that he is so brave. And Weston, you heard from there, is also so brave, guys.
Absolutely, Caroline.
Yeah.
Hopefully that helps with his healing, being able to talk about it to you, wanting to talk to you about it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Caroline, question, Amelia and I have attended a lot of these, all school Catholic masses, with our kids. My mom, when she was alive, would come to them. You mentioned some of the folks the victims were older. Do we know, were they grandparents or were they just parishioners? Because usually those masses are open to everyone, and that's why you get such a big crowd between the kids and the community, parents, grandparents attending that go to these.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Frank, that these school masses, I used to attend them as a child at my Catholic school. My parents would come, my grandparents would come, but at this time, Chief Brian O'Hara said that the 3 adults who were injured in their 80s were parishioners at the parish and decided to come to a weekly mass this morning. He did not say that there was any connection to the students, but if you are a part of a parish, a Catholic parish, or really any faith community, right, you are drawn to that community, and to know that there were some parishioners perhaps not related to the children who attend that school, that wouldn't surprise me, because parishes truly are a community where everyone should feel safe, and unfortunately someone shattered that sense of safety today. Frank.
We understand.
All right, Caroline, thank you. Well, we just received a statement from a parent of one of the 8th graders who was shot, and she wrote, "Our son was shot at school today inside a church praying with his classmates. Our hearts are shattered not only for him, but everyone who was harmed. We feel the pain, the anger, the confusion, and the searing reality that our lives will never be the same. Yet we still have our child. Unlike others, we are blessed to hold on to him. We pray that everyone touched by this tragedy can find the strength to begin rebuilding too." A person who was driving by says that they were outside the church when that gunfire started.
They saw someone frantically running away from the church, and they actually jumped inside his car. Take a listen.
There was 2 cars in front of us that just stopped in front of the school. So we were like the 3rd car behind. And I saw a man running up the street the other way, and he was frantically running, like he was running for his life. And so that kind of alerted me that something was wrong. We heard probably about 15 to 20 gunshots in about 30 seconds. So we just booked it. We took a left. We jumped on Harriet. You know, we drove by and we said, "Are you okay? Do you want to come in the car with us?" And he said, "Yes, yes, please." He's like, "Someone's shooting at me. Someone's shooting at me." And so we get in the car and we just ask him what's going on. He said that a man dressed in all black was firing shots, and he didn't see anything else besides what he was wearing, but he hit the ground. His hands were all beat up from hitting the ground so hard. Then he got up and he said, "I have to start running. I have to go."
It's frightening to hear his account.
Really is.
Luckily, he was there to help that person. Hospitals helped as well. A number of them responded to this. 7 patients were raced to Children's Hospital.
Yeah, the hospital called it a senseless act of violence, and Susan Elizabeth Littlefield has been there all morning. She joins us now. Susan Elizabeth, I know that the staff there just really jumped right into action.
Center, so they're used to emergencies. But one of the providers told me today, Susan Elizabeth, this is a day we will never forget. They are currently handling 7 patients. We do know that one of them is okay and was discharged. We spoke with her grandfather.
It's very sad. It should not be this way. People should not have guns. That's the way I look at it.
What are you going to say to her when you see her?
I give her a hug, that's all. What can I do? Yeah, thank you very much.
Yes, so many hugs right now. He tells us that his granddaughter is okay and was released. Our camera was there as some people came out of the emergency department right after that. Children's is a level 1 trauma center. They prep for days like today, mass casualty exercises, but they never want to put them into actual practice. Today was one of those emergency days. There's health we are talking about here at the hospital, but there's also mental health wounds you can't see. We talked to the director of mental health services at Children's, who has some advice for any of you parents who are just aching at this news.
Today, one of the most important things is going to be there with the child and to provide support. Depending on the age of the child, some kids may want to just go outside and play. Some kids may want to take a break, but many kids are going to have questions. Many kids are going to have fears and feelings, and this is such an opportunity for parents to be there and provide comfort. And also, if kids want to know what a plan is, are they safe? Parents need to talk them through that. Parents are kind of that safe space for kids.
Yeah, Dr. Jerstad said after today, you know, kids are really going to know that it can happen to them. And she said to parents, it's okay if you show emotions. It's okay if your kids see you cry today. They need to know. They need to see that. They need to know that it's okay as their tears fall. And we know there are no doubt tears falling all over the country today because of what happened right here in our beloved city.
Yeah, that's a fact, sadly.
Thank you, Susan Elizabeth. Hennepin Healthcare in Minneapolis is also treating victims.
Our John Lordson is live outside of the medical center right now. John, what can you tell us?
Yeah, Frank, earlier today we heard from Dr. Thomas Wyatt. He's an emergency physician, much like Children's. This is a level 1 trauma center here at Hennepin Healthcare. You know, the shooting happened just before 8:30 this morning. By 8:45, their emergency team had mobilized here at Hennepin Healthcare. And shortly after that, they had 10 patients come in. They had 8 children rather, and 2 adults. 7 of those patients were brought in critical condition. The ages of the children, anywhere from 6 to 14 years old. Now, if there's a silver lining here, it's that all these patients brought in are expected to survive. There have been no fatalities, but again, this was all hands on deck, much like at Children's Hennepin Healthcare. They practice for this, hoping they never have to go through it. Dr. Thomas Wyatt talked about that, about how often, much like a school practices for a mass shooting event, the hospital's level 1 trauma centers practice for this as well.
Goes out again, it really puts into motion a lot of a big response from all of the teams. And so because we're a level 1 trauma center, we have to mobilize certain types of resources like operating rooms and the surgical services. We have to have emergency providers and nurses. We have to mobilize things like the laboratory and the blood bank. So there's a lot of planning, and again, a lot of exercises we do throughout the year to prepare for these events. And unfortunately, we respond to many of them throughout the year. These incidents are never easy. We've had 2 in the last 24 hours that have occurred, these mass casualty incidents. I want to take a moment to tell you how proud I am to work for this organization and the teams that were involved, the resources, again, that were mobilized.
Yeah, and we're hearing they did a great job as everybody was coming in this morning. They were ready for this. Unfortunately, it's something, again, they have to practice throughout the year. Of course, also, Frank, this takes a toll, and Amelia, this takes a toll on anybody that's working in these level 1 trauma centers. They have psychologists on staff just for nurses, doctors, and anyone else involved here. Another thing we heard from Dr. Wyatt this morning, all the families, and they've actually been at a unification center that had somebody they knew at the hospital. It's right across the street, the unification center, just to my left. They've all been united with the patients that were brought in, so they've got to see their family members and got their status and how they're doing right now.
Well, that was certainly helpful, I have to imagine, for those families.
John, we're so grateful for Dr. Wyatt and his colleagues. Were you privy to any of those updates? Do we know any condition updates on any of the injured?
And those have been coming out slowly but surely. We're hearing that we had 4 critical patients here, but we have not had an update on if their status has improved since this morning. But again, we're hearing right now that no fatalities here at Hennepin Healthcare, which is a silver lining in all of this.
Yeah, let's hope it stays that way and they can get a complete recovery. All right, John,
Absolutely.
We'll check with you again. Thank you for the live update. We're, of course, uncovering more about the background of the suspected shooter.
Senior investigative reporter Jennifer Merrily is digging into that from the newsroom. She joins us right now. Jen, what have you been able to find out?
Well, here's what we know. The suspected shooter is 23-year-old Robin Westman. We've confirmed there is a connection to Annunciation. We've learned Westman was a former student and graduate from the school in 2017. Now, the shooter's mom also previously worked there. So Westman would be aware of the layout of the school and familiar with the Wednesday welcome mass. We know Westman showed up at the school this morning dressed in all black, carrying 3 weapons, a shotgun, a rifle, and a pistol, and shot through the window into the church where kids and adults were in the pews. We've also discovered a few videos Westman posted online that have now been taken down. This is a still image from one of those videos of what looks like a hand-drawn church and a knife. Now, the police chief mentioned they were timed to come out today, these posts. He also spoke about a manifesto. Some of the messages shared. So Westman said they were too tired of the pain this world gives out, and that they are not well and not right, and that they want to fulfill a final act that has been in the back of their head for years. Now, the shooter also apologized to their family in this note and said to pray for the victims and their families. It goes on, and I can tell you it is just chilling. This is also a picture of a gun that was posted in videos online. You can see writings on some of the ammunition and on that weapon. We are told when Robin was at Annunciation, they were called Robert. This is a graduation picture from 2017. In 2020, they changed their name to Robin. Now, we know that investigators traced the 3 guns found at the scene, and we've learned that Westman did buy them legally. We're told police learned the identity of the shooter quickly and went to their apartment to gather evidence and to try to find a motivation or something about this. Investigators are searching 2 other properties, we're told, and police say they are taking additional firearms from those properties into evidence. Of course, we are continuing to gather more information, and we'll share it with you when we have it. Frank and Amelia.
Jen, just glancing at the things that were written on the weapons and on the magazines, I mean, there's some vitriol and hate in that.
You know, I can tell you that the manifesto or the documents, the words that were written, it is lengthy. It goes on. And so this was something that was written over time, you might imagine. And yes, there are some tough messages shared in there, and I know that will be part of this investigation, Frank.
And this is kind of odd, but did we blur it or change it? Because some of it didn't even look like some of the penmanship I couldn't even read. Was it coded? Or?
Some of it is hard to make out, but we also wanted to pull it back a little bit to not give too clear of images that were on there, as that's part of the investigation and it has now been taken down. But yes, we have gone through the writings and what is in there, and we shared some of what was said in there. And some of that is that Westman wrote that they are too tired of the pain this world gives out, and that this has been a final act that has been in the back of their head for years. And again, chilling to apologize to their family and to ask for prayers for the victims and their families.
And the suspect's mother worked at the school a long time, a short time, and what was her role there? Do we know?
We know that she worked at the school for a period of time. We know it's been at least a few years since she worked there. We're also told from our CBS affiliate in the Fort Myers area that the FBI, Wink shares with us that the FBI was at the mother's home today, and we are working to learn more about that as well, Frank.
Well, we do know that the director, Kash Patel, did send out on X. He was saying that the FBI is investigating this as an act of domestic terrorism and hate crime targeting Catholics. But
and of course, in any situation like this, you want, as you're doing the investigation, you want to hear from anyone who knew this person. So you're going to be trying to talk to family, any coworkers or former coworkers, friends, that sort of thing, to try to better understand what this person might have been thinking, if there were any warning signs. Of course, this is the hard part of what we have to talk about today as our community is in deep grief and in so much pain. But this is the other side of it, where law enforcement is doing their job in investigating this.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
well, thanks, Jen. We know it's tough to dig through and look at all that stuff as well, so we appreciate your reporting today.
Thank you. Federal agents swarmed the shooter's apartment.
Mariel Moe saw federal agents carry out a container with at least 1 gun. She's live in Richfield. Elle, what more can you tell us?
Well, Frank and Amelia, about a dozen BCA agents came out of this apartment earlier today with 2 boxes of evidence, and this apartment behind me here in Richfield is believed to be the one that the suspected shooter lived in. Take a look at this video. It's very quick in the beginning. You can see that large cardboard box where it's clear there is a rifle in that box, along with at least 1 large magazine clip of ammo. So we know that those 2 things, those 2 weapons, were removed from this apartment. There's a smaller size boxes of evidence as well that they put into their BCA van for further investigation. The neighbors of the suspected shooter were in shock to learn that they lived so close to someone who is responsible for such an evil act.
Yeah, maybe I've seen his face, I don't know, but it's just so scary, to have a shooter next door to you and you have a kid. And those innocent children, they don't deserve to die like that. It's crazy. They don't deserve. I'm sorry for their loss. Sorry to the parents, and sorry to those innocent children. It's so scary.
As your mom yourself, what's going through your head knowing she's going to be school age soon?
I know. I don't even want to think about that right now. I just hope that one day all this will stop. I just hope the gun violence and everything, they will just get control of it, Nobody has the right to just own a gun like that, People have to go through stuff before you can own something. It's crazy. Living in a neighborhood, you think you are safe, and the next thing, you had something like this. It's hard. You know, my heart goes out to the parents and for those innocent children, you know.
What's the feeling knowing the shooter lived in the same complex?
Oh my goodness. It's so scary. It's so scary.
And we spoke to dozens of residents of this apartment complex that were neighbors to the suspected shooter, and none of them had heard of this person or knew them personally. So it sounds like this person really kept to themselves. For perspective, we're not too far from Annunciation Catholic School. We are in Richfield off Lyndale Avenue South between Interstate 494 and Richfield High School. We are less than a 10-minute drive from Annunciation.
Elle, thanks for all the updates. Today, people and organizations from all around the world are reacting to the shooting.
Locally, this is what the governor had to say.
Certainly a day and a news conference that no one wants to be at. A community behind us, Annunciation Church and School, committed to academics, service, and Catholic values, filled with the first days of school, of beautiful children going to learn those values, share with their teachers and their classmates. And instead of that joy and that curiosity and that learning, they were met with evil and horror and death. And we often come to these and say, these unspeakable tragedies, or there's no words for this. There shouldn't be words for these types of incidents because they should not happen. And there's no words that are going to ease the pain of the families today. On behalf of all the people of Minnesota, our deepest sympathies. A wish that any of these words would make what you're feeling now better, but it won't. A place that's founded on community, founded on service, founded on family. We'll stand with this community. We'll redouble ourselves to do the best we can to understand what we can do to prevent any parent from having to receive the calls they received today, from any school dedicated to children having to respond to a situation that, as we said, is unthinkable, but that's all too common, not just in Minnesota, but across this country. It's Minnesota's day to day. And it's my strongest desire that no state, no community, no school ever experiences a day like this.
There are no words that can capture the horror and the evil of this unspeakable act. Children are dead. There are families that have a deceased child. You cannot put into words the gravity, the tragedy, or the absolute pain of this situation. We are a Minneapolis family. But to everybody out there, do not think of these as just somebody else's kids. Those families are suffering immense pain right now. Think of this as if it were your own. Every one of us needs to be wrapping our arms around these families, giving them every ounce that we can muster. These were Minneapolis families. These were American families. And the amount of pain that they are suffering right now is extraordinary. And don't just say this is about thoughts and prayers right now. These kids were literally praying. It was the first week of school. They were in a church. These are kids that should be learning with their friends. They should be playing on the playground. They should be able to go to school or church in peace without the fear or risk of violence, and their parents should have the same kind of assurance. These are the sort of basic assurances that every family should have, every step of the day, regardless of where they are in our country. I'm so deeply saddened, and I'm so sorry to the families that I know are suffering right now. My ask is to everyone, stand by them, love them, These families have forever been changed, and we've all been changed with them. We need to do everything possible to support them through this time. We have a family resource center that has been set up. I'm grateful for all of the law enforcement agencies from a number of different jurisdictions, and all the different departmental support that we've received. They're going to be working tirelessly. There's also a family resource center that is being set up as we speak to make sure that we're there for everybody. Again, to the families that are suffering, to those that have experienced loss, I'm so deeply sorry. We're going to be with you every step of the way. We love you.
That, of course, Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey, and before that, Governor Walz. And you can hear, I mean, very emotional, and that's what I've been seeing a lot from the local leaders. And anger, too. Esme Murphy joins us now. I know that you spoke to some lawmakers.
Absolutely, Amelia and Frank. Shocked and angry responses are pouring in from lawmakers from around the country and here at home. We want to start with President Donald Trump. The president called to offer condolences to Governor Tim Walz. The president has also ordered flags on government sites around the country to be flown at half-staff to honor the victims of the shooting. The president took to social media to say he's been fully briefed on the tragic shooting in Minneapolis and that the FBI quickly responded and they are on the scene. The White House will continue to monitor this terrible situation. Please join me in praying for everyone involved. Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, whose district is where the shooting happened, and Senator Amy Klobuchar say something needs to be done.
To have, you send your 8-year-old, 10-year-old to school, and within a few hours as they sit in for prayer, to have them be gunned down is just unspeakable horror. So my heart breaks for the families.
We know in every case the facts are different, but can't we agree that we can do some things that aren't going to hurt lawful gun owners, that could actually prevent some of these things from happening?
It is so many times before, and the flags at half-staff around the country, not just here, will remain at half-staff through Sunday.
Yeah, it's become a global story.
It really
Absolutely.
has.
Yeah, all right.
Thank you, Esme.
Well, it's the bottom of the hour. If you're just tuning in or if you're just joining us, we're continuing to follow breaking news out of Southwest Minneapolis like we have since early this morning. It's where a shooter opened fire on Catholic school students during Mass. Here's what we know at this point. The kids and the worshipers were inside Annunciation Catholic School when bullets flew through the windows about 8:15 or 8:30. 2 students, ages 8 and 10, were killed. 17 other people were shot. 14 of them are students. 2 victims are in critical condition right now. The police have told us the shooter was 23-year-old Robin Westman. Police say Westman committed suicide in the back of the church. Westman did attend Annunciation. Westman had 3 guns, a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol, and police say they were all fired. Police say Westman acted alone and posted a manifesto online. At this time, they are not sure about a motive for the crime. Derek James joins us live from the live desk.
Derek, we know this school really well, and several kids who did attend Annunciation. What have you learned so far?
Well, Amelia and Frank, today was just the 3rd day of the new school year for those students at the over 100-year-old Catholic school. Annunciation is a pre-K through 8th grade campus with over 400 students, approximately 40 students per grade, and then 50 teachers and other staff members. These photos posted to Facebook show the smiling faces of returning students on Monday. The school offers the International Baccalaureate program, which is known for its high academic standards and college preparatory curriculum. At a news conference a short time ago, the school's principal directly addressed their school and parish community.
There's an African proverb that says, when you pray, move your feet. So I beg you, I ask you to please pray, but don't stop with your words. Let's make a difference and support this community, these children, these families, these teachers. Never again can we let this happen.
DeBoer also spoke about the heroic actions of Annunciation teachers and older students who covered younger students when the shots were being fired. He and newly installed pastor Father Dennis Zarin sent a message to parish members this afternoon, as well as school families, that they will be contacted about support services available to them and when the school will eventually reopen.
Derek, I know you actually know Father Zarin personally. Can you talk a little bit about that and just how he probably is the man for this? He's in the right place, right?
Yeah, he was previously the pastor where our family goes to church in Brooklyn Park, St. Vincent de Paul. And I can tell you that he was very involved with all of the ministries that involved kids of any age there, from the kids that went to St. Vincent de Paul school. Teachers very frequently invited him into the classroom to talk to the kids about various lessons, but just also about life in general. And he was also involved quite a bit in the faith formation program that happened weekly for kids that obviously don't go to that school there, and then also the confirmation program, which my oldest son went through last year. So I can tell you that he is someone, a great speaker. His homilies are always off the cuff. He doesn't have a script in front of him. He's able to relate to people of any age, but he really is able to connect with those students. I know my kids would get excited, seeing him outside of that formal setting at church, whether it was, at a store or Maple Grove Days or something like that. And that's something that tells you a lot about the type of person he is and how he is able to connect, whether it's someone young or old. And in a situation like this where people need hope, he is someone who I believe will be able to bring that as they look to really try to slowly heal from this situation.
Well, that's encouraging because they'll need a lot of help. Pope Leo sent a message and his thoughts and prayers, and we heard from Archbishop Hebda. Was Father Zorn, did he ask to leave St. Vincent de Paul, or I know they move priests around a lot. Was he assigned Annunciation?
I believe he ended up being assigned, yes. So he was with St. Vincent de Paul since 2017, and then had this opportunity brought to him there, and it was tough for him to leave. I mean, it was, I remember ceremonially when he had his last Mass and handed things over to Father Mike, who's now the pastor there. And it's a tough loss for that community, but I know everyone at St. Vincent de Paul obviously praying for Father Zarin, thankful that he is all right, and just sending their prayers to everyone there.
Yeah. And Derek, he just got there to Annunciation, didn't he?
Yeah, in July is when he left and took that new position at Annunciation.
All right. Thank you very much, Derek.
Yeah. We want to get to Susan Elizabeth Littlefield live outside of Children's Hospital for an update. Susan Elizabeth, what's happening, please?
Well, for the first time today, I can tell you I have some good news to report. We told you that 7 children were taken here to Children's. Children's is a level 1 trauma center. So when major injuries happen all over the region, around 5 states, kids end up here to get treated. They are prepared for this. They have trained for this. And today they have been treating 7 different patients here at Children's. Now, to the good news, we are told that 4 of the 7 have been discharged. They are home right now. They are out of the hospital. They are safe. And we know that there are 3 more inside that are getting excellent care here at Children's. We're going to continue to monitor this. But I know on days like this, guys, we're just searching for any bit of hope and good news. And we got some here. 4 people have been discharged and are okay after their injuries today.
Well, that's encouraging. Yeah, best wishes to the other 3. We hope you can give the same report later on.
Thank you, Susan Elizabeth.
We'll, of course, keep gathering information on the Annunciation shooting. And we want to let you know we're also keeping tabs in the daily news of the other deadly shootings in Minneapolis.
Yeah, police are telling us that 11 people were shot in the last 24 hours in Minneapolis, and that was before today's school shooting.
Ashley Grams is live with the latest on that, including news of some arrests. That sounds encouraging, Ashley.
Yeah, Frank, Amelia, we just learned about these arrests about an hour ago, and the Minneapolis police chief this afternoon saying, of course, their #1 priority is the tragedy at Annunciation Catholic School, but officers have not stopped trying to track down the people that were involved in these 3 separate shootings that took the lives of 3 people happening early this morning and yesterday. Let's start with that first shooting that happened just off Lake Street, not far from Cristo Rey High School. The chief says 2 people have been arrested arrested in connection with this shooting. It unfolded just before 1:30 yesterday afternoon when the suspected shooter hopped out of a vehicle and fired about 30 rounds. We're told the bullets came from a high-powered rifle, hitting 6 men and a woman at Clinton and East 29th Street. 1 man died and 6 others were injured.
This level of firepower unleashed in broad daylight is completely sickening.
And now to a shooting that happened yesterday night. Chief O'Hara says officers also took someone into custody in that case who is believed to be involved in the shooting that happened near 27th Street and 3rd Avenue South. Police say a man was shot and later died at the hospital, adding that a second person may have been injured there too. And then the third shooting that happened early this morning, 1 person was killed and another injured at 8th and Hennepin. This happened just after 2 in the morning, and so far we haven't heard of any arrests in that case. So of course the chief giving this update today amidst all of the tragedy that's happened at the Catholic school, and we are waiting to hear more in terms of these other 3 cases that have happened early this morning and yesterday. Guys?
Ashley, is there any more clarity around the shooting, the fatal that happened in front of Cristo Rey? Is that just coincidence that it happened in front of a high school, or is there any connection that they've made between the school, the proximity, and the actual shooting? I'm just trying to figure out if there's a tie, and I don't know if they've cleared that up.
Yeah, it's a good question. I don't think that they have revealed any ties between them, though they did say it was all adults that were involved in that shooting, 6 injured, and of course 1 who lost their life. And they have 2 people now in custody that they say are connected to this case, but of course they're still looking for that shooter.
Right.
Guys.
Okay.
Thank you, Ashley.
Thank you.
What we're hearing from many viewers asking what they can do to help during this tragedy.
Jason Randla joins us with some of the community support that's already underway. Jason?
Frank and Amelia, for those who live and work in Southwest Minneapolis, this, of course, all hits way too close to home. It's why people are doing whatever they can to help today. Over at F45, fitness classes were canceled, the parking lot completely empty in the wake of this morning's unspeakable tragedy. Family and children gathered in their parking lot earlier, before then, as staff did whatever they could to help. At the gym, they're still reeling after the shooting death of one of their own. Their gym DJ, Justin Marshall, that was just about 1 month ago. Over at Lindale Kowalski's, employees are donating ice to first responders and community members, even paying for their meals. While a neighbor named Leslie brought her therapy dog, Remy, to comfort parents and their children.
We are providing support as we can to police and EMS. We've canceled classes for the rest of the day to just give space for the community.
We do whatever we can to help out law enforcement agencies, our community members, other partners out there, just bring the community together in tough times like this.
And just down the street from here is Max Fish and Chips, right over my shoulder here, right across from the school and the church. They are actually helping raise money for Annunciation's September fundraiser. So clearly no shortage of help here in the wake of such immense tragedy, you guys.
Well, it's nice to see people rallying like that and come together, whatever they can do. I know it makes a difference, Jason. Thank you. Here's a look at some of the events scheduled for this evening. There's a 7 p.m. prayer service at the Academy of Holy Angels High School in Richfield. At 8 p.m., there's a vigil in Lyndhurst Park in southwest Minneapolis. That'll be hosted by Project Minnesota and Moms Demand Action. We'll cover those events, and we'll have some information on CBS News Minnesota and our late news about what happened at both of them. The city just let us know about this new community fund as well. If you'd like to support the victims, you can text ACF1 to 41444. That is ACF1. Of course, tragedies like this can make for traumatic and challenging conversations at home.
Mike Mack spoke with Dr. Sarah Paper this afternoon, and she is a child psychologist at Allina Health.
Sure, obviously it's been a defining day in Minnesota for the wrong reasons again. And when people see this and the shock begins to not wear off, but certainly subside a touch, what do you see when you see the students that experienced this today? What do you see from a psychologist standpoint that you say, here's the first thing we need to be aware of?
There's a number of different reactions. I even just spoke with an adolescent earlier today who told me that she's already thinking about the windows in her classrooms, and even before today's events was thinking, what would I do if somebody was shooting at my school, where would I go? So kids are familiar with it. It hasn't hit this close to home before, though. So I think it's important to be mindful of our kids' emotional response and make sure to talk to them about this topic. Don't be afraid to engage them. Don't give them more information they're asking for, but make sure to bring it up and offer some time and space for them to share.
The parents are also grieving, and the parents in this community know each other well and know, you know, God help us, but they know the parents of maybe the deceased. What do you tell the parents that are going through it as well?
This incident happened 2 miles from the clinic I work at. So even I was thinking, like, okay, how close is this going to get to me? How many people are going to be coming in talking about it? And I think we're all in that state now without having information of, like, who am I going to know who knows somebody, or who am I going to know who was there? And I think being prepared, because it could happen, obviously, to any of us, and reaching out to people who we know are connected. There's nothing wrong with checking in with somebody. That won't upset them. If they're not taking calls, then they just won't answer. But to reach out and say, I know this might be affecting you, and I just want to see how you're doing.
When obviously trauma is something that it almost seems like we're beyond people that serve in the military. We understand that all of us are vulnerable to trauma, and not just short term, but long term. And you always hear about how people heal and grieve in different stages. For this school year, what will that be like for these kids?
This is going to be a really hard school year for them, because school is supposed to be a place where kids feel safe, where kids can be themselves, where they feel nurtured. They're supposed to be learning in that environment, and that's really hard to do when you're frightened. These kids will need to be talking about it, drawing about it, expressing themselves in any way that feels appropriate at their own time and pace. Like, some kids are going to curl up and not want to talk about it, and they need their space too. But what we know is talking about it, sharing about it, connecting with others, that human connection is a very healing part. Particularly with trauma. Human connection heals traumatic responses.
Unfortunately, we've got a lot of examples in this country over the last several years of things similar to this. Has there been much learned from those? Are those studied? Are those part of your curriculum, as they say, this is what, you know, there are case studies done that have at least helped us advance this?
There's more information available, definitely. Before we were speaking, I was looking at the Sandy Hook parent resource page, and they have a lot of resources available for what we've learned about how to talk to kids. That we've learned that these images, this is what we learned from 9/11, in fact, is that being bombarded by those images is really traumatizing for people who even weren't there. And so that's an important thing for parents to do, and for ourselves to do, is to limit our exposure, not to not know what's going on, but we don't need to see those images over and over again, because those are things that we're not going to be able to unsee. And that's important to keep in mind. We do know more about healing and trauma and coming together. And so we can take those lessons with us with each tragedy and hopefully reduce those as well.
And how do you know if somebody, you know, that there's normal adolescence too as you grow up? How do you know what's normal as you grow? I'm not talking about the next 2 weeks, I'm talking about the next 10 years. And what could be lodged in that brain from this traumatic experience that we need to be aware of? How do we differentiate? Because they may not even be aware of why they react to certain things going forward.
I think it's really important to be aware that they're going to forever be different. We're all going to forever be different after this. We can't be the same after something happens. It changes us, and they're going to be afraid for reasons they might not understand. And so it's important for them, if they're really struggling, to reach out and get the support and resources and help that they need, because they no longer can tell themselves everything's going to be okay. Everything's going to be fine, because they experienced a day where things were not okay. They weren't fine.
Visual triggers is what I keep hearing, though, here too, is this, you're going to go back to either that school or a similar school at some point in time. You're going to see images. Yeah. The impact of visual is just huge in how you try to navigate that, huh?
And to be mindful too, like the people who are directly experiencing it, the kids that were there, the adults that were there. It can be visual, it can be sound, it can be smells, it can be temperature. There can be so many things, because our body, our brains are trying to keep us safe. Yeah, so they're saying, this was dangerous last time I felt this, last time I smelled this, last time I heard this. It was scary. And so helping them kind of make those connections will be really important. And it's going to affect them when they grow up and have their own kids. This is a huge tragedy that's going to change all of us.
She's absolutely right. Thank you to Mike, Max, and Dr. Paper with some, I think, really helpful information.
Yeah, insightful and good to know, and hopefully we can all lean on one another. Yeah, I think we're going to have to for quite a while.
Well, as we have reported, federal agents did swarm the shooter's apartment.
That apartment's in Richfield. Mariel Moses there. Elle, I know you have some new information to share with us. What's going on?
Yeah, so this apartment behind me is believed to be the apartment where the suspected shooter lived. And BCA agents earlier today, a couple hours ago, took out 2 boxes of evidence. One of those boxes, as you'll see right here, had a rifle in it, as well as what appeared to be a magazine of ammo. So we do know that weapons were confiscated from the suspected shooter's apartment here in Richfield. And throughout the day, I talked to dozens of residents that came out of the building, shocked about learning that one of their neighbors is responsible for such an evil act. But every time we asked, do you know this person, they didn't recognize him, they didn't know him. People were confused because they didn't see him before. But just within the last hour, we did talk to one resident who did know who this person was. They didn't know him personally, they were not friends of this person, but it was the first time that we kind of got a little more insight, and we're working to get that interview back to the station so we can air it for you shortly. But in the meantime, what this person told me is that they would run into this person on the lowest level of this apartment on occasion, and they always seemed very serious. And other than that, they said they never suspected this person to do anything abnormal or weird. They were never threatened by them, but they just said they had a very serious demeanor about them. So we're going to work to get that interview back to you here shortly, but in the meantime, it's the first time we're hearing from one of the residents that has any sort of knowledge or recollection of an interaction with the suspected shooter. For perspective, where I am right now, I am in Richfield. I'm right next to a baseball field, the Lincoln Fields, if you're familiar. On the other side of the Lincoln Fields is Richfield High School. And then on this side is 494, where the shops at Lindale are, where you have Aldi and Best Buy and PetSmart. We're about less than a 10-minute drive from Annunciation School.
Yeah, that's at like 76, and Annunciation's at 54th, so it's only 12 blocks away. Thanks, Elle.
All right, thank you. If you are just joining us now, we have crews across Minneapolis gathering information about that shooting at Annunciation that we're going to be sharing with you at home. Reg Chapman is near the scene where that shooting happened this morning. Hi, thanks for joining us again, Reg.
Hey, Amelia. Investigators continue to search through 3 different locations that are connected to the shooter, the one in Richfield where Elle was at, as well as 2 others that they believe he may have lived at one point in time. The shooter is a former student here at Annunciation School, graduating in 2017. It is believed that the shooter did act alone. Now, we're told that they did leave behind a manifesto and posted it to social media. That post that was on social media has been taken down by the FBI, while their investigators comb through that looking for a motive to why they would walk into this church armed with a rifle, a pistol, and a gun, and open fire at children and adults who were inside just praying. Now, the shooter was dressed in all black. He was armed with a pistol, a rifle, and a shotgun, and he fired all 3 during the assault on children and adults praying inside of the church. At the time, the children were filing into the church, while others were seated when the gunfire rang out. Older children were protecting younger children. Some of the adults in the room at the time were also protecting the children. It was a scene of a bunch of heroic activities there going on in a church. We're told there were 2x4s placed on doors, blocking the way to get out of the doors on the same side of the building where the shooter shot through the window. Once again, 2 of the victims died at the scene, an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old. We're also told that a lot of people are recovering in the hospital. We're told the rest of those who were shot will actually survive from their injuries. We do know that the guns used in the shooting were actually purchased legally, and they were purchased not long ago. That the shooter actually took those guns, purchased those guns legally, and that was done just not too long ago. We did speak to some of the officers that were coming out of the church. Right now, the ATF, the FBI, BCA, members of Minneapolis Police Department's investigators are still inside combing through all this scene right now. One officer I spoke to was very emotional. He says the prayer pews were down, the kneeling pews, and just seeing the carnage left behind has shaken some of the most grizzled investigators I've known here with Minneapolis Police Department. They're being told to take care of themselves. They have had a rough couple of days, not only dealing with this mass shooting here, also the mass shooting in the Phillips neighborhood. These are some of the same officers, some of the same men and women who responded then, who are responding now. A lot of people in this neighborhood are showing up with water, with food to tell them that they appreciate them, to make sure they are taking care of themselves during this difficult time. But yet it is still an active investigation going on. We also learned, Frank and Amelia, that the canines that we saw going around earlier from door to door, they were searching for possible explosives. Although they were told that there were explosives, they found there were none. They went through almost every house around the school looking for those. With canine dogs, all they found were little fireworks that would make smoke, like you would use like smoke grenades that were used during the 4th of July, but no explosives. Once again, an active investigation here. The shooter did take their own life, but right now they're still looking through that manifesto. They are looking through the church, looking for any clues. The shooter's car is here in the parking lot. They're looking for any clues that would lead them to find a motive to why they would do this.
Yeah, you know, Reg, I know you talked about, can we just turn back again to the officers there, that the last couple of 24 hours there have been so many shootings and they responded to it. But we did hear that officers got there very quickly to Annunciation, and even though they're not EMTs, they were able to try to give first aid to some of the victims there, and it was really, I think, probably helped save lives for some who were taken to the hospital immediately. But I heard they were there within minutes.
Maybe even closer than that, maybe seconds. As soon as the gunfire rang out, a lot of officers were on scene. They were seen going into the building with those high-powered weapons, looking to see who they could find and to stop the shooting from happening. As we told you, that shooter did take their own life behind the church, but those officers were very heroic, going into an unknown situation with not knowing anything, but trying to find people, trying to save people. Those officers who weren't performing CPR were taking other kids out to reunite them with their parents. So a lot of heroic moments here at the Annunciation Church from officers as well as people here in the community.
Yeah. Well, it's nice to see people acknowledge their effort as well. I mean, most people, we talked to another guy, there are people running from the gunfire. These guys are running towards it, and women as well. Reg, I spoke to some Annunciation families today, and they told me about the all-school mass, and they said, you know, when they have it, between the parishioners and the students and the faculty, that church is packed. And when I hear that, and I see in this manifesto a drawing of what looks like the church, and then we hear this part that there were, you know, the entrances were boarded up. I mean, it all sounds so horribly diabolical that you're like creating this kill zone to do that. I mean, it's really, it's sad, it's disgusting, it's horrifying.
It sounds like the shooter had this all planned, that this manifesto was posted to social media hours before they even arrived on scene. So they wanted someone to know what was going on, and this was definitely planned out from what we're seeing with this manifesto and what we're hearing from investigators.
Our thoughts are with all those people, Reg.
Thank you, Reg.
Caroline Cummings was our first reporter on the scene today.
Yeah, and she joins us now. I can't even imagine what this was like, Caroline, when you got there. I mean, we've heard a lot from Reg, but you were first on the scene.
Yeah, that's right, Frank and Amelia. I got here around a little bit before 9 o'clock, and when I arrived, it was, you know, the whole entire block on West 54th, which is the street that is where the church and the school is on, lined with ambulances. I mean, at least a dozen of them, police cars from so many agencies, not just Minneapolis. And I shared this online earlier, and I've been thinking a lot about it. The image that I saw of children leaving the school with slings on their arm, locked in hand with their parents, leaving their school. Two of them I saw, they had looked to be a sling, some sort of wound care. Perhaps they were grazed by a bullet, or of course we knew the shooter shot into the stained glass windows. Could it have been that? In any event, it just really stuck out to me, and it's something that will stay with me, is seeing those kids and the absolute horrific scene that they thought they were going to church and at school mass, and it ended up being that horrific scene. That'll stay with me for months and years to come, guys.
We understand. I mean, as you're talking, there's a little boy in his nice Annunciation School uniform behind you, and I'm sure that place was just full of similar children. It's sad.
Yeah. All right, Caroline, thank you.
We had a chance to speak with several witnesses and neighbors who are certainly shaken up after today's shooting.
And here's what they told us.
There was 2 cars in front of us that just stopped in front of the school, so we were like the 3rd car behind. And I saw a man running up the street the other way, and he was frantically running, like he was running for his life. And so that kind of alerted me that something was wrong. We heard probably about 15 to 20 gunshots in about 30 seconds. So we just booked it. We took a left. We jumped on Harriet. You know, we drove by and we said, "Are you okay? Do you want to come in the car with us?" And he said, "Yes, please." He said, "Someone's shooting at me. Someone's shooting at me." And so we get in the car and we just ask him what's going on. He said that a man dressed in all black was firing shots, and he didn't see anything else besides what he was wearing, but he hit the ground. His hands were all beat up from hitting the ground so hard. Then he got up and he said, "I have to start running. I have to go." It's terrifying. You know, I mean, the first thing I did was I started texting some of our neighbors, and you know, my next door neighbor, his ex-wife lives just only blocks away from there too, and so checking to make sure everyone's okay. It's terrifying though. It really is, because you know, we obviously know that we do have some crime in this city, but you don't really feel like it's in that area as much. And so that was just honestly the hard part, to kind of recognize that, like, this hits a lot closer to home.
I thought I heard a little pow, 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 and then I heard many rounds. It sounded like 10 to 20, but it was a horrible sound. And I did see a couple kids maybe on the playground there, but it sounded like it came more from the church direction than the school. And I'm familiar with that church and school, so that's what I heard. I have 4 grandchildren, and they're all 3 out of 4 are school-age kids, and school should be a safe place for children. And this is sad, what is happening to this world. I just feel sad for kids. That should be a safe place for them. And I feel sorry watching the parents coming in here. A sad day.
This morning, I saw a notification on my app, and it said there was an active shooter at Annunciation Church. This is my neighborhood. This is a feeder school for my daughter's school, which is Academy of Holy Angels, which is just down the street from here. She started school yesterday, and she had already gone off to school this morning, so I felt very compelled to come and see what was happening. I've never heard so many sirens. All I can say is I'm sorry. I'm sorry that we have to live in this type of world. I don't understand. And no one should be fearful of sending their child to school.
Here's a look at the events scheduled for tonight. There's a 7 p.m. prayer service at the Academy of Holy Angels High School in Ridgefield. At 8 p.m., there's a vigil in Lyndhurst Park in southwest Minneapolis. That will be hosted by the Protect Minnesota and Moms Demand Action. We'll cover those events. We'll have more information about them at CBS News Minnesota and on our late news.
And the city just let us know about this new community fund. If you would like to support the victims, text ACF1 to 41444. That's ACF1 at 41444. More to come on this deadly shooting. Our live coverage continues now at 5.
The shots were like right next to me.
A sacred space, now the scene of a mass shooting.
The sheer cruelty and cowardice of firing into a church full of children is absolutely incomprehensible.
Students taking cover and protecting their friends.
My friend Victor saved me though, because he laid on top of me, but he got hit.
Your friend laid on top of you?
Yeah, and he got hit. He's really brave.
A community heartbroken.
School should be a safe place for children.
And wondering why.
This hits a lot closer to home.
Don't just say this is about thoughts and prayers right now. These kids were literally praying.
Team coverage continues now.
Thanks for joining us, everyone. It is a heavy day for Minnesota and a tight-knit church in southwest Minneapolis.
Families are forever changed after a deadly mass shooting during an all-school mass at Annunciation. Here's the latest this evening. At least 2 students are dead. An 8- and 10-year-old were killed as they sat in the pews of the church. 17 others were hurt, and within the last hour, we learned 4 victims have already been released from the hospital.
The suspected shooter is a 23-year-old who police say took their own life. We know their mother worked at Annunciation and retired from the school in 2021. The FBI director says that they are investigating this shooting as an act of domestic terrorism and a hate crime targeting Catholics. President Trump has ordered flags to fly at half-staff.
The community is invited to grieve together at a prayer service this evening. It's planned for 7 at the Academy of Holy Angels. Authorities say that the shooter fired through the windows at the Annunciation Catholic Church this morning. It was full of students and teachers, marking the beginning of a new school year. We continue our team coverage with the latest on the investigation and new information on the suspect.
We want to begin with Reg Chapman, who is in front of Annunciation Church right now. Reg?
Well, Frank, it's still a very active scene here at Annunciation Church. Inside the church, members of the FBI, the ATF, Homeland Security, BCA, and Minneapolis police investigators all combing through the church looking for bullet casings or any evidence that will lead them to figure out a motive behind this shooting. They were also at the scene of 3 different locations where search warrants have been executed that were connected to the shooter, looking for any information there about him. We do know that the shooter is a former student here at Annunciation School, graduating in 2017. We're also told that his mother worked here for a long time as well. Investigators say they do believe that the shooter acted alone. Now, the shooter did leave behind a manifesto. That manifesto was posted to social media basically a couple hours before the shooting took place. It has since been taken down. The FBI is combing through it, trying to understand why the shooter would do such a thing. Now, the shooter was dressed in black and was carrying a pistol, a shotgun, and a rifle when he shot through that stained glass window inside the church. Young people were inside there praying. Some of the children were filing in, others were sitting down. There were adults in there as well, and the shooter opened fire, as you said, killing 2 young people and injuring dozens of others. Now, at the time, those children were, like I said, they were praying, and they had no idea these bullets were coming their way. We're told that older children were protecting some of the younger children, and some of the adults were protecting them as well. A lot of heroic stories will come out of this as well. Those 2 victims did die here at the scene. We do know that the guns used in that shooting were actually purchased legally, and they were purchased not long ago. We are told that this has been a nightmare for staff and people here at the church, but they say they are the dream team. They're very resilient, and they will get through this. This is what the principal had to say earlier today.
First thing she said is, "Mom, I'm safe," but something really bad is happening, and I don't know what it is, but something really bad has happened, and there's police everywhere, Mom, and I don't know what to do. And that's the worst call to get as a parent. I mean,
Sorry, that was not the sound we were looking for, but that principal talked about how there were some heroic moments going inside and that they had practiced for this and never expected this to happen inside their church and or their school, but they are resilient and relying on the community and the prayers of the faithful to get through all of this. Once again, the shooter in this case did take their own life behind the church. We are told that they are still searching through those places of residence that are connected to the shooter, looking for anything, reading through that manifesto, trying to figure out why this all happened, Frank and Amelia.
Yeah, we're wondering the same thing, Reg. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our Caroline Cummings was one of the first reporters there this morning.
And she just spoke with a bishop who attended Annunciation Catholic School. Caroline joins us now with his message after this tragedy. Hi there, Caroline.
Well, hi there, you guys. So obviously this tragedy hits the Catholic community in Minnesota and the world. Of course, Pope Leo sent his condolences as well. But it really hit home for Bishop Kevin Kenny. He is currently the pastor at St. Olaf Parish in the Twin Cities, and he is also an auxiliary bishop for the Archdiocese. He attended here as a child, and we talked a lot about how this place really was formative in his faith. And like so many of us, right, he said when he heard the news that there was an active shooting situation at this place, he said, it just couldn't be. He was in absolute disbelief. And we talked a lot about how can the community move forward after this when people feel like they are lost. And we just want to have you hear directly from him some of his words tonight.
There is resilience here, but the hard part is it's broken down people. And now the care needs to build up the children, to tell the children it's safe, it's secure, that we will be here with them, the parents. And it was no fault of anybody in the community that this happened. It happened. And so it's like, okay, how do we come together again now and just continue with God's help to build a stronger community?
And this is a strong community. You've heard it from children who were inside the church when it happened. You heard it from parents, community members, everybody wrapping their arms around each other, trying to work through this. And he talked about resilience, and something that has stuck with me all day. I've been out here since before 9 a.m. is that every hour at the top of the hour, the church bells ring. There was just a mass shooting inside the church, but those bells still ring. And if that isn't resilience, I don't know what is, guys.
Yeah, we know a lot of families and alums of that place, and they're some really amazing, giving, good people, Caroline. Thank you. Of course, the difficulty is it's just so hard to imagine elementary age kids having to go through a day like this.
And we want to play a portion of our interview with one of those brave, brave little boys.
It was like shots fired, and then we kind of like got under the pews. It kind of they shot through the stained glass windows, I think, and it was really scary.
What did you do after that?
Well, we waited like 10 to 5 minutes. I don't really know, and then we went to the gym. And then the door's locked just to make sure he didn't come. And we waited in the gym for more news, and everyone was okay. Or most people were okay.
Who are your friend, Wes?
My friend got hit in the back.
Did he go to the hospital?
Yeah, he went to the hospital.
What went through your mind when you saw that?
I was super scared for him, but I think now he's okay. It was like right beside me. I was like 2 seats away from the stained glass windows. So they were like, the shots were like right next to me.
That's scary.
Yeah.
You went under the pew after that happened?
Yeah. And
Is
then
that what everyone tried to do?
I think I got like gunpowder on my neck. Yeah.
When you heard the shots, what went through your head?
I was like, the first one, I was like, what is that? I thought it was just something. Then when I heard it again, I just ran under the pew. And then I covered my head. My friend Victor like saved me though, because he laid on top of me, but he got hit.
Your friend laid on top of you?
Yeah, and he got hit. We practice it like every month, or I don't know, but yeah, we've never practiced it in the church though, only in school, so it was way different.
And a parent of one of the 8th graders who was shot released this statement. She wrote, "Our son was shot at school today inside a church praying with his classmates. Our hearts are shattered, not only for him, but for everyone who was harmed. We feel the pain, the anger, the confusion, and the searing reality that our lives will never be the same. Yet we still have our child. Unlike others, we are blessed to hold on to him. We pray that everyone touched by this tragedy can find the strength to begin rebuilding too." We are uncovering more about the background of the suspected shooter.
Police believe the suspect left behind a manifesto. Senior investigative reporter Jennifer Merrily has been uncovering all kinds of things. And Jen, we're really curious to hear what you have.
Yeah, well, Frank and Amelia, while the community grieves, investigators are looking into that suspected shooter, identified as 23-year-old Robin Westman. We just learned they worked at a dispensary for several months this year. That dispensary says it is cooperating with law enforcement. One of the questions we ask when something like this happens is why this location? Why here? Why now? Well, we've confirmed there is a connection to Annunciation. Westman was a former student and graduated from the school in 2017. Now, the shooter's mom also previously worked there, retiring just a few years ago. So Westman would be aware of the layout of the school and familiar with the Wednesday welcome mass that was going on this morning. We know they showed up at the school dressed in all black, carrying 3 three weapons. You've heard this: a shotgun, a rifle, and a pistol. And they shot through the window into the church where kids and adults were in the pews before turning the gun on themselves dying by suicide. We've also discovered a few videos Westman posted online that have now been taken down. This is a still image from one of those videos of what looks like a hand-drawn church and a knife. Now, the police chief mentioned they were timed to come out today and called the writings a manifesto, so written in another language, which we have translated. Some of the messages in Westman's note said they are too tired of the pain this world gives out, and that they are not well and not right, and that they want to fulfill a final act that has been in the back of their head for years. The shooter apologized to their family and wrote to pray for the victims and their families. We can also show you this picture of a gun that was shown in the videos posted online. There are writings on the weapons as well. We were told when Robin was at Annunciation, they were called Robert. And in 2020, they changed their name to Robin. Now, Robin, we're told, later graduated from Southwest High School in 2021. Also this afternoon, our CBS station in the Naples, Florida area shared a picture with us. We're going to get that to you. It is of FBI agents at the home of Westman's mom. In an investigation like this, police want to talk with people connected to the shooter and those who knew them. And that includes that dispensary that Westman worked at, who they say they are cooperating with this investigation. And we know that investigators traced the three guns found at the scene, and we've learned that Westman got them legally. We're told police learned the identity of that shooter quickly and went to their apartment to gather evidence and to try to find a motivation. Try to get answers. Investigators are searching or did search two other properties, and police say they are taking additional firearms into evidence. We understand those additional firearms will also be traced to find out the origin of those, to see if they also were purchased legally. Frank and Amelia.
Thanks, Jen. Is that, I know it's not English. Is it a foreign language I don't recognize, or just a made-up language?
It is a foreign language, and it's a version of something, and I don't have that right here in front of me, Frank, but we are familiar with it and did have that translated.
Okay.
Thank you, Jen. We're going to go now to Marielle Mose, who is at the shooter's apartment in Richfield. And Elle, we saw federal agents there today.
Yeah, I'm standing in front of what's believed to be the suspect shooter's apartment. We are here in Richfield, just 2 blocks from Richfield High School. And dozens of BCA agents were here for about 3 hours, combing through this person's apartment, collecting evidence. And take a look at the moment this evidence was brought out for the first time. A large cardboard box, you can briefly see it. There is a rifle very clearly sticking out from that box, as well as a large magazine clip of ammo. So we do know that weapons were contained inside this suspected shooter's apartment here today in Richfield, and the BCA will be looking into this and investigating it further, and they took it away from this scene here. But we spoke to dozens of residents as well that live in this apartment complex, who were just shocked to learn that one of their neighbors is responsible for acting out such an evil act today. And we spoke to one person. This was the only person who had a brief interaction with the suspected gunman.
One time I saw him like downstairs, but he seemed really serious about something, so I'm not really sure. It's just something that I didn't really pay attention much, so it's really scary to know that the suspected was here, without me knowing, It's just something that, nobody would know and nobody would suspect or anything.
So while this person's interaction with the suspected shooter was brief, they could tell that this person was very serious, but it was nothing that struck a chord or made them question anything or overly cautious of this person. So that's why everyone in this building is really shocked to hear of what happened. The BCA has cleared the scene now. Residents are out here walking their dogs. We just saw a couple residents walk by doing that, trying to get back to normal, but it's clearly going to be a while until they can really let that settle in, and there is no normal here anymore.
Definitely. All right, Elle. Thank you.
This afternoon, the police chief told us all of the injured students are expected to survive.
And we continue our team coverage with Susan Elizabeth Littlefield, who has been at Children's Hospital all day. She joins us now. Hi there, Susan Elizabeth.
Hi, Amelia. Hi, Frank. You know, the sign behind me says this is Level 1 Trauma Center. I mean, they're trained to handle the worst of situations. And I can tell you, today was the worst of days as they had to implement that mass casualty training that they've been working at. Now, we were out here and talked to one of the people who was just anxiously coming up. He was rushing to his granddaughter's bedside. She was one of 7 people who was taken here till Children's. But we do have good news right now. 4 of the kids who were taken here are okay. They have been released. One of them, again, that grandfather we spoke with.
They're coming down.
They're coming down now?
Yeah, no, that's
What
right.
did it feel like to hug her?
It is the face, you know, it is, she's in good spirit, but she's on medication now.
Yeah, we know there were so many hugs today. We saw this scene not long after we talked to him. You saw the relief on his face, relief not every parent, grandparent got today. And there are 3 other families still bedside here at Children's right now. We talked with the head of mental health services at Children's. She was actually in a session this morning counseling a child. When she got out of that session, she heard the news. She has been processing it herself and now has a powerful message for all of you parents watching.
Parents need to be there as a model for their kids to express their own emotions. Parents have feelings and they don't need to be, you know, just okay. Kids can see parents are struggling with this too. That's a great model for kids to recognize I'm feeling sad and scared and I can express my feelings about it too.
It's okay for them to see you cry.
It is absolutely okay and it's normal and it's human.
Human, and we are all feeling the heaviness of being human right now. Now, the staff inside of the hospital is actually going to get mental health support too, as they say this is a day they will not forget. And we know that is the case as well at the trauma center down the road, HCMC. That is where my friend and colleague John Lauritsen is standing by with an update.
Yeah, Susan Elizabeth, as you mentioned, this is a Level 1 trauma center in downtown Minneapolis as well. Hennepin Healthcare behind me. You know, when the shooting happened just before 8:30 this morning, they prepare for things like this, as they do at Children's as well, mass casualty events. By 8:45, they were having patients come in. They had 10 patients come in. Now, Dr. Thomas Wyatt is an emergency physician. He talked to us a little while after this. He said that there were 10 patients that did come in. 8 of them were children, 2 adults, ages, the children anyway, ages 6 to 14. But what happened was, through all of this, because they are prepared, they were able to treat these patients immediately. And if there's a silver lining on a dark day, it's the fact that there were no casualties here today, no fatalities to report right now. So a lot of these children and even adults that were brought here have been reunited with family members. That happened earlier today, just to the left of me here in downtown Minneapolis at the Unification Center. But this was still a struggle for staff. Even though they prepare for this kind of thing, they practice this kind of thing year-round, these mass casualty scenarios, Dr. Wyatt said it's still a struggle for them because of the injuries that they see.
You're dealing with gunshot wound injuries from apparently a high-velocity weapon, and you know, gunshot wounds can be very problematic because they can involve multiple body systems, and again, they require a lot of resources to manage.
Yeah, they really do, but by everything we're hearing, staff was ready and did a great job to try and get to those patients right away. Again, the children brought in ages 6 to 14. Initially, 7 of these patients were listed in critical condition, including 6 children. But tonight we're hearing another silver lining is that some of those patients brought in, their conditions have been upgraded. Of course, you know, guys, Frank and Amelia, this is something that lingers with staff as well. And later on, we're going to talk a little bit about the psychology involved here. There's actually a mental health staff on this staff to help doctors and nurses and anybody else who has to deal with something like this.
Good. I'm sure they use it. I hope they do. They need it.
And it's encouraging to hear that those conditions have been upgraded.
Yeah, that's great news, John. We could use some good news.
Thank you.
For you just joining us, just tuning in this afternoon, we are following breaking news out of Southwest Minneapolis, where a mass shooting took place this morning at a Catholic school.
The FBI is now investigating it as an act of domestic terrorism. Here is what we know right now. Police say that the shooter fired through the windows into the church at Annunciation Catholic School in Minneapolis. Students and worshipers were inside for an all-school mass. 2 students, ages 8 and 10, were killed. 17 other people were shot, 14 of them students. 2 victims are in critical condition. Police say that the shooter was 23-year-old Robin Westman. Police say that Westman committed suicide in the back of the church. Westman had a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol and fired all of them. Police say that Westman acted alone and posted a manifesto online, but they aren't sure about the motive yet. We have Derek James now joining us from the live desk.
Yeah, Derek, we know the school well, but for those who don't, why don't you share a little bit about what you've learned?
Yeah, Annunciation, Frank and Amelia, has a long history in Southwest Minneapolis, and that includes a history of service. All students participate in projects that help others in their own neighborhood, as well as other parishes and a sister school in Haiti. Today, they are turning to others for support. Annunciation Catholic School serves more than 400 students in pre-K through 8th grade. The school is known for its small class sizes and its International Baccalaureate program. Opened by 4 Dominican sisters in 1923 with 72 students, the church and school community is now dealing with an act of darkness.
To any of our students and families and staff watching right now, I love you. You're so brave, and I'm so sorry this happened to us today. Within seconds of this situation beginning, our teachers were heroes. Children were ducked down. Adults were protecting children. Older children were protecting younger children.
In a message to the Annunciation Parish and School family, DeBoer and newly installed pastor, Father Dennis Zarin, who joined in July from St. Vincent de Paul in Brooklyn Park, said, "In this time of darkness, let us commit to being the light to our children, each other, and our community. We will rebuild our future filled with hope together." Annunciation's selected motto for this school year comes from the book of Jeremiah, a future filled with hope.
There's nothing about today that can fill us with hope. We, as a community, have a responsibility to make sure that no child, no parent, no teacher ever has to experience what we've experienced today.
Brothers and sisters, we have to be men and women of hope.
The message to parents from Annunciation leaders also said that they will contact families about support services as they become available, and they'll also let parents know when the school will eventually reopen. Frank, Amelia?
All right. Thank you, Derek. The community is invited to grieve together at a prayer service this evening. It's planned for 7 p.m. at the Academy of Holy Angels High School in Richfield. And the city just let us know about this new community fund. If you would like to support the victims, text ACF1 to 41444. That is ACF1. We heard from Governor Tim Walz just a few hours ago.
He asked the country to remember the families affected by today's tragedy.
We often come to these and say, these unspeakable tragedies, or there's no words for this. There shouldn't be words for these types of incidents because they should not happen. And there's no words that are going to ease the pain of the families today. On behalf of all the people of Minnesota, our deepest sympathies. A wish that any of these words would make what you're feeling now better, but it won't.
The mayor of Minneapolis also spoke. He tried to describe the horror of today.
He praised all the school's faculty and teachers who jumped into action.
The way that they acted during severe threat and danger was nothing short of heroic. This is a tragic and horrible event that should never occur, and it would have been all the more tragic and horrible had they not stepped in, at times perhaps put themselves in danger to protect others. As horrible as this has been, it could have been far worse.
This tragedy follows a violent day in Minneapolis.
Police tell us 11 people have been shot in the last 24 hours, and that does not even include today's school shooting. Police have made an arrest in one of those cases. Our Ashley Grahams has the latest on a violent and deadly week.
Minneapolis police say 3 people have died in 3 separate shootings.
This level of firepower unleashed in broad daylight is completely sickening.
That was Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara in response to yesterday's mass shooting. It happened just off Lake Street, not far from Cristo Rey High School. Police say all the victims are adults, and the shooting unfolded just before 1:30 when the suspected shooter hopped out of a vehicle and fired about 30 rounds. We're told the bullets came from a high-powered rifle, hitting 6 men and a woman at Clinton and East 29th Street. 1 man died, 6 others were injured.
We will not stop until we can make every block in this city safe for all of our residents.
Then several hours later and less than a mile away, we know 1 person was shot near 27th Street and 3rd Avenue South. He was taken to a hospital and later died. And new details today, police now say a second person may have been injured there. This second shooting happened just after 8 last night. Then early this morning, 1 person killed and another injured in a shooting at 8th and Hennepin. This happened just after 2 in the morning. You can see shell casings on the ground and officers investigating. Police say they are following any leads and asking people to come forward if they know anything. Ashley Grahams, WCCO News.
Back to today's church shooting. Our Caroline Cummings was one of the first reporters there.
And we want to check in with her again. Hi there again, Caroline.
Hi there, Frank and Amelia. I've still been out here, like you said, since earlier this morning, and I've been thinking a lot about what stuck out for me today, and that is the community coming together, that is the families who are grieving, and that is also the heroes of today, the children that dove in front of their classmates. We talked to one of them, Wes, who said his friend Victor saved his life by diving in front of him as he ducked behind a pew. The principal said that the 2 children who lost their lives, 8 and 10 years old, that they're angels and that this community lost 2 angels today. But I've been thinking a lot about all of the angels that are among us here, the people who have stepped up and been heroes, those children that I mentioned, the first responders, the faith leaders, the officials who are all saying, you know, we need to be better, we need to do better, this community deserves better, and let's be better by supporting each other in this moment. Those are kind of the things that I've been reflecting on here in Minneapolis outside of Annunciation Church.
And I also think of that little boy, Victor, who
yes.
we don't know him yet, but jumped on top of his friend. That was amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you, Caroline.
So powerful. It's really
Absolutely.
true heroism right there.
Unfortunately, though, 2 children did die today. 17 others are hurt. We are told all of the injured kids should survive their injuries. The shooter took their own life. As of right now, no information about a motive, but there are connections to the school through his mother who worked there, and also he attended as a student.
Coverage of this shooting will continue next on the CBS Evening News, and then, of course, we will be back with the latest at 6 and at 10. We'll see you then.
Thanks for joining us, everyone. It is a heavy day for Minnesota and a tight-knit church in southwest Minneapolis.
Families are forever changed after a deadly mass shooting during an all-school mass at Annunciation. Here's the latest this evening. At least 2 students are dead. An 8- and 10-year-old were killed as they sat in the pews of the church. 17 others were hurt, and within the last hour, we learned 4 victims have already been released from the hospital.
The suspected shooter is a 23-year-old who police say took their own life. We know their mother worked at Annunciation and retired from the school in 2021. The FBI director says that they are investigating this shooting as an act of domestic terrorism and a hate crime targeting Catholics. President Trump has ordered flags to fly at half-staff.
The community is invited to grieve together at a prayer service this evening. It's planned for 7 at the Academy of Holy Angels. Authorities say that the shooter fired through the windows at the Annunciation Catholic Church this morning. It was full of students and teachers, marking the beginning of a new school year.
Our Caroline Cummings was one of the first reporters there this morning.
And she just spoke with a bishop who attended Annunciation Catholic School. Caroline joins us now with his message after this tragedy. Hi there, Caroline.
Well, hi there, you guys. So obviously this tragedy hits the Catholic community in Minnesota and the world. Of course, Pope Leo sent his condolences as well. But it really hit home for Bishop Kevin Kenny. He is currently the pastor at St. Olaf Parish in the Twin Cities, and he is also an auxiliary bishop for the Archdiocese. He attended here as a child, and we talked a lot about how this place really was formative in his faith. And like so many of us, right, he said when he heard the news that there was an active shooting situation at this place, he said, it just couldn't be. He was in absolute disbelief. And we talked a lot about how can the community move forward after this when people feel like they are lost. And we just want to have you hear directly from him some of his words tonight.
There is resilience here, but the hard part is it's broken down people, and now the care needs to build up the children, to tell the children it's safe, it's secure, that we will be here with them, the parents. And it was no fault of anybody in the community that this happened. It happened, and so it's like, okay, how do we come together again now and just continue with God's help to build a stronger community?
And this is a strong community. You've heard it from children who were inside the church when it happened. You heard it from parents, community members, everybody wrapping their arms around each other, trying to work through this. And he talked about resilience, and something that has stuck with me all day. I've been out here since before 9 a.m. is that every hour at the top of the hour, the church bells ring. There was just a mass shooting inside the church, but those bells still ring. And if that isn't resilience, I don't know what is, guys.
Yeah, we know a lot of families and alums of that place, and they're some really amazing, giving, good people, Caroline. Thank you. Of course, the difficulty is it's just so hard to imagine elementary age kids having to go through a day like this.
And we want to play a portion of our interview with one of those brave little boys.
It was like shots fired, and then we kind of like got under the pews. It kind of they shot through the stained glass windows, I think, and it was really scary.
What did you do after that?
Well, we waited like 10 to 5 minutes. I don't really know, and then we went to the gym. And then the door's locked just to make sure he didn't come. And we waited in the gym for more news, and everyone was okay. Or most people were okay.
Who are your friend, Wes?
My friend got hit in the back.
Did he go to the hospital?
Yeah, he went to the hospital.
What went through your mind when you saw that?
I was super scared for him, but I think now he's okay. It was like right beside me. I was like 2 seats away from the stained glass windows. So they were like, the shots were like right next to me.
That's scary.
Yeah.
You went under the pew after that happened?
Yeah. And
Is
then
that what everyone tried to do?
I think I got like gunpowder on my neck. Yeah.
When you heard the shots, what went through your head?
I was like, the first one, I was like, what is that? I thought it was just something. Then when I heard it again, I just ran under the pew. And then I covered my head. My friend Victor, like, saved me, though, because he laid on top of me, but he got hit.
Your friend laid on top of you?
Yeah, and he got hit. We practice it, like, every month, or I don't know. But, yeah, we've never practiced it in the church, though. Only in school, so it was way different.
And a parent of one of the 8th graders who was shot released this statement. She wrote, "Our son was shot at school today inside a church praying with his classmates. Our hearts are shattered, not only for him, but for everyone who was harmed. We feel the pain, the anger, the confusion, and the searing reality that our lives will never be the same. Yet we still have our child. Unlike others, we are blessed to hold on to him. We pray that everyone touched by this tragedy can find the strength to begin rebuilding too." We are uncovering more about the background of the suspected shooter.
Police believe the suspect left behind a manifesto. Senior investigative reporter Jennifer Merrily has been uncovering all kinds of things. And Jen, we're really curious to hear what you have.
Yeah, well, Frank and Amelia, while the community grieves, investigators are looking into that suspected shooter, identified as 23-year-old Robin Westman. We just learned they worked at a dispensary for several months this year. That dispensary says it is cooperating with law enforcement. One of the questions we ask when something like this happens is why this location? Why here? Why now? Well, we've confirmed there is a connection to Annunciation. Westman was a former student and graduated from the school in 2017. Now, the shooter's mom also previously worked there, retiring just a few years ago. So Westman would be aware of the layout of the school and familiar with the Wednesday welcome mass that was going on this morning. We know they showed up at the school dressed in all black, carrying 3 weapons. You've heard this: a shotgun, a rifle, and a pistol. And they shot through the window into the church where kids and adults were in the pews before turning the gun on themselves dying by suicide. We've also discovered a few videos Westman posted online that have now been taken down. This is a still image from one of those videos of what looks like a hand-drawn church and a knife. Now, the police chief mentioned they were timed to come out today and called the writings a manifesto, so written in another language, which we have translated. Some of the messages in Westman's note said they are too tired of the pain this world gives out, and that they are not well and not right, and that they want to fulfill a final act that has been in the back of their head for years. The shooter apologized to their family and wrote to pray for the victims and their families. We can also show you this picture of a gun that was shown in the videos posted online. There are writings on the weapons as well. We were told when Robin was at Annunciation, they were called Robert. And in 2020, they changed their name to Robin. Now, Robin, we're told, later graduated from Southwest High School in 2021. Also this afternoon, our CBS station in the Naples, Florida area shared a picture with us. We're going to get that to you. It is of FBI agents at the home of Westman's mom. In an investigation like this, police want to talk with people connected to the shooter and those who knew them. And that includes that dispensary that Westman worked at, who they say are cooperating with this investigation. And we know that investigators traced the 3 guns found at the scene, and we've learned that Westman got them legally. We're told police learned the identity of that shooter quickly and went to their apartment to gather evidence and to try to find a motivation. Try to get answers. Investigators are searching or did search 2 other properties, and police say they are taking additional firearms into evidence. We understand those additional firearms will also be traced to find out the origin of those, to see if they also were purchased legally. Frank and Amelia.
Thanks, Jen. Is that, I know it's not English. Is it a foreign language I don't recognize, or just a made-up language?
It is a foreign language, and it's a version of something, and I don't have that right here in front of me, Frank, but we are familiar with it and did have that translated.
Okay.
Right. Thank you, Jem. We're going to go now to Marielle Mose, who is at the shooter's apartment in Richfield. And Elle, we saw federal agents there today.
Yeah, I'm standing in front of what's believed to be the suspect shooter's apartment. We are here in Richfield, just 2 blocks from Richfield High School. And dozens of BCA agents were here for about 3 hours combing through this person's apartment, collecting evidence. And take a look at the moment this evidence was brought out for the first time. A large cardboard box, you can briefly see it. There is a rifle very clearly sticking out from that box, as well as a large magazine clip of ammo. So we do know that weapons were contained inside this suspected shooter's apartment here today in Richfield, and the BCA will be looking into this and investigating it further, and they took it away from this scene here. But we spoke to dozens of residents as well that live in this apartment complex, who were just shocked to learn that one of their neighbors is responsible for acting out such an evil act today. And we spoke to one person. This was the only person who had a brief interaction with the suspected gunman.
One time I saw him like downstairs, but he seemed really serious about something, so I'm not really sure. It's just something that I didn't really pay attention much, so it's really scary to know that the suspected was here, without me knowing, It's just something that, nobody would know and nobody would suspect or anything.
So while this person's interaction with the suspected shooter was brief, they could tell that this person was very serious, but it was nothing that struck a chord or made them question anything or overly cautious of this person. So that's why everyone in this building is really shocked to hear of what happened. The BCA has cleared the scene now. Residents are out here walking their dogs. We just saw a couple residents walk by doing that, trying to get back to normal, but it's clearly going to be a while until they can really let that settle in, and there is no normal here anymore.
Definitely. All right, Elle. Thank you.
This afternoon, the police chief told us all of the injured students are expected to survive.
And we continue our team coverage with Susan Elizabeth Littlefield, who has been at Children's Hospital all day. She joins us now. Hi there, Susan Elizabeth.
Hi, Amelia. Hi, Frank. The sign behind me says this is Level 1 Trauma Center. I mean, they're trained to handle the worst of situations. And I can tell you, today was the worst of days, as they had to implement that mass casualty training that they've been working at. Now, we were out here and talked to one of the people who was just anxiously coming up. He was rushing to his granddaughter's bedside. She was one of 7 people who was taken here to Children's. But we do have good news right now. 4 of the kids who were taken here are okay. They have been released. One of them, again, that grandfather we spoke with.
They're coming down.
They're coming down now?
Yeah, no, that's
What did it feel like to hug her?
It is, it is, she's in good spirit. But she's on medication now.
Yeah, we know there were so many hugs today. We saw this scene not long after we talked to him. You saw the relief on his face, relief not every parent, grandparent got today. And there are 3 other families still bedside here at Children's right now. We talked with the head of mental health services at Children's. She was actually in a session this morning counseling a child. When she got out of that session, she heard the news. She has been processing it herself and now has a powerful message for all of you parents watching.
Parents need to be there as a model for their kids to express their own emotions. Parents have feelings and they don't need to be, just okay. Kids can see parents are struggling with this too. That's a great model for kids to recognize, I'm feeling sad and scared, and I can express my feelings about it too.
It's okay for them to see you cry.
It is absolutely okay, and it's normal, and it's human.
Human, and we are all feeling the heaviness of being human right now. Now, the staff inside of the hospital is actually going to get mental health support too, as they say this is a day they will not forget.
And this is a Level 1 trauma center in downtown Minneapolis as well. Hennepin Healthcare behind me. When the shooting happened just before 8:30 this morning, they prepare for things like this, as they do at Children's as well, mass casualty events. By 8:45, they were having patients come in. They had 10 patients come in. Now, Dr. Thomas Wyatt is an emergency physician. He talked to us a little while after this. He said that there were 10 patients that did come in. 8 of them were children, 2 adults, ages, the children anyway, ages 6 to 14. But what happened was, through all of this, because they are prepared, they were able to treat these patients immediately. And if there's a silver lining on a dark day, it's the fact that there were no casualties here today, no fatalities to report right now. So a lot of these children and even adults that were brought here have been reunited with family members. That happened earlier today, just to the left of me here in downtown Minneapolis at the Unification Center. But this was still a struggle for staff. Even though they prepare for this kind of thing, they practice this kind of thing year-round, these mass casualty scenarios, Dr. Wyatt said it's still a struggle for them because of the injuries that they see.
You're dealing with gunshot wound injuries from apparently a high-velocity weapon, and gunshot wounds can be very problematic because they can involve multiple body systems, and again, they require a lot of resources to manage.
Yeah, they really do, but by everything we're hearing, staff was ready and did a great job to try and get to those patients right away. Again, the children brought in ages 6 to 14. Initially, 7 of these patients were listed in critical condition, including 6 children. But tonight we're hearing another silver lining is that some of those patients brought in, their conditions have been upgraded. Of course, guys, Frank and Amelia, this is something that lingers with staff as well. And later on, we're going to talk a little bit about the psychology involved here. There's actually a mental health staff on this staff to help doctors and nurses and anybody else who has to deal with something like this.
Good. I'm sure they use it. I hope they do. They need it.
And it's encouraging to hear that those conditions have been upgraded.
Yeah, that's great news, John. We could use some good news.
Yeah. Thank you.
And we are following breaking news out of southwest Minneapolis, where a mass shooting took place this morning at a Catholic school.
The FBI is now investigating it as an act of domestic terrorism. Here is what we know right now. Police say that the shooter fired through the windows into the church at Annunciation Catholic School in Minneapolis. Students and worshipers were inside for an all-school mass. 2 students, ages 8 and 10, were killed. 17 other people were shot, 14 of them students. 2 victims are in critical condition. Police say that the shooter was 23-year-old Robin Westman. Police say that Westman committed suicide in the back of the church. Westman had a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol and fired all of them. Police say that Westman acted alone and posted a manifesto online, but they aren't sure about the motive yet. We have Derek James now joining us from the live desk.
Yeah, Derek, we know the school well, but for those who don't, why don't you share a little bit about what you've learned?
Yeah, Annunciation, Frank and Amelia, has a long history in southwest Minneapolis, and that includes a history of service. All students participate in projects that help others in their own neighborhood, as well as other parishes and a sister school in Haiti. Today, they are turning to others for support. Annunciation Catholic School serves more than 400 students in pre-K through 8th grade. The school is known for its small class sizes and its International Baccalaureate program. Opened by 4 Dominican sisters in 1923 with 72 students, the church and school community is now dealing with an act of darkness.
To any of our students and families and staff watching right now, I love you. You're so brave, and I'm so sorry this happened to us today. Within seconds of this situation beginning, our teachers were heroes. Children were ducked down. Adults were protecting children. Older children were protecting younger children.
In a message to the Annunciation Parish and School family, DeBoer and newly installed pastor, Father Dennis Zarin, who joined in July from St. Vincent de Paul in Brooklyn Park, said, "In this time of darkness, let us commit to being the light to our children, each other, and our community. We will rebuild our future filled with hope together." Annunciation's selected motto for this school year comes from the book of Jeremiah, a future filled with hope.
There's nothing about today that can fill us with hope. We, as a community, have a responsibility to make sure that no child, no parent, no teacher ever has to experience what we've experienced today.
Brothers and sisters, we have to be men and women of hope.
The message to parents from Annunciation leaders also said that they will contact families about support services as they become available, and they'll also let parents know when the school will eventually reopen. Frank, Amelia?
All right. Thank you, Derek. We heard from Governor Tim Walz just a few hours ago.
He asked the country to remember the families affected by today's tragedy.
We often come to these and say, these unspeakable tragedies, or there's no words for this. There shouldn't be words for these types of incidents because they should not happen. And there's no words that are going to ease the pain of the families today. On behalf of all the people of Minnesota, our deepest sympathies. A wish that any of these words would make what you're feeling now better, but it won't.
The mayor of Minneapolis also spoke. He tried to describe the horror of today.
He praised all the school's faculty and teachers who jumped into action.
The way that they acted during severe threat and danger was nothing short of heroic. This is a tragic and horrible event that should never occur, and it would have been all the more tragic and horrible had they not stepped in, at times perhaps put themselves in danger to protect others. As horrible as this has been, it could have been far worse.
This tragedy follows a violent day in Minneapolis.
Police tell us 11 people have been shot in the last 24 hours, and that does not even include today's school shooting. Police have made an arrest in one of those cases. Our Ashley Grams has the latest on a violent and deadly week.
Minneapolis police say 3 people have died in 3 separate shootings.
This level of firepower unleashed in broad daylight is completely sickening.
That was Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara in response to yesterday's mass shooting. It happened just off Lake Street, not far from Cristo Rey High School. Police say all the victims are adults, and the shooting unfolded just before 1:30 when the suspected shooter hopped out of a vehicle and fired about 30 rounds. We're told the bullets came from a high-powered rifle, hitting 6 men and a woman at Clinton and East 29th Street. 1 man died, 6 others were injured.
We will not stop until we can make every block in this city safe for all of our residents.
Then several hours later and less than a mile away, we know 1 person was shot near 27th Street and 3rd Avenue South. He was taken to a hospital and later died. And new details today, police now say a second person may have been injured there. This second shooting happened just after 8 last night. Then early this morning, 1 person killed and another injured in a shooting at 8th and Hennepin. This happened just after 2 in the morning. You can see shell casings on the ground and officers investigating. Police say they are following any leads and asking people to come forward if they know anything. Ashley Grams, WCCO News.
on WCCO News.
It was like shots fired, and then we kind of like got under the pews.
Children shot and killed in a Catholic school church.
The sheer cruelty and cowardice of firing into a church full of children is absolutely incomprehensible.
These kids were literally praying. It was the first week of school. They were in a church.
And a community responds.
All I can say is I'm sorry. I'm sorry that we have to live in this type of world. No one should be fearful of sending their child to school.
Hearts are breaking this evening for the families of children killed and hurt during a shooting inside Annunciation Catholic Church.
The students were gathering for a mass to start the new school year. Police were called to the scene of an active shooting just before 8:30 this morning. A shooter dressed in black began opening fire through the stained glass windows. We know 2 children were killed. 14 other children were wounded, as well as 3 adults. 4 victims have been released from the hospital. Police say that the shooter turned a gun on himself in the back of the church. We have full team coverage of this tragedy, and we want to begin with Reg Chapman, who is at Annunciation Church in southwest Minneapolis. Reg.
Well, Amelia, at this hour, investigators from the FBI, the ATF, Homeland Security, Minneapolis Police, and the BCA are inside the church. They continue to process that scene while others search through 3 properties connected to the shooter. Investigators do tell us they believe the shooter acted alone and posted a manifesto online. That manifesto has since been removed by the FBI as they search through that, looking for any clues as to a motive to these shootings. Now, that shooter was dressed in all black. He was armed with a shotgun, a pistol, and a handgun, all 3 shooting through a stained glass window at the church. Now, some children were filing into the church and others were seated in pews when the shooting happened. We just got this new video of students making their way out of the church. You can see some of the older students helping the younger students. Here's what the principal said about the bravery he saw.
Within seconds of this situation beginning, our teachers were heroes. Children were ducked down. Adults were protecting children. Older children were protecting younger children. As we heard earlier, it could have been significantly worse without their heroic action. This is a nightmare, but we call our staff the dream team.
Now, the shooter in this case did take their life behind the church. We are told that right now they are still processing the scene, and right now we're told that the guns that the shooter used were bought legally and recently. Frank and Amelia.
All right. Thank you, Reg. The shooting started around 8:30 this morning.
Caroline Cummings was one of the first reporters to get there. She joins us now. Caroline.
Well, hi there, Frank and Amelia. I was among the first here, and the scenes I saw will stick with me forever. Children leaving school with slings on their arm, looked like bandages, holding the hands of their parents as they left on this really devastating day, which should have been an exciting moment, the start of school, gathered in prayer, and then it turned into a horrific tragedy so quickly. But another thing that stuck out to me and will stay with me for a long time is an interview that I did with Weston. He is a 5th grade boy. He's 10 years old, and he came over to the press and said, I have something to say, basically. His grandfather was there, gave his blessing to have him come on TV, and he talked about the fear of being in that church so close to the stained glass window when the shots were fired. And he said that his friend, Victor, his friend, dove on top of him, and he was shot in the back. And he said he, described that heroic action, and we want you to hear from Wes here tonight.
So close. What do you want to say to your friend who helped protect you?
He's really brave, and I hope he's good in the hospital.
And what do you want to say to everyone that had to go to the hospital?
I hope you're okay, and I'm praying for you.
Facing the unthinkable in a mass shooting.
Such resolve there from a child who's experienced such a devastating day and yet is saying, you are brave and I am praying for you. If that isn't a lesson in how all of us as people can carry ourselves in these really hard moments, I don't know what is, guys. He's really a true hero and brave in his own right there. Good on you, Wes.
guys.
Yeah.
So many weapons involved
the
as
sad
well.
part is we have to watch a kid that age talk about something like that. So we wish him well. Thank you. You could see in the video Red showed us as well just the panic and fear on those children's faces as they ran out of that building. Sure is.
Why would someone open fire on a crowded church? We are learning more about the suspected shooter.
Yeah, we've been looking into the background of 23-year-old Robin Westman, the shooter left behind what police are calling a manifesto. Our senior investigative reporter Jennifer Merrill's been here since this all happened in the morning. I know you've dug up a lot of information.
You know, in a situation like this, there are always questions. So why this location? Some of that is coming more into focus. Robin Westman was a former student and graduated from Annunciation School in 2017. The shooter's mom also previously worked there, retiring just a few years ago. So we've learned that Westman would be aware of the layout of the school and the church and familiar with the Wednesday welcome mass. We've also discovered a few videos Westman posted online, timed to post today, that have now been taken down. There's images and there's writing, some in English, some in another language. The police chief called it a manifesto. Some of Westman's notes say they are not well and not right, and they want to fulfill a final act that has been in the back of their head for years. We also would like to show you this picture of a gun that was posted in a video online. There are writings on those weapons as well, many of them troubling. We are told when Robin was at Annunciation, they were called Robert. In 2020, they changed their name to Robin. Robin later graduated from Southwest High School in 2021. And we do have a more current picture taken from a video posted recently online of Robin. Also this afternoon, our CBS station in the Naples, Florida area shared this image. It's of FBI agents at the home of Westman's mom. Now, it is common to talk with people connected to a shooter in a situation like this. We've also learned Westman worked at a dispensary earlier this year, and that dispensary says they are cooperating with this investigation.
Yeah, it's really chilling because that sketch was like, it looked like the church, you know, like the pews there and everything. So clearly he's
same
familiar
shape of
with
the
it.
church.
Yes, it is.
Right, and so a lot of these writings were done and are very troubling and chilling when you look through them.
When you say these were taken down, if they were on TikTok or YouTube, is this the FBI? Is it ATF? Is it the local Minneapolis
police? This was on YouTube, and we know it was
that?
very early this morning that they were taken down. We assume by law enforcement to, you know, this is part of the investigation, but also it's to stop people from spreading more of this. And so we're sharing a limited portion of this.
They call YouTube and say, get these off the site.
I would have to verify
the procedure,
but what the procedure is, but they did come down fairly quickly this morning.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Jen. Federal agents swarmed the shooter's apartment in Minneapolis, saw federal agents carrying out a container with at least one gun. She is outside that apartment right now, and she joins us with the latest. Hi there, Elle.
Hi, Amelia. This is the Richfield apartment behind me here that is believed to be where the suspected shooter lived. And today, for about 4 hours, dozens of BCA agents combed through one of the units inside the lower level of this apartment building looking for evidence to help in their investigation. Around 2 o'clock this afternoon, they came out with 2 boxes of evidence. And while it's hard to see in the video, for myself on scene, I clearly saw a rifle sticking out of the large cardboard box, as well as a clip of ammo. We spoke to one neighbor who didn't know the shooter personally, but had brief interactions with them, as well as a mother who lives in this building and is in shock over what happened.
One time I saw him like downstairs, but he seemed really serious about something, so I'm not really sure.
Yeah, maybe I've seen his face, you know, I don't know, but it's just so scary, you know, to have a shooter next door to you.
And for perspective, this apartment building is 2 blocks from Richfield High School and less than a 10-minute drive from Annunciation Church and School.
All right. Thank you, Elle. Emergency responders raced the victims to area hospitals.
And there has been some encouraging news this afternoon as doctors release some of the victims. Our team is standing by outside of those hospitals. We'll begin with Susan Elizabeth Littlefield at Children's Minnesota with an update. What's the latest?
Well, Frank, I want to start with some good news. We all need some on this grim day. 7 students were admitted here to this level 1 trauma center behind me. We have been told that 4 of them have been released and are home safely tonight. One of them was an 8-year-old girl, and we talked to her grandfather, who had rushed here to the hospital when he heard, to be at her side.
It's very sad. It should not be this way. People should not have guns.
Moments later, he told us that his granddaughter was released. We caught this scene outside of the emergency department. 7 children total treated, again, 4 now home safely. As questions and emotions swirl, we talked with the director of mental health here at Children's Minnesota, and she has some insight for us all as we try and process this day and have some tough conversation with kids.
And also, if kids want to know what a plan is, are they safe? Parents need to talk them through that. Parents are kind of that safe space for kids.
And I think this moment is hard, too, because now kids know it can happen at their school.
They do. And again, even though probability would say it's unlikely, right? The numbers would say that it has happened, and it has happened locally. So those feelings are going to be really big for kids, and they're going to be big for parents. Parents are going to be fearful too. And so there's no sugarcoating it to kids. Of course it can happen, but it's also important to point out the safety protocols that people have in school. Kids are going to wonder, should I go to school tomorrow? And this is an important time to have that conversation with kids.
And she also says to really gauge how your kids are feeling. Maybe they want to talk about it. Maybe they just want to go play in the yard, and that's okay. She also says it's okay to cry or show emotion as an adult in front of them today. They need to see that. She says we all know they are all hurting. In fact, the staff here, the people who are trained for these responses, are also getting mental health support because, as you know, Frank and Amelia, we are all feeling this.
Yeah, I felt bad. I started crying at the top of the 5 o'clock news. It's hard to share all this. I feel so bad for those folks, like we all do, Susan Elizabeth. Thanks.
Emergency teams are also treating victims at Hennepin Healthcare. John Lordson has been there all day, and he joins us now. And John, I understand like the largest number of victims were taken there.
Yeah, we had 10 patients come in here this morning. Dr. Thomas Wyatt is an emergency physician with Hennepin Healthcare, which is a level 1 trauma center. Again, of those 10 patients that were brought in this morning, we had 8 children, 2 adults. 7 of those patients, those people brought in, were in critical condition. But if there is a silver lining on this dark day, it's the fact that there are no fatalities here, no casualties. And the team went to work very quickly during this mass casualty event and were able to take care of those patients right away. Dr. Wyatt talked about family members waiting for word on loved ones this morning.
Yeah, we've had quite a bit of effort to stand up a reunification center across the street here at our clinical specialty care building. And so to my knowledge, I believe all or almost all of the families and loved ones have been reunited with patients and know their status.
Yeah, some good news in that regard. One thing to keep in mind here is this obviously takes a toll on families in every way. Also, it takes a toll on doctors and staff here at Hennepin Healthcare. So Frank and Amelia, psychologists on hand to talk with those nurses, those doctors, those EMTs, anybody who helped this morning, because these are very heavy days for medical folks as well here at Hennepin Healthcare.
Absolutely, John. All right, thank you.
Following the shooting, the community almost immediately sprung into action.
We'll show you what they did to support those who rushed to help and the many others impacted by the shooting.
And then leaders from across the country are responding to today's tragedy, the calls they're making for change.
Shock and outrage have been pouring in from political leaders from here and around the country.
Those reactions are coming from both sides of the aisle. Esme Murphy's had a chance to see some of that.
That's right, Amelia and Frank. We want to start with President Trump. The president has ordered all flags of government buildings across the country flown at half-staff, and that includes the White House. These are live images from Washington, where you can see the flags have been lowered. This flag flying at half-staff is outside the federal courthouse in downtown Minneapolis. The president called Governor Walz to offer his condolences, and the president took to social media saying he's been fully briefed on the tragic shooting in Minneapolis and that the FBI quickly responded. The White House will continue to monitor this terrible situation. Please join me in praying for everyone involved. Now, Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, whose district is where the shooting happened, Senator Amy Klobuchar, and Governor Tim Walz, all at the scene, all say something needs to be done.
To have, you send your 8-year-old, 10-year-old to school, and within a few hours as they sit in for prayer, to have them be gunned down is just unspeakable horror. So my heart breaks for the families.
We know in every case the facts are different, but can't we agree that we can do some things that aren't going to hurt lawful gun owners, that could actually prevent some of these things from happening?
Minnesotans will not step away. We'll stand with this community. We'll redouble ourselves to do the best we can to understand what we can do to prevent any parent from having to receive the calls they received today.
Hear the emotion there in his voice. The president has ordered those flags to remain at half-staff through Sunday.
All right. Thanks, Esme.
Thank you. The neighborhood where the shooting took place is like many around the metro area.
When someone needs help, people jump in. Jason Rantla joins us now with some stories of people coming together. This was nice to see, Jason.
Yeah, Frank and Amelia, all of this was so much for the Southwest Minneapolis community, so people stepped up to help out.
It hits at home.
Here at F45, just about a block from the shooting.
It's hard.
Employees are doing what they can in the wake of Wednesday morning's unspeakable tragedy.
We had staff and children gather in our parking lot. I checked in with them to make sure if they were okay.
Staff members at the gym are still reeling after the shooting death of one of their own, gym DJ Justin Marshall, just 1 month ago.
We are providing support as we can to police and EMS. We've canceled classes for the rest of the day to just give space for the community.
Over at Lindale Kowalski's.
It's been pretty tough for a lot of the employees of the store here and customers.
Employees are doing what they can for first responders and community members, even paying for their meals.
Just getting ice for our first responders and community members out there. So we do have our ice case here. We just stocked it up from the back and replenished it.
Well, a Southwest Minneapolis neighbor named Leslie
watched it on TV and I thought this was something I could do to help.
Thought she should bring her therapy dog, Remy, here.
Some tears and lots of hugs.
To comfort parents and their children.
Now, just across from the school here, Max Fish and Chips is feeding first responders, and they're also having donations, bringing in donations for the school. Now, I want us to take a pan to our right here. You can see an ever-growing memorial here that's been growing in the last few hours. So clearly, no shortage of people here showing support, guys.
Yeah, I bet that'll grow too over time, Jason, having an idea of what that neighborhood's like. So thank you.
Our coverage of this tragedy at Annunciation Catholic School continues just ahead. Stay with us.
We have a programming note. Because of the live coverage for breaking news, CBS will re-air The Young and the Restless at 1:09 a.m., followed by The Bold and Beautiful, which will be on at 2:10 on Thursday morning. Annunciation Catholic School has a long history in southwest Minneapolis.
It started in 1923. It's a pre-K through 8th grade campus with more than 400 students and 50 teachers and staff. All students participate in projects that help others in their own neighborhood. They also work with other parishes and a sister school in Haiti. The motto for this school year comes from the book of Jeremiah, a future filled with hope.
There's nothing about today that can fill us with hope. We, as a community, have a responsibility to make sure that no child, no parent, no teacher ever has to experience what we've experienced today.
And a message to parents from Annunciation leaders said that they will contact families about support services. The school will be closed, but we don't know for how long. There are several vigils and prayer services this evening.
One of those gatherings is at the Academy of Holy Angels High School. Uba Ali is there right now. It's not far away, Uba, for people who don't know, just a few miles away.
That's right, and we're about just a half hour away from this prayer service starting here at the Academy of Holy Angels, and you can see behind me a line has already started to form. Students, parents, classmates, community members, and I think that's why Holy Angels opened its doors, to allow people to grieve, to allow people to understand and make sense of what happened today. Earlier today, we heard from Archbishop Hebda, who reminded everyone that while we may never make sense of this violence, there is hope, and I'm sure that's the message people are coming here to hear. We're told that the service will take place inside the gym. It can hold up to 1,500 people. The service will last about 45 minutes. The run of the service, we still don't know, but we're told we can expect to hear from Archbishop Hebda. Again, this is starting at 7 o'clock inside Holy Angels Gym. Anyone who wants to be in community is welcome to attend. Frank and Amelia.
All right. We should point out to Uba, Annunciation School, that is a big feeder school for Holy Angels. There are a lot of students that go there for high school.
Yeah.
So there's a really tight connection there.
A lot of connections, for sure. Yeah, there always have been.
Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, we're going to stream that Holy Angels Vigil on CBS News Minnesota at 7 o'clock tonight. We'll have a recap of it for you at 10, and we'll have a lot more to share with you tonight at 10 as well.
on WCCO News.
It was like shots fired and then we kind of like got under the pews.
Children shot and killed in a Catholic school church.
The sheer cruelty and cowardice of firing into a church full of children is absolutely incomprehensible.
These kids were literally praying. It was the first week of school. They were in a church.
And a community responds.
All I can say is I'm sorry. Sorry that we have to live in this type of world. No one should be fearful of sending their child to school.
Hearts are breaking this evening for the families of children killed and hurt during a shooting inside Annunciation Catholic Church.
The students were gathering for a mass to start the new school year. Police were called to the scene of an active shooting just before 8:30 this morning. A shooter dressed in black began opening fire through the stained glass windows. We know 2 children were killed. 14 other children were wounded, as well as 3 adults. 4 victims have been released from the hospital. Police say that the shooter turned a gun on himself in the back of the church. We have full team coverage of this tragedy, and we want to begin with Reg Chapman, who is at Annunciation Church in Southwest Minneapolis. Reg.
Well, Amelia, at this hour, investigators from the FBI, the ATF, Homeland Security, Minneapolis Police, and the BCA are inside the church. They continue to process that scene while others search through 3 properties connected to the shooter. Investigators do tell us they believe the shooter acted alone and posted a manifesto online. That manifesto has since been removed by the FBI as they search through that, looking for any clues as to a motive to these shootings. Now, that shooter was dressed in all black. He was armed with a shotgun, a pistol, and a handgun, all 3 shooting through a stained glass window at the church. Now, some children were filing into the church and others were seated in pews when the shooting happened. We just got this new video of students making their way out of the church. You can see some of the older students helping the younger students. Here's what the principal said about the bravery he saw.
Within seconds of this situation beginning, our teachers were heroes. Children were ducked down. Adults were protecting children. Older children were protecting younger children. As we heard earlier, it could have been significantly worse without their heroic action. This is a nightmare, but we call our staff the Dream Team.
Now, the shooter in this case did take their life behind the church. We are told that right now they are still processing the scene, and right now we're told that the guns that the shooter used were bought legally and recently. Frank and Amelia.
All right. Thank you, Reg. This shooting started around 8:30 this morning.
Caroline Cummings was one of the first reporters to get there. She joins us now. Caroline.
Well, hi there, Frank and Amelia. I was among the first here, and the scenes I saw will stick with me forever. Children leaving school with slings on their arm, look like bandages, holding the hands of their parents as they left on this really devastating day, which should have been an exciting moment, the start of school, gathered in prayer, and then it turned into a horrific tragedy so quickly. But another thing that stuck out to me and will stay with me for a long time is an interview that I did with Weston. He is a 5th grade boy. He's 10 years old, and he came over to the press and said, I have something to say, basically. His grandfather was there, gave his blessing to have him come on TV, and he talked about the fear of being in that church so close to the stained glass window when the shots were fired. And he said that his friend, Victor, his friend, dove on top of him, and he was shot in the back. And he said he, described that heroic action, and we want you to hear from Wes here tonight.
So close. What do you want to say to your friend who helped protect you?
He's really brave, and I hope he's good in the hospital.
And what do you want to say to everyone that had to go to the hospital?
I hope you're okay, and I'm praying for you.
Facing the unthinkable in a mass
Such resolve there from a child who's experienced such a devastating day and yet is saying, you are brave and I am praying for you. If that isn't a lesson in how all of us as people can carry ourselves in these really hard moments, I don't know what is, guys. He's really a true hero and brave in his own right there. Good on you, Wes. Guys.
Yeah. The sad part is we have to watch a kid that age talk about something like that. So we wish him well. Thank you. You could see in the video Red showed us as well just the panic and fear on those children's faces as they ran out of that building. Sure is.
Why would someone open fire on a crowded church? We are learning more about the suspected shooter.
Yeah, we've been looking into the background of 23-year-old Robin Westman, the shooter left behind what police are calling a manifesto. Our senior investigative reporter Jennifer Merrill's been here since this all happened in the morning. I know you've dug up a lot of information.
You know, in a situation like this, there are always questions. So why this location? Some of that is coming more into focus. Robin Westman was a former student and graduated from Annunciation School in 2017. The shooter's mom also previously worked there, retiring just a few years ago. So we've learned that Westman would be aware of the layout of the school and the church and familiar with the Wednesday welcome mass. We've also discovered a few videos Westman posted online, timed to post today, that have now been taken down. There's images and there's writing, some in English, some in another language. The police chief called it a manifesto. Some of Westman's notes say they are not well and not right, and they want to fulfill a final act that has been in the back of their head for years. We also would like to show you this picture of a gun that was posted in a video online. There are writings on those weapons as well, many of them troubling. We are told when Robin was at Annunciation, they were called Robert. In 2020, they changed their name to Robin. Robin later graduated from Southwest High School in 2021. And we do have a more current picture taken from a video posted recently online of Robin. Also this afternoon, our CBS station in the Naples, Florida area shared this image. It's of FBI agents at the home of Westman's mom. Now, it is common to talk with people connected to a shooter in a situation like this. We've also learned Westman worked at a dispensary earlier this year, and that dispensary says they are cooperating with this investigation.
Yeah, it's really chilling because that sketch was like, it looked like the church, you know, like the pews there and everything. So clearly he's
same shape of the church.
Yes, it is.
Right, and so a lot of these writings were done and are very troubling and chilling when you look through them.
When you say these were taken down, if they were on TikTok or YouTube, is this the FBI? Is it ATF? Is it the local Minneapolis
police? This was
police?
on YouTube, and we know it was very early this morning that they were taken down. We assume by law enforcement to, you know, this is part of the investigation, but also it's to stop people from spreading more of this. And so we're sharing a limited portion of this.
They call YouTube and say, get these off the site.
I would have to verify
the procedure,
what the procedure is, but they did come down fairly quickly this morning.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Jen. Federal agents swarmed the shooter's apartment in Minneapolis, saw federal agents carrying out a container with at least one gun. She is outside that apartment now, and she joins us with the latest. Hi there, Elle.
Hi, Amelia. This is the Richfield apartment behind me here that is believed to be where the suspected shooter lived. And today, for about 4 hours, dozens of BCA agents combed through one of the units inside the lower level of this apartment building looking for evidence to help in their investigation. Around 2 o'clock this afternoon, they came out with 2 boxes of evidence. And while it's hard to see in the video, for myself on scene, I clearly saw a rifle sticking out of the large cardboard box, as well as a clip of ammo. We spoke to one neighbor who didn't know the shooter personally, but had brief interactions with them, as well as a mother who lives in this building and is in shock over what happened.
One time I saw him like downstairs, but he seemed really serious about something, so I'm not really sure.
Yeah, maybe I've seen his face, you know, I don't know, but it's just so scary, you know, to have a shooter next door to you.
And for perspective, this apartment building is 2 blocks from Richfield High School and less than a 10-minute drive from Annunciation Church and School.
All right. Thank you, Elle. Emergency responders raced the victims to area hospitals.
And there has been some encouraging news this afternoon as doctors release some of the victims. Our team is standing by outside of those hospitals. We'll begin with Susan Elizabeth Littlefield at Children's Minnesota with an update. What's the latest?
Well, Frank, I want to start with some good news. We all need some on this grim day.
7 students were admitted here to this level 1 trauma center behind me. We have been told that 4 of them have been released and are home safely tonight. One of them was an 8-year-old girl, and we talked to her grandfather, who had rushed here to the hospital when he heard, to be at her side.
It's very sad. It should not be this way. People should not have guns.
Moments later, he told us that his granddaughter was released. We caught this scene outside of the emergency department. 7 children total treated, again, 4 now home safely. As questions and emotions swirl, we talked with the director of mental health here at Children's Minnesota, and she has some insight for us all as we try and process this day and have some tough conversation with kids.
And also, if kids want to know what a plan is, are they safe? Parents need to talk them through that. Parents are kind of that safe space for kids.
And I think this moment is hard, too, because now kids know it can happen at their school.
They do. And again, even though probability would say it's unlikely, right? The numbers would say that it has happened, and it has happened locally. So those feelings are going to be really big for kids, and they're going to be big for parents. Parents are going to be fearful too. And so there's no sugarcoating it to kids. Of course it can happen, but it's also important to point out the safety protocols that people have in school. Kids are going to wonder, should I go to school tomorrow? And this is an important time to have that conversation with kids.
And she also says to really gauge how your kids are feeling. Maybe they want to talk about it. Maybe they just want to go play in the yard, and that's okay. She also says it's okay to cry or show emotion as an adult in front of them today. They need to see that. She says we all know they are all hurting. In fact, the staff here, the people who are trained for these responses, are also getting mental health support because, as you know, Frank and Amelia, we are all feeling this.
Yeah, I felt bad. I started crying at the top of the 5 o'clock news. It's hard to share all this. I feel so bad for those folks, like we all do, Susan Elizabeth. Thanks.
Emergency teams are also treating victims at Hennepin Healthcare. John Lordson has been there all day, and he joins us now. And John, I understand like the largest number of victims were taken there.
Yeah, we had 10 patients come in here this morning. Dr. Thomas Wyatt is an emergency physician with Hennepin Healthcare, which is a level 1 trauma center. Again, of those 10 patients that were brought in this morning, we had 8 children, 2 adults. 7 of those patients, those people brought in, were in critical condition. But if there is a silver lining on this dark day, it's the fact that there are no fatalities here, no casualties. And the team went to work very quickly during this mass casualty event and were able to take care of those patients right away. Dr. Wyatt talked about family members waiting for word on loved ones this morning.
Yeah, we've had quite a bit of effort to stand up a reunification center across the street here at our clinical specialty care building. And so to my knowledge, I believe all or almost all of the families and loved ones have been reunited with patients and know their status.
Yeah, some good news in that regard. One thing to keep in mind here is this obviously takes a toll on families in every way. Also, it takes a toll on doctors and staff here at Hennepin Healthcare. So Frank and Amelia, psychologists on hand to talk with those nurses, those doctors, those EMTs, anybody who helped this morning, because these are very heavy days for medical folks as well here at Hennepin Healthcare.
Absolutely, John. All right. Thank you.
Following the shooting, the community almost immediately sprung into action.
We'll show you what they did to support those who rushed to help and the many others impacted by the shooting.
And then leaders from across the country are responding to today's tragedy, the calls they're making for change.
Shock and outrage have been pouring in from political leaders from here and around the country.
Those reactions are coming from both sides of the aisle. Esme Murphy's had a chance to see some of that.
That's right, Amelia and Frank. We want to start with President Trump. The president has ordered all flags at government buildings across the country flown at half-staff, and that includes the White House. These are live images from Washington where you can see the flags have been lowered. This flag flying at half-staff is outside the federal courthouse in downtown Minneapolis. The president called Governor Walz to offer his condolences, and the president took to social media saying he's been fully briefed on the tragic shooting in Minneapolis and that the FBI quickly responded. The White House will continue to monitor this terrible situation. Please join me in praying for everyone involved. Now, Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, whose district is where the shooting happened, Senator Amy Klobuchar, and Governor Tim Walz, all at the scene, all say something needs to be done.
To have, you send your 8-year-old, 10-year-old to school, and within a few hours as they sit in for prayer, to have them be gunned down is just unspeakable horror. So my heart breaks for the families.
We know in every case the facts are different, but can't we agree that we can do some things that aren't going to hurt lawful gun owners, that could actually prevent some of these things from happening?
Minnesotans will not step away. We'll stand with this community. We'll redouble ourselves to do the best we can to understand what we can do to prevent any parent from having to receive the calls they received today.
Hear the emotion there in his voice. The president has ordered those flags to remain at half-staff through Sunday.
All right. Thanks, Esme.
The neighborhood where the shooting took place is like many around the metro area.
When someone needs help, people jump in. Jason Rantla joins us now with some stories of people coming together. This was nice to see, Jason.
Yeah, Frank and Amelia, all of this was so much for the Southwest Minneapolis community, so people stepped up to help out.
It hits at home.
Here at F45, just about a block from the shooting.
It's hard.
Employees are doing what they can in the wake of Wednesday morning's unspeakable tragedy.
We had staff and children gather in our parking lot. I checked in with them to make sure if they were okay.
Staff members at the gym are still reeling after the shooting death of one of their own, gym DJ Justin Marshall, just 1 month ago.
We are providing support as we can to police and EMS. We've canceled classes for the rest of the day to just give space for the community.
Over at Lindale Kowalski's.
It's been pretty tough for a lot of the employees of the store here and customers.
Employees are doing what they can for first responders and community members, even paying for their meals.
Just getting ice for our first responders and community members out there. So we do have our ice case here. We just stocked it up from the back and replenished it.
Well, a Southwest Minneapolis neighbor named Leslie
Watch it on TV and I thought this was something I could do to help.
Thought she should bring her therapy dog, Remy, here.
Some tears and lots of hugs.
To comfort parents and their children. Now, just across from the school here, Max Fish and Chips is feeding first responders, and they're also having donations, bringing in donations for the school. Now, I want us to take a pan to our right here. You can see an ever-growing memorial here that's been growing in the last few hours. So clearly, no shortage of people here showing support, guys.
Yeah, I bet that'll grow too over time, Jason, having an idea of what that neighborhood's like. So thank you.
Our coverage of this tragedy at Annunciation Catholic School continues just ahead. Stay with us.
Annunciation Catholic School has a long history in southwest Minneapolis.
It started in 1923. It's a pre-K through 8th grade campus with more than 400 students and 50 teachers and staff. All students participate in projects that help others in their own neighborhood. They also work with other parishes and a sister school in Haiti. The motto for this school year comes from the book of Jeremiah, a future filled with hope.
There's nothing about today that can fill us with hope. We, as a community, have a responsibility to make sure that no child, no parent, no teacher ever has to experience what we've experienced today.
And a message to parents from Annunciation leaders said that they will contact families about support services. The school will be closed, but we don't know for how long. There are several vigils and prayer services this evening.
One of those gatherings is at the Academy of Holy Angels High School. Uba Ali is there right now. It's not far away, Uba, for people who don't know, just a few miles away.
That's right, and we're about just a half hour away from this prayer service starting here at the Academy of Holy Angels, and you can see behind me a line has already started to form. Students, parents, classmates, community members, and I think that's why Holy Angels opened its doors to allow people to grieve, to allow people to understand and make sense of what happened today. Earlier today, we heard from Archbishop Hebda, who reminded everyone that while we may never make sense of this violence, there is hope, and I'm sure that's the message people are coming here to hear. We're told that the service will take place inside the gym. It can hold up to 1,500 people. The service will last about 45 minutes. The run of the service, we still don't know, but we're told we can expect to hear from Archbishop Hebda. Again, this is starting at 7 o'clock inside Holy Angels Gym. Anyone who wants to be in community is welcome to attend. Frank and Amelia.
All right. We should point out to Uba, Annunciation School, that is a big feeder school for Holy Angels. There are a lot of students that go there for high school.
Yeah.
So there's a really tight connection there.
A lot of connections, for sure. Yeah, there always have been.
Oh, thank you for joining us.
Yeah, we're going to stream that Holy Angels Vigil on CBS News Minnesota at 7 o'clock tonight. We'll have a recap of it for you at 10, and we'll have a lot more to share with you tonight at 10 as well.